Everyone will be yelling as they press their R button and going in at the same time. Exactly. And you know, some of the issues we've had with Invictus Gaming in Split 1 often revolved around making sure the players agreed on when they wanted to do something. Having a composition like this helps mitigate that because you can all just press R simultaneously and the issue is somewhat resolved.
So, both teams have aggressive combo options. I think FPX have far better disengage with the Shinzao ultimate and the Xayah ultimate. IG will have to play around that. I think all of our lanes are competitive. This is great. Folks, if we're going to go playoff between teams that have fought their way to the top to get him, group...
We've got competitor Jai-Ho leaders for IG. That we had two people try to lead the chant.
Ooh, interesting. Two different factions.
Yeah.
Well, very important team, very successful. Well, not a very popular team. So, you know, not surprising that we have some contest for affectations, I suppose. Is that the word, affectations? Is that a word?
It is a word.
Cool.
I'm trying to think whether it's used in the right context. I think so.
Yeah. Just kind of affectations is being the subject of someone's affection, or like affection has happened to you, so you have experienced affectations, which is actions of affection.
That might be it. That wasn't quite how I've used it, but that might be because I tend to use it in the context of like Jane Austen. It's a very different.
It is, Sam, but that's the world we live in now.
Put on airs, affectations.
Yeah. Right, so folks, if you're in chat, we are trying to... Hang on a second, is that level 1? I'm not going to lead to that much after that point. We always need to be a little bit wary of what happens in these 1v1s. 2v2s rather at the early level. Let us know what volumes are like in chat. All three of them. We have 3 chats open right now, both Twitch, YouTube, and Onivia's YouTube as well. 3 pieces of chat.
No one's ever going to get that reference.
No, they're not. I was so surprised that McCavalry was in that movie.
Yeah, it's a crazy cast list.
Yeah, level 2 is going to get hit by Mako and Gala first. Gala on Kai'Sa, something very special. Level 2 hit by Sim and Dway. Could have been nasty for the turn.
Volume is good, apparently.
Great stuff. Cool.
Does that mean I can get louder? Is that how this works?
You can be whatever the hell you want. So that's great. Are we French? No, we're not French. We are very much British.
I don't know whether we could speak French before.
Nope, me neither. Don't really know where to go with that one either.
Yeah, we've got Mako looking for a little engage down towards that bot side. Grumpy, I'd roast you, but somehow you're less interesting than the game, so that is just, you know, you're somewhat irrelevant here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. Go get yourself a glass of milk, cool off, come back when you're feeling better. Great charm from Cat.
Mid the bot lane, sorry, that's the one I want to talk about. Mako found a really nice Zenith there to soon will cleanse away. The Ignite's still on though, as it came down a little late. Gala gets turned around on though and evens out the trade somewhat.
Yeah, and also worth noting is Sim, I don't know whether he has cookies in his runes, which means he's going to have a lot less health now that he's down to low HP. Jejez here is walking over a wall, but this means that FX might have to back off under turret. I think this is Flash's blown minimum if they choose to commit.
This is going to be the 3v2. Zenith Blade land, but a wonderful buffer from Dway makes it really ugly. Finally get one back. The turret shot bring him down regardless, and 2 kills for the Nautilus. Sorry. 1 for the Xayah, 1 for the Nautilus, but both set up very well by Dway there. And now Gala can be in a lot of danger. He's taking a lot of turret aggro. His Shadow flashes for an audacious charge, and Invictus Gaming never changed, baby.
What have they just done? IG lose 3 kills in the bot lane, giving 2 assists over to the Xayah and a kill. IG really need to be ahead on something like the Kai'Sa. If the Kai'Sa starts falling behind, the dive just doesn't work in the same way. This could be a problem for Asim. He has no flash. This is actually a dead Xayah. He's overstayed. I say that as Mako chooses to lead with E instead of the flash Q, which means that Asim lives.
Shadow's here as well, actually. Mako needs to be a bit wary holding this wave.
Well, he doesn't have to be now because he has the flash. This is more a case if he gave up a kill opportunity, which kind of feels bad.
He's gone in. There's the Eclipse, but Shadow really could use a chance to reset here. Delayed that because of the way things have rolled out with map state in general, but we'll now recall. Have a look at this replay because 3v2 assumes super low. So what happens to Mako?
Well, what happens is he walks into a load of feathers, goes into the Zenith Blade, gets hooked out of it by the Nautilus. This is the big thing about the Nautilus versus the Leona matchup, is a great kill from JJ on the E through the tower. He wouldn't have got it otherwise, actually. Well played with that. But you can hook Leona out of the Zenith Blade. And because of the little, like, knock back, you kind of pull them into very close melee range, they kind of bounce to just outside melee range outside of that. Because the Maker can't get onto this target of choice. Ends up getting stuck in tower range with aggro, which is kind of sucky because he doesn't get the value he wants.
Now I assume starts the game 1-0-2. A fair amount of goal. Down about a wave or so because of shenanigans that were occurring, as we've seen. Return gank. This one might be a bit easier. Flashes the Q this time around into the Zenith, but assume got nowhere to go. That Xayah will surely be falling. Kill donated over to that legendary Kai'Sa for Gala.
So, first kind of trip to the well down in bot side for IG didn't work well. Second time works a lot better. It's poison the first time. Yeah, they have to clear that one up. Call I don't really know who the authority is for.
Well 911.
Well 911. Right. Yeah, it's 0800.
Well police.
Yeah, it's 0800. Well.
Oh my days.
Yeah. No, it's the wellness check. Anyway. They do manage to get called into the Kai'Sa. So that is the problem if the Kai'Sa falls behind.
Oh no!
It's starting off on strong form today, folks. As, yes, do you need to be aware of this bot lane lead?
So, that'll be worth keeping our eyes on. Top side, the Rumble has shoved in the Ambessa, as Rumble tends to do. The Ambessa will eventually become a little bit more useful as first items and stuff come on through, but you tend to find you drop a couple CS here or there, and it kind of stabilizes.
Stabilizes, yeah.
That's my new way of saying stabilizes.
Does Jane Austen use that one, Sam?
No, she doesn't. As far as I remember. So, she's been dead for a while, so who knows.
It does look like Kara is going for the Roa build with the Ruby Crystal first. So, we will see how
it's hard still, Alex.
Well, so funnily enough, I was playing an arena game the other day. And Vladimir gave everyone the augment Steal Your Heart. And Heartsteel was never nerfed for ranged champions in arena.
Okay.
So everyone was walking around with, 1.5k stacks on Heartsteel because of the nature of that augment. And I was wondering whether it would actually be good on Ahri. Haven't quite done the research there. But anyway, so for this game, the reason why this is important is you are on a slower build than the Malignants and something like Lichbane or Shadowflame is the second item. You have more HP to play around, much less AP, but you do have that survivability. The big thing that I'll need to see though is Care needs to be comboing up very effectively with his teammates because you don't have solo damage anymore if you go for that kind of build. You're more survivable, but you also don't have as many ults as well. So weirdly, you can be less survivable because you don't have your ultimate for that safety. Care will need to adapt his playstyle to the build if he's going towards this new age, Rod of Ages, Liandry's, Riftmaker style build.
At the very least, with the Rumble, with the Xayah, the Shinzo, you've got a lot of damage elsewhere as well, so you don't necessarily have to come online quite so early, perhaps, but we'll see exactly how that plays out. We'll still pick up the Dark CLL note, so got that to his name.
Now that should be a thing in any build. See how we can stack that one, get involved in the first kills of the game.
Hey, yeah, we did get a follow-up question.
Yes.
Do we want to be French?
No, c'est okay. No, it's okay.
I tell you what, it would make life living in Europe a lot easier.
True. It would,
so, theoretically, yes.
Yeah. Anyone? Yeah.
I feel like I may have just portrayed my British forefathers as Care. Alt flash away.
That was good. Respect. I think you needed to. If you end up getting caught in the minefield, I'm pretty sure JJ flash ults to follow and then you get locked into the play. So, well played to make sure there's no question whether he's safe or not. Goes back for Catalyst. Will come back to lane. Doesn't have to teleport this time, luckily. So it's ult for ult flash down in the mid lane.
There he is. JJ now hanging around this top side, but so is Shadow. One's gone for the lane gank, one for the tri-brush option. Looks like the wave will be shoved in and resets come on down. No one as it stands has picked up that many grubs yet. FPX got the first set, of course, but the second set spawning in 30 seconds will be where my eyes turn. See exactly who wants to play over that. Giving over 6 grubs can always feel a bit nasty, all things said and done.
Also, what I'm getting used to our new setup, Sam, you are as well. If you want me to move screens around, you just point at it or whatever, and I'll try and fix it.
I think it's mostly fine.
That means it's not totally fine, Sam.
Mostly what it is I've got the microphone stand like edge of it. I need to like probably drop the mic stand a little bit so I can see out the corner. That's better. There we go. Then we
in that case, Sam, you need to be aware that you are very far away from the microphone.
Yeah, I know. So what I'll just do is do that. Should probably resolve the issue somewhat.
No, you do not move that because that loosens it.
Yeah,
if you
so
do
I
it
moved it that way.
Well, that means it's going to sag, Sam. Just from experience, that will sag.
Okay, so there's no point in...
Sam, it'll sag. Go to fight, let's talk about that.
We'll do a fight later. As Mako gets chunked before this one. All the while, though, grubs have indeed spawned. JJ and Rookie currently in or around the pit. Shadow looking to potentially punish here as the Fire going to try and trade that one out. Nearly gets knocked up there. Let's get out of the pit. Audacious charge not enough to sort that one out. Big shove goes wide.
1v1 on the bot side too. Both those ultimates used. There's no summoners used on that one yet. Second grub secured.
Still got a smite remaining, does JJ, but that does mean that Shadow without his, still not going to lead to all that much. Nice hook though into the death charge on the Gala, now to back away. Leaves the Leono out for dust. Nice pickup for FPX.
Yeah, and Kev forced the flash from Rookie just before that too, which meant that IG couldn't really play the two-pincered approach they wanted to. Dragon now available, and IG I don't think they can go towards either. This is a big fight from FPX.
All that extra time in the hyperbolic ascension chamber, namely the last chance qualifier, will have sorted them out here, because this is looking much more proactive than we've seen from them in the past. When FPX have fumbled early leads, they don't look very good. Shadow often bleeds out a lot harder when the game's not going well, because he is forever a playmaker, forever looking to get back into a game. There is that MLXGG element coming on through as Care chunks out with Rookie, but right now, FPX, good counter play spot side, good plays around the objectives. Yes, the laning stats haven't been superb. Big leads, say in CS for Rookie in the mid lane, that kind of thing, but at least on camera, the plays have been solid for FPX so far. They won't pick up the second dragon though, as IG are the ones to get to it.
Gold lead's not massive right now. There basically isn't a gold lead as far as both teams are concerned. IG with the double dragons, that will be a win condition. IG can force FPX to kind of return to fight them on their terms. So FPX will need to be careful about giving over one more dragon to give that soul point. Of course, it is the Infernal Rift. Very, very powerful, of course, when you've got these burst combos, which IG will be playing around. Trying to think where the game will be determined next. I think what we're going to see, folks, is... Hang on, there's an ult coming through. Playing around the sidelines like this is a big point of this game.
Nice buffer. Gets away by Dway. I've not made a no Dway pun yet.
I've made that many times in my career, Sam. The thing is, I've done all of the, you know, he's spied north, but there's no way home.
Very good. Excellent one, actually.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite ones. As Kaz doing the, he's doing the scout. Goes into his other solo laner's lane, has the 6 grubs, and really wants to force down the turret, and then teleport to the other side of the map if he can do. But the Shy clears the wave well enough, so Cat doesn't actually get that much value out of this. Assume gets hit. Here comes Carla.
Ashes to the other side of the...
That was a fat finger flash. I think he was maybe a little panicked by that. 6 grubs now being used on the bot side, but Mako's here to defend. Charm misses.
Yep, no, I stand here a little perplexed about that flash from Assume. Well, I guess whether he was trying to read something from Gala or whether it was just a fat finger, as Alex wonders, and I have to agree, it feels like something a little perplexing to say the least. He's assuming a dangerous spot here as a flash on forwards for the passive. Last order would do it. Featherfall not enough. Gala in danger. Under the turret, he's gone so deep.
Gala, what have you done? Uses both his summoners. Assume fat fingered his flash, but Gala misuses both of his. Hooks in the bot side. That'll be a kill onto Mako.
Surely will be. Goes down. Nice knockback though, as they will turn it around as the Shy and JJ getting a lot of damage back. But here comes Shadow looking for something more. Wind becomes lightning. Flash in for the audacious charge after. They get another 2 for 1 in the bot side for FPX. But the tower stands. Top side IG got theirs.
Sloppy map play from FPX. Well, sloppy play in general in the last minute. FPX, the thing we were talking about before this is the next phase of the game will be about side lanes. It'll be about how they can use their 6 grubs well enough. and I don't think they use them particularly well. They spend a lot of time setting up that bot lane scenario, which means that Rookie does get 1,000 gold lead now after taking down all plates on top side. The mid lane play, luckily for both teams, I think just a little bit disconnected from that. Not sure either AD carry would like either team to be reviewing that too hard. We'll go back towards... Oh, no. Well, I guess we will be doing that. Gala flashes towards, but doesn't get the single target Q. Does that change anything? No, I don't think it does. He would have needed the extra auto attack. Misjudges the movement speed, too, because Gala doesn't respect the Xayah W movement speed, which sees the Xayah to safety.
Nice charm into hook combo there, but then the Shy misses out on the public execution. I think because of a knockback from JJ. Mid lane, we're looking there as Assume is absolutely leveled by the combo from Invictus Gaming. Solar Flare plus a shove back leads to a very dead bird. Care, though, in a 1v1 with the Shy.
He's just going to
not having fun. He's getting run down. Flashes, finally has a blast go and gets out to safety. No public execution for 7 seconds or so, so Care survives.
Ah, I didn't see that the Shy's flash was just on cooldown, too. I thought it was actually just up there, but I was baited a little bit by the display. So the Shy forced the flash out of Care, and this is the weakness of this build. You can run at the RE, and particularly when she doesn't have ultimate. It doesn't come up that quickly when you don't have the Malignance. Of course, early kills from the way that Care has had them does mean he does have some ultimate hunter stacks. I'm trying to think exactly how many he's got. I'm trying to think if there's any multiple kills into the same target. I don't think there is. So I think he has 3 old hunter stacks. That's good, actually. It does mean that your ultimate downtime is a lot shorter. His Herald has started up.
Ooh, righty then. So play begins. Teleport flying on through from both sides. We want to play for this Herald down and secured by Shadow. Rest of the thing comes on forward as Dwayne lands that Dredge line. The Shy trading out with Shadow, but gets a public execution in the back line with JJ already dead. Care and Assume 1v1ing, 2v1ing realistically the Shy as Rookie pulled back by the Dredge line. Flashing away. Decent sized big shove. Keeps himself alive for a second or two, but the damage already done is sheer. Sets that Talia on fire. Mako hit by the wind becoming lightning and will be grounded a little bit more permanently in a grave.
IG are taking some really bad fights. They're getting forced onto you very easily. And I don't think IG have the power at this point in the game to close down the targets that they want to. Despite the fact that the public execution lands onto Care in that fight, IG don't have any follow-up. The team fighting, which we so often praise from Invictus Gaming, has not been the main character of this game so far. JJ uses his Q, but doesn't get anything beyond that. It doesn't really get himself in a big target. After that point, just completely zoned out, actually. The Vile Ultimate never comes through. Means that Gala, Rookie, the Shy can't really follow suit. JJ caught out early.
Oh, and Rookie just caught out there by that direction. Had the flash, didn't think he was going to need it. Regrets that choice very fast indeed, as all the while Shadow manages to get in range to get onto Mako. Just runs him down. An additional wind becomes lightning. It's all that's required.
Well, all this was happening. Soul Point was achieved by IG.
Okay.
So, win condition on the table. You fight for a dragon, and you can just look for the secure. FDX, good gold lead. Well, okay, it's an okay gold lead, I'll say. And the 6 grubs is powerful. But IG, they have that late game win condition now on the table.
And I think that gold lead not as excessive as it could be purely because I think they've been farming really well. Shadow, though, continuing to be very aggressive here. 3-0 and 2. Good time on this. Trying to block Rookie off the wind wall. Crescent Guard sends him straight back and a wipeout for the Surfer Talia.
Care will get himself even more Darksteel stacks. 8 on that now. Honestly, if I'm Care, I'm slamming a Magi's right now. He's so powerful and they're snowballing well. The 6 grubs of the Herald will keep going in for extra objectives. FPX starting to get huge gold leads. And because they actually don't have any grubs, they can't cross map well.
Shy is trying, but it's just so much slower. And they've got no wave clear. That's the inhibitor turret down. 3 turrets in the blink of an eye down in that bot lane.
At least IG will answer with a mid lane outer and then the top lane in a... No, they can't get that on this wave. So it's a couple of turrets down for just the one of IG. They try and cross map, but as we said before, they don't have the grubs. It means their cross maps are much less impactful when it comes to hitting towers.
Okay, Antikarn spawning in 30 seconds. It will be ruinous by the looks of the icon. They had enough blood early for that one to come on through. Bloodletter's Curse also done for sheer, by the way. Anything like the Riftmaker, which you sometimes see on Rumble Second, gone more towards that pen to deal with things like the Merc Treads that have come on.
Yeah, you use the Riftmaker when it's in very hard 1v1s and when you need to have extra staying power. And Besser is not really a long fight champion. You want to play for more burst if you're going to do that. In fact, I'm a little surprised it is the Bloodletter's Curse in general. I suppose it is Yeah, I suppose it technically does help out on the first target being hit. It works a little differently to Arena, where you know, the shred only applies on one target compared to Arena, where it applies to both, which is where most people would have played that item before it came into Pro. Does help you with a lot of, you know, extra HP. Then you've got the Tabby buffing that up too. IG do have that Warden Atacant, which will help them a lot as the observers just hovered over there.
Didn't spot the recalls coming on through, but of course it's on the other side of a wall. That does still block vision, but it does mean on the other side of that IG do in fact have vision of Atacant, which is pretty valuable. Second item just got completed by Shadow as well. Black Cleaver done for this. Shinzao looking at the Flicker Blades done as well for Asum, and on the other side, starting to get them coming through for IG, but they are far enough behind. Those second items are lagging just a little.
Ari's hit the Leandri's power spike, so you have double HP at this point. Hang on a second, we've got a fight coming through. Great hook!
And reads the flash too. Gala gets to ult away to safety. That's important. The problem is he's not here to defend the turret as a charm lands onto the Shiny, then has to get pulled back in by that dredge line.
And now
one goes.
And now they get to use that 6 grubs again. Whenever they force a play, the 6 grubs make it so much easier to capitalize after. IG not respecting the play, but honestly, Dway God hook in the mid lane to start off this phase of events.
That was really clean. And over towards the Atacant we go. Minute and a half till Infernal Dragon. FPX, a team I think many people had counted out. Looked like they were losing the 1v1, not so much anymore. Come into this game one, and after a lot of shenanigans.
Call a Soraka, but not for me. Care, 9 Dark Steel stacks. IG will cross map, but again, it's a little bit slower for them. They will take this turret. There will be some gold back. It does mean that the... Now, what this means is IG are still within touching distance of gold for now, compared to what they could be. IG, I've no idea how they fall prey to that hook. That is one of the most ridiculous Nautilus hooks I've ever seen.
That is
Gull
pretty
gets caught. And that's with Care actually dashing into the Leonals as well. Tried to get into an angle to get a charm around the minions. Still managed to force the fight either way though. A minute until Soul, folks. This is the most important thing, because IG, they are still within touching distance of gold. They have the Seras onto Rookie. That'll be very important. They have 2 items onto Gala. If they can get a good fight around the dragon, that can turn their fate.
Gala cancelled his recall. Doesn't matter. Okay, I thought that was going to be a lot more dangerous than it was.
Could you tell, chat? Could you tell that he thought that was good? Well, at first I thought it was too. I thought,
he literally face palmed off camera.
Yeah. Why is Gala cancelled his back? IG, they're not setting up for the dragon. They do choose to go for an inner turret instead. What the hell happened there? So we're going to go see the replay. Does he have vision? He does. He does get vision of it. Was his camera elsewhere?
And no, he basically didn't see that the recall got cancelled.
Sam, he saw that the Kai'Sa was there.
Yeah, saw the Kai'Sa was there, but then I guess he assumed that the recall came on through.
Dragon's going to start up. Now, do IG actually contest this? They don't have to, strictly. They can let 1 or 2 go. They did get themselves the cross map already. They shouldn't be dying for this. That's the big thing. They give over the dragon. They already took the outer turret on top side. They're 4 turrets to force. They're okay with that. 50 fat flowers down, though, worth noting. Jeez, that is a lot. Care now has his Rod of Ages fully cashed in. Again, I really want to see him go for a Magi's. Now is the time to do it. You get 1 good fight, and then suddenly, I don't think IG can actually deal with you anymore. You have enough HP to defend your stacks as well. Mako splitting the map, putting down vision where he can. He doesn't want to get spotted by this. He wants to put down wards outside of where FPX know they are.
Not going to be caught on that recall. They walk away. Jijit trading up with some grubs here. He's got Gala beside him, so Care won't overstep there and have the Kai'Sa come flying on in with the ultimate. Does have leave FPX to shove up through mid lane. It's only Mako and the Shiny.
Hang on. Big wraparound. Here comes JJ. Here comes Gala.
Big fight, assuming danger, gets hit by the Solar Flare, and that means the Zaya's dead to rights. Mako still alive, in comes Care, looking for an angle, but just doesn't have that much damage. Charmer to the backside, Mako still alive, finally falls to Care. The Sheer is here, looking for the equalizer for the Shy, then flashing on board, the Drake can't step across Care, who's got no mult charges, and so goes down. FPX play that mid lane shove horribly.
Assume doesn't even ult. What the heck happened with the Zaya? Needed to cleanse, needed to ult, got 0 damage down. Assume might have just thrown a great game state for FPX and leaving his team to scramble. IG might even be able to go onto the Baron as it spawns if this goes badly enough for FPX. We'll see what happens in the next few seconds. Gala's just recalled, got himself a 3rd item. I think they start up the Baron after this. So, going back into the replay, Assume does get caught here. The hook misses as well. That's whatever, that. But you need to cleanse and ult. Why are you waiting so long for this? Goes down without being able to use anything.
And there was a lot of that was cleansable. Later on, yes, you can't cleanse the knockback on the Vi.
So that's why I'm saying, why didn't he cleanse and ult? That's the big thing. It's all well and good pressing your summoner out of panic there. Of course, here too, the part of the REQ doesn't end up landing, and Gala doesn't die to either burn from either solo laner. By the way, the Andrews do stack now, so both burns would have been stacking at the same time. Gala makes it out alive, and FPX lose everything.
Don't lose Baron. That's worth noting. That's still up and available. So it could always gone worse, but now IG actually with a 2,000 gold lead out of kind of nowhere. FPX will be kicking themselves about that play. It was pretty ugly, to say the least. Assume at 3 items, but of course so is the Kai'Sa, who's also got an Amtone in inventory alongside the Nashes and Rage Blade. So at this point, a lot of poke available for this Kai'Sa relative to the W cooldowns. Anyway,
2 minutes until another dragon comes up, and this time IG are in the gold lead. That's the big thing, really. IG, they don't have to force for the Baron there, because they know 2 minutes later, have a dragon attempt, they get themselves that Infernal Soul. I think the game ends around that, realistically. I don't think FPX can fight their way back from Infernal Soul with these team comps. There's so much extra damage, particularly with the Kai'Sa getting W poke as well, can be very powerful. Don't think it's going to lead to anything that much there in terms of the shove, but that's why IG, they don't feel pressured to go towards the Baron, even though they potentially had an opening. They want to go towards that dragon instead and force what will actually be a proper win condition.
Fun fact. Do you know what the highest and lowest win percentages in solo queue are for the Dragon Souls if you claim them?
Nope.
So you have a 97% chance to win if you've got Cloud Soul, is the number 1. The lowest is Infernal Soul.
That's because it's fought over more is the thing.
Yep, so maybe that's what it is. But it's an 89% chance.
I'm not going to lie, that kind of statistic for me is that is highly changed by perception of it. Hang on a second, that's a spotted recall from Assume. Does that change anything? No. I'm wondering whether they'd see the recall and then immediately pounce somewhere on the map. But yeah, so the logic is, you see a Cloud Soul, you don't fight for it. So it means that when you get the Cloud Soul, it's more like a consolation, it's more like a silver lining when you're already winning the game. So it's like, okay, I'm ahead of the game, we can stop off for dragons. Or, of course, it's not even taken at all, which means that the Cloud Soul, the games where Cloud Soul are actually not taken are higher than the other ones, for instance. Whereas for an Infernal Soul, you can lose elsewhere on the map trying to force the Infernal Soul and then trying to play from behind the game. So there's a lot of different kind of perception and psychology of the way you actually play around the dragons. You're not taking the dragons in the same way every game. FPX, back on the map. Take a scuttle quickly. That'll clear up some vision on top side. Does mean they're delayed on bot side setup though. And they need to be so careful around this dragon.
Well, they do. 15 seconds on it. Invictus Gaming with the gold lead now, as we kind of noted. Got soul point as well from the earlier plays. Didn't manage to claim it on the last dragon as things have gotten a bit tricky. Invictus Gaming, they found some good pounces. But their actual straight up 5v5 team fights around these objectives has been a little lackluster, all things said and done. It needs to be better here.
IG are looking for the flanks. Here comes everyone. This is the Avengers assembling.
Assume goes up into the air. Public execution doesn't land on them. Here comes Gala to the backside. Assume is gone. They will lose to Shy. Finally does that side fall. Gala, though, goes golden, but he's surrounded by 4 members. Dies as well. Cost a lot to bring down the Zaya this time. Flash on him, but the Crescent Guard knocked back onto JJ, who tries to ult back out to safety. The seismic shove buys some time. But the rest of Invictus Gaming have to run. They will not be able to fight for this dragon, sure.
While JJ's up, but he has Smite. That could be the danger. Q Smite in could change everything. Rookie caught.
Goes golden himself, but to what avail? He's caught around 4 members. The hook again from Dway. Even after the flash, he's been reading them so well this game. And FPX pick up another fight and another dragon.
Dway has been absolutely foundational for FPX here in this game. They will not be able to succeed without good Nautilus engage combos. They managed to get another play there, which turns the game around from where it should have been. IG were in a great position leading up to that dragon. I thought the initial engage was good too, but they can't kill the Zaya quick enough. You know, while we're looking at this, you know, the Avengers assembling going into the backline. Assume does get the ult down this time, blocks off one place with feathers, and yes, the dive comes into Assume, but it feels like it's a bit disjointed. A charm and the equalizer go onto Gala, which means he's effectively one-shot. That's an insane amount of damage from the solo laners of FPX, and that's really what changes things. AD carry is traded for AD carry rather than a clean kill onto just the Zaya.
Shy also being an additional consolation price to shoot in the picture-in-picture though. Crescent Guard was just popped by Shadow. In fact, I think he's in danger here. Gets a decent amount of healing back, courtesy of the Sundered Sky. They've lost Assume again, though. This is looking a lot better for Invictus Gaming. Solar Flare to the backside. Flash ball for Invictus forwards the Shy as he continues to Drake count step. The lacerating slash gets a lot of damage. Good charm will buy some damage. It's already a triple kill to Gala. As the rest of the fight goes wrong, 4 dead for FPX. Invictus Gaming back in control.
Now, I'm not going to call this game clean, folks. There's anything from it, but I think IG might have just broken the game here. They'll get themselves the Baron after this point, and FPX somehow, while we're going through that replay, find themselves losing members left, right, and center. Shadow picked off very easily in what I assume to be a Baron setup. IG will get themselves that. They'll be able to recall, get themselves big items, and go back out onto the map and crush the map pressure across the place. Yeah, it's jungle support walking forward. Gala caught out, and well, Shadow thinks maybe he's caught Gala, but Gala's managed to gun down so much health onto him, trades the ult onto him, which is not good for him. Now he has no way to frontline when the extra members start to come in. The response time from IG is so quick. FPX don't have any way to really protect their frontline when they make that mistake.
They don't, and without the summoners, without the ultimate available, Assume was a lot easier pickings this time around, and Care does manage to escape. He's back a long, long way away. Back away. I have to conflate 2 abilities.
Which one was it?
Sundering Slam and Lacerate are the 2 abilities.
Oh, that's very cool. I'm very happy for you, Sam.
It's Q part 2 and E on Ambessa.
Quick shout outs as we have 1 break in the game. Kaiser Nort, thank you so much for the prime earlier, and also Rich Tomato, I hope that big Keck W is made you happy as happy as maybe. And if you're in the other chats as well, we are paying attention to you. So keep on chatting and discussing with us what the hell is happening in this game. I think this Baron is so big, it stopped the 6 grubs being nearly as useful. I suppose Care is still on the top side of the map looking to use that. Maybe FPX can be the ones to get some cross-map pressure now.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Assume gets on the other side, but it will leave this inhibitor turret out to dry. No real way to defend this. And Care doesn't even get to auto that tier 2. Gets the wave shoved in, but that is it. Feels he's going to have to recall now, or the game is going to be in a really tricky position. The Shy jumps forward onto Sheer, and Drake steps over. He's actually gone very deep to do that. I think he's just dead.
Whoa, that's a huge change now, because it means that FPX can outlast the Baron.
Good Crescent Guard. Shadow stays alive. Does manage to get out now, but the other side, the Equalizer lands on the Rookie. The depth charge after will force the Zhonya's. Gala still waiting for an angle to go on in. There's the Locket Shield. Damage back. They lose 2. Assume still alive. Back into the air. Gala trying to find an angle. Gets a Q. The Acathian Rain comes on down. Care misreads the charm, but Shadow going on forwards. Gala trying to play it out. Goes Golden himself. Shadow surely needs to back away or get a Acathian Rain. Last auto comes on through, and they bring down the Kaiser.
I'm just going to reuse a line we used earlier. It is not clean, folks. It is so not clean, but it is popcorn League of Legends. IG, after losing the fight in the base, will, in true Invictus Gaming fashion, claim themselves their 15,000th kill in the LPL as an organization. Congratulations, but maybe not in the fashion they would have liked.
It really could have been no other way. Let's have a look again, because the Shy goes straight onto Sheer.
I love this so much. The team which captured the hearts and minds of the LPL, they just keep doing it the way they do. In any iteration of IG, they just find these psychotic team fights. These are, folks, this is not normal League of Legends. I really want to stress this. This is not normal League of Legends, but it is just a regular day at the office for Invictus Gaming. The way that these fights are happening, it's very hard to analyze them because it's very case by case. It feels like the charms in each fight are so crucial. I feel like every fight that FPX have won, it's been a charm onto someone important who's had the Zhonya's out of some damage. Care's been very good at kind of picking people off out of control. And, you know, now we're at the point, 3-4 items with this Ahri build is quite good at kind of brawling on ult cooldown and getting some big damage. I mean, the Dragon's going down. This is Infernal Soul, remember?
Gets into the pick. Crescent Guard knocks Mako onto the other side. Eats down left. Shadow in danger. Soul secured. As Invictus Gaming now continue the fight. The Shy to the backside onto Assume, who's doing a lot of damage. Flash from Dwayne, trying to find an angle. Depth charge comes on through. JJ Flash, Q ult! Brings down Desire, but the rest of the fight is still really messy. The Shy trying to repudiation and heal his way on through. Omnivamp is absolutely unreal, but it's still not enough. FPX lose the soul, but wipe Invictus Gaming.
I think with the death time is in 6 grubs, they want to end the game. They have a minion wave. FPX once again through this Nautilus and the Ahri have absolutely shut down the carries. Rookie and Gala could not play the game. I think FPX can end it.
They come back on in with the home guard buff. They're going to try. 25 seconds on Gala, 20 on Rookie. Your wave clear will not be here. I think you're right. I think they could do it. Who needs an AD carry? You've got 6 grubs.
Oh, they're really trying. 9,000 kills and 15,000 kills respectively for organizations. Both hit within the game. FPX, they're looking to just end the whole game. The whole game.
You said it earlier. You can throw around soul. Everyone fights so hard. And FPX will equalize Rookie. Trying to stop the Nexus going down. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It finally falls. They can't defend at Invictus Gaming.
Right now, FPX lock in that Akali and it will be the Pantheon jungle. Let's just see where these swaps go to. IG playing a little bit around with those flexes.
Maybe mid. Does someone need to give Ambition a call? Where are we? That might be Nidalee mid lane.
It'll be the Lee Sin mid lane because you're E onto the Akali. I think particularly with the Akali locked in, you definitely want the Lee Sin into the Akali. It's a good matchup in a lot of ways because you can use your E while she's in the shadow. Yeah. You're both energy champions, so you both have similar kind of play patterns in terms of not needing that to reset for mana. You know, I say that. Hang on. No, whoa. Okay, right.
I will take a pause as we listen to the crowds and deal with all of the weirdness. Was a 5-man stack top side. Shy not going to get caught. Starts with the bushwhack at level 1 to try and just make sure that he can scout out a little bit here as well.
Yeah, you use it for the W mainly. It allows you to put some stuff into the brushes and of course gives you the marks. You get the increased movement speed when you move towards a marked target. W of course is AoE. The Shy has the grasp, which means you can bleed that, you know, much like the Gnar, form changing, but you get, you know, the bonuses of either the melee or the ranged grasp depending on whether you want it easy to proc or powerful to proc.
Definitely fair, and as you shouted, it will be that grasp proc coming on in. Inspiration secondary. I started with a Doran's blade as well, because of course Nidalee auto attacks are pretty obnoxious, so no Doran's ring or anything like that. We'll see exactly what the build will be, as understandably we've not seen a huge amount of Nidalee top, so we'll see exactly what the Shy is going to do with the champion. Whether it's going to be a kind of bruisery build, whether it's going to be an AP build, hell, whether it's going to be an AD build. There was once upon a time we used to do Triforce on Nidalee.
Yeah, and what that is probably what we will see. The Triforce has been typically very impactful. That's what the Shy's doing. So they're getting into combat, hopping forwards, changing into ranged, and then using that to get a guaranteed grasp power proc on target. See that the Sheer is doing pretty well and making sure he can kind of roam around the place. Great movement speed while you're in bushes Nidalee too. There's another thing which people forget. You get move speed while you're in brushes. Using that to kite around. And of course you'll have sustain that Nymaera won't once he's got your full complement of basic abilities.
Dway here, pretending to be Misfortune. There's so much Misfortune, it's there twice, which is quite a lot of Misfortune, really. Sounds like a bad thing, really, when you say it without context. Got double Misfortune.
Yeah. Someone's asking in chat, what was the matchups which Mirwin would play the Nidalee top into? Largely Cassante, but also would do that into Nidalee as well. Stuff which is not necessarily known for the best early lanes.
JJ's looking for a gank, but order once we deal with that as Jed now for an angle flash mount up from Mako, puts a wonderful double shattering strike, and Asu dies for first blood. Much better early 3v3 from IG.
And Shadows is completely off the map, was going for a full clear. Lee Sin went for full bot quadrant into bot lane gank. Because the Shy is so strong on top side as well, I don't think Shadow can go for an invade onto the enemy top side camps, which you'd love to do to, you know, get some value back. There was a kill on the bot side. Right, I want to get some camps back. Can't even do that because the Shy is so dominant in the early lane. You're saying there's a point of order about something.
You said into the Nidalee specifically, into
Cassante and Gnar.
Because initially you said into Nidalee, and I was like, Nidalee into Nidalee?
No, Cassante into Gnar. Shadows going topside, has that flash, wanted to shut down the strong lane.
Try and keep hopping away into the second bush. Lee Sin is coming, trying to buy some time, goes back into the human form, can look to heal up with the primal surge, lands his own javelin toss. Now JJ is here, has got flash, this can get really ugly really fast. Does just a ward hop forwards with the safeguard, forces an additional flash. The Shy walks away, and just earns a lot of cooldown.
And if you're going to play around early aggressive lanes, this is how you want to do it. JJ on another early game champion to really make the most of this too. Q barely missing onto Shadow. That hits. Shadow could go down. Great topside control by the Shy. Isn't actually ahead in terms of CS, it's worth noting, but the control on topside in the 1v2 is utterly important here for IG.
Congrats to Sheer for keeping up in the farm at least, but I think with his HP bar being the way it is, it's tricky, and immediately we get the lane swap. The early timers are down to assume, and Dwyer go, yeah, we want to get this Gnar out of this matchup ASAP.
Yeah, it's not for the bot lane, it's worth noting. Sam's phrased that right. It's not for the bot lane, it's for your Gnar. You do not want that Nidalee to be playing a clean 1v1. She is there for the strong 1v1, so the Shy will go across the map.
But will... Big.
What?
It's the subtitles from the... Mr. Speaker, we are for the big. It's from the episode 3.
Oh, right. I actually didn't know that
back
one.
into English.
You're
the one who used to say it all the time.
No, I know. No, I didn't say that one. No, Sam, I said one which is probably not safe for air. Because turns out when you take the Star Wars prequels, translate them into Chinese and back into English about 40 times, the language is not okay anymore. Right. Not sure where to go after that one. We do get the 1v1 in the bot lane again, but at least Gnar gets there a wave earlier.
They will. And Gnar surviving a little bit better. As much bigger Ruby Crystal and some boots. The brown bags are on. Promise the Shy still hitting so many of these javelin tosses. The Shy's always had these kind of lane dominant, weird counter picks. I remember his lethality, Sanguine Blade, Callista, and Quinn top back in the day.
He was always a ranged top laner. He always was.
A bit of a chunk coming on down. We wonder whether we just see lane swaps where we send the AD carry top to get those range versus melee matchups, and instead the Shy just goes, no, just give me Nidalee and I'll bully a Gnar who's strictly ranged, but not as ranged as me, baby.
Yeah, and I know that there's some people talking about it in the chat, but well, the Gnar might be able to deal with this better than the K'Sante. To a certain extent, yes. However, it's also more vulnerable at more points of the game because you can't control when you go into Mega Gnar and you can shrug off the damage. JJ going to take one of these grubs, wants to save the smite if at all possible, and does. So now we'll be able to smite one of the others away, and hopefully get 2 for 1 on the scoreboard for IG.
Dwayne and Sum, though, have got the early shove because Nico and Misfortune really can just do that. We get grub number 2.
Smite was used by Shadow, so there should be a smite skewer for JJ if we can get him range.
Body block, they don't want to overplay it. Will hop away, tries to burn some cooldowns, and into the backline goes that side of Care, who does finally fall. 1 for 1 as it stands. Carly gets 1, Aurora gets the other.
FPX do get the 2 grubs as well, as we were saying just before that. So FPX get a lot of good value out of this. Shit, Splash has 6. I just wonder whether there's a kill combo on the Nidalee here with less mana, which is why the Shy heads away from that tower. So, IG doing quite well through lane pressure so far. Kill onto the Aurora definitely helps. I think against this kind of composition, the Aurora can always reach the Misfortune. It's one of the bigger reasons to pick something like the Aurora is that you always reach the backline because your ultimate is you can't stop it. It's not a projectile. You can't block it with wind walls or braum shields or even long range positioning because it just always reaches you. So Rookie getting kills there will be an important team fighting tool for IG. Play around.
When are we getting a Gojo Aurora skin? She just yells domain expansion.
That and Mordekaiser, I think could do it.
Hey, genuinely, I think there is genuinely a solid skin line with people like Aurora and Mordekaiser just yelling domain expansion.
Does anyone else have anything close to that? They're the two which really have it, really, aren't they?
I mean, maybe Gwen when she presses W.
Shinzo ultimate, yeah, Gwendolyn, yeah. Just anyone who's someone to circle around themselves, basically.
That's exactly what, that's basically what I'm thinking. Maybe Neela when she goes in.
I'm going to throw this out there, though, folks. About the first half of the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen is very meh. The Rookie just missed a cannon, though, by the way.
Missed quite a lot of that wave.
I saw the cannon, I didn't see the rest of it. Hang on, Cab. I'm not going to be able to find that much out of there. But, oh yeah, Jarvan ult, Cataclysm,
great shout.
Domain expansion, Cataclysm, boom. I could
I
appreciate
could just
that.
see Kled yelling it when he presses R. It'd be wrong, but it'd be very entertaining.
Try from Care. How's the Hex Tech Triangle? Does help.
Hex Tech Triangle.
Yeah,
it's
never seen that before.
Good name.
Made famous. You know that actual component is actually an arcane. It's the device which Jace is using to at the very start of the show in episode 1 to kind of like hang on. Care's going in and lands the E.
Be Rookie immediately going between worlds and saying, nope, I want out of this reality and I substitute my own.
The Adam Savage special. As well there, Care gets something out of it. Because the Aurora and the Akali are both fed, both their ultimates are quite valuable. Don't actually know who that favors at this point. It's quite a big cooldown to be used on the Akali.
He's quiet, but here comes Dwayne. Where is Shadow, who does have level 6? There's a Grand Starfall available, and Shadow has been farming up pretty well here. Tadler and a couple long swords allow this one to come on through. Rookie's in danger, gets jumped on behind, tries to go across the Velling, stays safe. That Shuriken just wide. Flash down away, and Invictus Gaming escape the attempted collapse.
Both jungle supports rather on the roam, and they see the play happening well in advance. This one was predetermined by both teams. What this does mean again is that the Shy is left in a 1v1 versus Sheer. Real credit to Sheer though, worth noting again, Sheer's best champion I think has been the Gnar. Hasn't fallen behind in CS, is half a wave if that on that one. What happened to me like Alpha Cleanse could have caught seen that through the cooldowns coming through, but
Other domain expansion candidates.
yeah.
Thresh with the box.
Yep.
And Rel with the R.
Huh.
I can see both being good.
Yeah, it's alright.
Wow. You know, I thought you were going to come in and join me on this. No.
Sam, I'm just not as big a Jujutsu Kaisen enjoyer as someone who might appreciate the reference. It's more, you know.
Okay. I just think you've been entertaining.
As well. Has the root still available, chooses not to use it.
I wonder whether those Tangle Barbs might come on through. Doesn't. Sonic Wave just wide. Clearly not interested in that particular track. It's not TikTok viral enough. Getting a bit of a crash. Down coming on through. Never mind that. As Nico goes up, that'll count as a domain expansion as the bullet time comes on through. Damage on Tomeko is assassinated by Care. They blow up JJ as well, and FPX suddenly with 3 kills on the board.
IG was so dominant in their group stage in the placements, but they're really falling short here to FPX in terms of the team fight setup and the team fight execution. Bluntly, it was a back and forth game one. I think they felt that they should have walked away with that one, but this time falling behind in the early game is not great with this team composition. They need to be so careful not to give over these kind of fights already. 5-1 in the grubs. Care going in with the ult again, just trading ult for ult on Rookie on cooldown.
Also means Rookie now has to back away. In fairness, Care is still down a bit of CS here. Rookie's been farming relatively well considering the pressure that's come onto his head. I've seen Pantheon ults and the like coming on forward. Still, gives Care free time to start showing up here. Let's have a look at how this play starts. JJ and Maker wanting to come in contest. Go forwards and assume the all-in just doesn't work as Dway gets the ult off before it happens.
Dway wants to kick the Nico out before the damage can come through, but doesn't manage to get that timing off either. So they have to ends up going down for free basically, and IG picked off again. Mako used that flash in the last play, doesn't have it to escape here.
How was he there? I guess he was looking for wards and got punished for it. JJ does at least get the dragon while all that's happening though.
Yeah, I mean the big thing was that you had JJ and the Shy both down on bot side, so he thought he was on the strong side of the map. Technically he was. He gets down good wards, but he dies for it.
The response time on things like Pantheon can always be scary. Didn't even have the Grand Starfall for that. Does finally have it back up and available now. 2-0-1 on this Pantheon. 2-1. Care on this Akali too. Pretty scary himself.
Gotta say it. Care's had a better game and a half so far than Rookie. Care's Ari was really, really good. Rookie on the Talia struggled to have that much value. We're seeing the picture. He was caught out while he was warding, even though he was on the strong side of the map. JJ and the Shy weren't within range to force a fight. Here comes the ult from Shadow. Once again, Care and Rookie had changed things. They can't cancel this ult, this teleport though.
Just about out in time. They did get the sweeper, but no wards, no way to stop it. So nice escape there from Rookie. He's had to do that once or twice again. At least the farm's been okay both games, but unfortunately outside of that, it's been on a defensive pattern for a lot of this.
Shy on bot side again, because of course he is. There is Gala and Mako walking down. There's a chance we get ourselves a bit of a dive here, which is why Sheer ends up backing off. 5 grubs for FTX will mean they kill towers quicker. They should take this first, especially with the teleport from Gnar going up towards that top side as well. Wants to be there for the tower gold.
And leaves the potential danger in bot side away. Gonna try and trade out, but it should still be with the 5 grubs first turret to FPX. That's the feats of strength 2 as a result. Just gaming behind the curve here this game.
They are, and they don't have a second dragon to their name yet, which will of course threaten something like that soul later on. Of course, in game 1, they had the soul eventually, and they ended up claiming it. Didn't end up winning the game because they died on the actual soul fight. FPX, good gold in pocket. And I think that Care being able to trade ult for Rookie has been very important. In fact, to the point where Rookie's gone for not the Luden's build, he's going for the Malignance, which only really Creep was going for. Creep was the only real player in the LPL playing that build of the Aurora. Having the Malignance for extra ult cooldown does mean it's much more palatable for you to trade ult for ult.
Worth noting as well here that we kind of mentioned it earlier is unfortunate there, Gala. about the build for Italy. Did go towards that Trinity Force. We kind of said it might well be that, but just wanted to come back in and say that was indeed built. And we have got first items in general being completed. The Bloodthirst is in for the Misfortune. The Rocket Belt has been long done for care. And honestly, Shadow's had that Sundered Sky for a while as well. I think next Dragon, next Herald might be where we look to see some of those items part 2 getting completed.
Potential playing the bot side. Jeddah finds going to care. They don't see Jeddah. He might get kicked under turret, and indeed he is.
Oh, nice turnaround, but he's still got a perfect execution part 2. Flash for the pounce and the takedown. Finally secures the kill onto Care, who did have flash but didn't burn it there. Jway's turned up, but he's now in danger himself. For Pop Blossom onto the Lee Sin will go down. Sorry, onto the Nidalee, I apologize, who will go down. So it ends up being the 1-for-1, all things said and done.
Yeah, no, Care just didn't spot out Jeddah in that brush. Jeddah, good play there to make sure that Care didn't have any mobility remaining. Already ended up going in with the ult and the E. Didn't have enough escape with just the perfect executions finale to get out of that play. So FPX stumble a little bit, but they do pick up an even play shit with 5 grubs on a side lane. Will still get more value onto this tower there. IG once again not finding a clean win in a place they need to.
Question in chat, and I think there is probably some truth in now we get towards this mid game. We'll have a look at this replay first and then come back to it.
This is the thing, right? Because, you know, we're talking about, well, okay, Care has the ultimate. Does that matter? Or do you use the E or use the R? You only have that, and there's, of course, Dashai with a massive amount of range to follow up because the mark is already applied to the extra movement speed. Triforce giving you movement speed as well, of course. Manages to chase down. Dashai in these individual split, bitty fights, has a lot of ability to chase down for extra kills. Of course, you have to... There was the flash was committed from FPS to shut him down this time, but that's the worry later into the game. This nearly can assassinate.
The plan is Jway has turned into a Pantheon. There's so many Pantheons running around right now. It's just like, it's Pantheon to Pantheon. As towards Mako, just have to crash down away. JJ gets out to safety, but for how long will manage to ward hop away? Ward into safeguard combo, always very potent on the Lee Sin. And this is planning what I want to get back to. You said obviously the Shy ability to assassinate later could be really valuable, but having not really got the lane pressure, not really gotten a lot of the early skirmishes with this Lee Sin combo as well, what is the win con as we come towards the mid stage of the game for IG?
You pick out people out of position. It's much easier to do that. The Lee Sin and Italy very mobile, can get into unexpected parts of Fog of War. You have the Aurora, which can do the same, hopping over walls. That's what you're hoping for. Maybe hard force with the Rel, who can help you shut down that kill. And hope that FPX don't respond to that quickly. I think if it's a straight 5v5, FPX win a lot of those. Italy's not a traditional team fighter, especially in this kind of build, especially compared to something like that Mega Narp. So IG need to play around split plays, hopefully catch someone out of position.
Problem with that is the operative word is hope. When you've got double TP and a Grand Starfall, a lot of ability to respond in short order from FPX, so you'll have to pick their moment well.
Dragon up and available. IG would like to get a second one down, of course. See what Soul's on the table. Spear line on the blind runner.
Ooh, Hextech.
Hextech Soul. Okay, that's an important win condition for IG if they can get themselves another dragon. Another one on top of that. So it works. We're going to get 4 of them. FPX playing around their side lanes, of course, can maybe look to force. Well, Care's going in with the Pantheon ult now behind him.
Ooh, and there's the Rocket Belt into the Shuriken flip and perfect execution combo. Care picks that one up and the Shy just can't run far enough.
JJ's going to come here, has the ultimate, has the flash. How much can he do? Teleport.
Behind as well. They've gone very deep. Let's remember, still a kick away. Shadow in danger. Gets hit by another Sonic Wave. Trying to trade this one out. TP comes on in. Rookie would love to be donated this kill. And likely will do so. The Aegis Assault and the Sundered Sky healing is decent.
Most important thing here, though, FX trade 1 for 1. But they have the 5 grubs and they have the Gnar in a side lane. So, you have 2 choices here. Gala's going to walk over, I suppose, to try and wave clear. Okay, now this is okay. I was wondering whether Sheer would get alone time on the turret. Because of the mid wave, not to be so easy for FPX, because Gald still has ult 2, would stop Sheer from walking up and hitting that tower. FPX would have loved to hit tower with the 5 grubs. IG find a place with their waves in mid and top lane to stop the cross map being easy.
I think as well, because they managed to get that kill on the Shadow, the Shy still got an assist for that play as well, which is a little annoying. Have a look at the replay here, because it was initially a really good combo from FPX.
It was, so how did this end up being such an easy roam for the Rel? I really think the mistake here comes from Assume and Jway actually not being able to track Gala and Mako. I think you can trade a cleanse on Assume for a safe play bot side. I think that's actually a mistake there from FPX's bot lane to make sure that they tracked the moving members of IG.
That is a reasonable call out, and I guess would be one of those ones which will be a bit of rod reviewing and some discussions amongst players about how that exactly happened. Still, Rookie now 2-0, in a much stronger position than he was earlier in the game. Of course, the other side of that Care, still 500 gold ahead. 3-2 on this Agali is pretty damn scary himself. The gold lead, only 1,000 or so. The issue is the style of these comps.
Care's getting collapsed on this top side. Does have flash, does have ultimate. Ult coming through from Rookie very quickly though.
Well, Rocket Belt comes on through. Will Shuriken flip into that Twilight Shroud. Will pick up a couple blood tackles as well. And it leaves FPX with the Herald in time in mid lane.
And that's important. Remember, 5 grubs. The Herald will start to charge in. Use the Nico clone to tank up an extra tower shot. Why not? Turret goes down. Nothing lost from FPX.
Not burn a Rocket Belt cooldown. That's about it. Ooh, what a cooldown to burn. I know.
So, kept safe in that side lane. Almost got that Rocket Belt cooldown back up. I know, it's such a long time since he ended up blowing that one on the side lane.
Yeah, bot side though. Shy getting a big chunk onto Sheer, who's not enjoying this 1v1 start.
Shadow's ult, he's gonna come in.
Looks for that play. Anyway, gets the kill before Shadow turns up. You'll take a 1-for-1. Their flash is just before the auto comes flying through anyway. Shadow gets the kill and the Shy can't quite escape.
Yeah, nasty damage from the Shy. Has the Sundered Sky, I believe, on this recall now. She might have been having that one just beforehand, but Shadow not quite there in time to link up with Sheer, so the Meganar rather even gets killed by the Nidalee. Even the tankier form can't change that. So now, assessing the map, so much side lane play, folks. So much side lane. It has been trading of Akali and Aurora ultimates, the Pantheon coming in, trying to even up less even matchups like the Mininar into the Nidalee, which is obviously nasty. Hops over. Doesn't get the stun. Misses the wallop. That's important. If you hit that, maybe predicting the Shy to jump back. If you'd hit that, though, maybe buys enough time for the Pantheon. Misses the second. Oh, doesn't miss the second one. That's okay. Of course, the Shy ends up blowing the flash, so it's an extra added bonus, but Sheer feels a little bit awkward to not get out through that.
The Shy probably shouldn't have flashed there. There's a few good flashes in chat. I tend to agree. That was a little overzealous, is perhaps the term we will use in the words of the Prophet of Truth. There we go. See you all there cowering in chat, wondering what I wonder. Will you escape the coming games?
Yeah, let's talk about the Halo 3 monologue from the main villain of the original trilogy.
It's such a good speech.
Atacon being taken, Dragon not spawned on the other side. FPX, what could they transfer this into? Hang on, Gallows going forward to the Ghostblade. Sheer needs to be a little careful.
He's giving this up.
They are. Well, they were trying to force a big play onto the Nard. JJ could have jumped and gone for a flash kick into the Varus ultimate. Not to be though. They can't force that play, and Sheer gets out fine. Free GA Atacon picked up for FPX.
Very least though, the Shy gets a big wave shoved out bot, claims that tier 2. They do get a big shove in mid as well. Don't get that much for it, but I think IG saying, look, we didn't want to play for that. And instead look at this dragon in a few seconds. Could theoretically afford to give this up in trade for some of those structures. That might be the call here.
Monkey. Care on top side does have that GA now, spots them with the sweep, but a lot's going on to him.
Have the execution into the Shuriken Flipper wave, still trying to get out, will likely go down. Withdrawal pops. Teleport's coming flying on through, Assume gets a slow onto the Shy with the make it rain. Shadow flashes for the shield bot. Still alive though is the Shy. Into the between worlds we go. The bullet time is pretty solid, but Mako survives. In goes Jie, back out goes Jie with the safeguard after the Sonic Wave resonating strike combo. And IG get out, not losing a member.
So that's every ultimate used from IG and a couple of summoners. Shadow loses his flash too important, of course, for the Pantheon. They defuse the play, but you would have thought with the Atacon they'd like to force a play to actually gain something. That's just a defusal. FPX lose one of their withdrawals. Don't really get that much on the ensuing fight.
Don't. They've not taken Dragon either. The resets come on through. It looks like that will now be the next port of call for FPX, but it's not exactly the highest value Voracious Atacon. It's always one of those buffs, especially with it being so temporary, that does require you to push to get value out of it, get involved with the game to get value out of it. And if IG just don't want to play, get a bit trickier. They're going to try for the steal with the Q, but not quite in time. Gala was around. There will be no Varus angles this time, no Kumayushi style Varus steals. Instead, we see the Shy continue to shove on out. Mako now in danger, needs to think about crashing down out to safety. Could do so over the wall, and does so as JJ is also around there taking Krugs.
JJ has got that Black Cleaver now. Good amount of HP, good amount of survivability. Shadow does have that GA still. This is a long play for him, though.
Gets kicked on the turret now as well. The Aegis Silk comes all down in Shadow. buddy, pal, friend. 10 seconds left on the Atakan, but they won't wait for that withdrawal to put timeout. Will then fall away as the tier 1 falls bot side. The Shy, though, I believe, got a bit of a trade up that top side as well. Then.
I think she got a bit of a trade there looking at the HP bars, actually. I think that Nas doing okay up there. As FPX don't get much use out of the Atakan. So before... Hang on a second. Rookie...
Ooh, you can hear the crowd there in the background as well, a little bit nervous.
So funny enough, I actually can't, so I'm not wearing the headphones right now. But
I'm still, that's the reason.
Thanks, I appreciate
just giving you the play-by-play on the crowd.
Yeah, appreciate that.
They're quite quiet at the minute, actually, now.
Yeah, that might be the microphones, might be.
Maybe.
When IG are in the venue, it's a loud day, folks. It's a loud day. Dway's going to come back out onto the map. Baron spawning soon. And earlier we said, wow, hey, IG, they're giving the Atakan for free. Nothing happened with the Atakan, so I think we revised that previous statement and say, well, okay, IG didn't actually lose anything for it. Who the heck cares, really? No long-term benefit gained by FPX.
Okay. But in fairness, they do turn it into a dragon. Stop soul point, kind of. That's about it. In the game, it's been a bit of an odd spot. We are 300 gold apart, if that. And IG now set her up around this top side as Baron's just spawned.
Mega needs to be careful. The FPX have been really gunning for this Rel. Easier to pick off roaming support than some of these other members. They've got 14 Nidalee compared to level 19 Rel's very different. Here come all of the tools though. Care goes in with the ult.
Shy in potential danger, hops away, kick. But let's put a Care into perfect execution range. Can't get the shutdown on the Shy though. Nice Megadar though. Was JJ into the wall. They lose the jungler. Magna Storm after. Will turn a lot of damage right as the Between Worlds comes on through for Rookie. Get Bell into the pop. Blossom. Rookie in danger. Trading out with Care who has to flash out. Can't get the empowered auto. It's messy stuff again. Mako in danger. Gets a Shattering Strike, but Shadow will throw a Comet Spear into the back of the Rel and bring them down. It's a 2-for-1 just about for FPX.
The Misfortune commands that fight. IG play respectfully around the Hex Gate and, of course, the ultimate coming in from Shadow. But they can't take the fight knowing that the Misfortune can shred through them. That bullet time and then continued damage after that really does end up telling the tale of the top side. Fracas, you see, of course, the Pantheon comes in, but the ultimate Hex Gate was taken by Care as well. And JJ, yes, ends up putting the Shy into the ult range of Care. I actually don't think that's the problem. I think following the Q here is the problem, because then you are stuck into the fight. You had successfully disengaged. You did not have to follow that Q. That was a very much classic mind telling him no, but his body told him yes. Hit the ground soon after. That bullet time really doing some good work.
Yeah, had to flash away from the Q there. That 2-fold Hex could have been really deadly. Then assume with a wonderful Make It Rain. And an auto Q doubles up to bring down Mako. Shy looking for something there. Shadow's behind. Actually, hang on. They're supposed to pounce on the Cougar. Hopping away. Decently tanky at this point. Chains of Corruption come on down. And the Shy is slippery enough to escape.
IG don't really get what they're doing in a lot of these skirmishes. I wonder whether they feel the pressure of playing a Nidalee top lane past 25 minutes. I wonder if that's the issue. You don't have an Ambassador, easy team fights. You don't have Gwen, nah. Easier play patterns. 2,000 gold lead individually. Yeah, that's great. Is it actually going to win you the game? I don't think it is at this point. So, IG have some issues to overcome with their composition. Dragon spawning in a minute, not on soul point. They might have to cross map, but even if they do, the chance that Pantheon peels off, the Dragon ults you instead.
I think the thing as well, I don't think the Nidalee's been the problem this game. A lot of this has been done individually. The Shy's played out well, but I'm looking at this Lee Sin has really struggled.
So I actually disagree, because I don't think the play on the Nidalee has been the problem.
Okay.
I think locking in the Nidalee has been the problem.
I see.
Because you don't have a Rumble, a Gnar, an Ambessa, or some. Of course, no, multiple of those are now unavailable from the first game. It is Fearless. When you lock in a Nidalee, you do, much like a Pyke, understand you're going to have that dopamine hit of the early game, but you reach a point now, it's very hard to figure it out. I think the Shy mechanically has been playing well, but can he make the champion have value around this next coming fight? It's going to be so hard. The champion is not built for 5v5 team fights in this way.
Points coming on down, and again, it was Lee Sin, which again, pretty mercurial in those 5v5s, and JJ's not had the best time on that champion, despite being known for it.
Yeah, definitely point taken too. The Lee Sin also has issues here. Both of them very hard, high floors they need to reach to have value in these team fights. So this top jungle, the Shy JJ, needs to have a good showing here. Did you have a vision blackout right now? The Nico clones helping gain some vision. Nars going to teleport into just into that mid lane. FPX will have to reclaim the territory.
Care had to back away, actually. Ended up taking a bit of damage from the Shy, so that's not bad. TP now behind, looking for an angle on him, but Mako will take the opportunity to step on forward. They've blown a Pantheon. The turnaround, though, with the bullet time, and the Mega Knight is pretty fouled. They lost the jungle. Care now looking for the angle onto Rookie. Goes golden for a second. Burn onto Sheer, but the Comet, rather, not enough to bring him down. Pounces forward, gets another, but all the while, look at Care onto Gala, trying to trade this one out, does get that one around. It's a very close, scrappy affair again. I fumbled a word or two, but it's still, in the end, a very close state of the game.
The health bars are so low for FPX, they can't stick around the Dragon. Gala's just going to recall there and say, I'll kill you with a single arrow. Gala's Varus doing so much work. And credit to the Shy, the mechanical player on the Nidalee does get value there. Manages to get into the fray, land a spear onto a CC target. Watch how he chooses his angle here. FPX trying to retake the pit in kind of tactical shooter terms. Gets a spear onto one target, avoids a lot of the CC, and the Shy is now full HP with all of the tools down. Jway doesn't have any HP left, and he needs to be so careful after that point. The Shy has enough brawl to kind of buy a little bit of space, not even as a prime frontliner, but just enough to make things work.
He gets to hop onto Assume here, pounces forward, takedown, brings down the Misfortune, even with that flash. All the while, though, Gala and Care trading out the 1v1.
Well, Care misses a Q, doesn't have his ultimate. He actually misused his E and a couple of Qs onto the Zhonya's Rookie as well, an important moment. Dragon is still up and available, worth noting. Wasn't taken. That's a great burst combo!
There we go. Aurora picks up Jway. Nice kick from JJ with the insect. And that's an important pick off. That'll get them to soul point. IG get what they need.
Big moment. Well, we asked questions about JJ and the Shy. And JJ comes away with a great kick after the Shy had a good team fight before that. FPX not able to play around that objective particularly effectively. Couldn't retake the pit. Didn't have the positioning to do so. Jway uses that clone, spotted out. What the heck happens here? Walks up for a ward. You can't walk up that close, man. You just can't walk up that close. Big mistake from Jway after an MVP performance on the Nautilus. And overall, very good game here too. Only his first death on the Nico. Just a shame it had to be such a big, important one.
Hextech Dragon now goes to Invictus Gaming at Soul Point. The thing is, they're going to have to do it all over again. 4.5 minutes. It'll be a 35-minute fight with a Nidalee and Elise in. Not exactly the easiest to navigate.
5 grubs on FPX, can they actually use that? They were using the Pantheon ult very liberally in side lanes before that. Not exactly sure they can do that now. I think the problem is, you go for that fight earlier, I think it works out fine in terms of pulling your Pantheon ult in a side lane. I think you do it now, everyone just turns up to the play and it kind of goes to crap really, really quickly. Shadow, of course, having a strong game on the Pantheon, has the Guardian Angel third item, which makes it much easier for him to jump forwards. I think largely Shadow's had a much more impactful game than JJ. Shy, even in levels to the ship, does have more gold, of course. Level 16 not hit by the Pantheon for the increased ult distance, well, the increased passive shred, and then also the distance as well.
Also note that Assume has not gone for an Infinity Edge Force, has gone towards that GA as well, just to try and deny some of that initial burst. Sheer actually not enjoying this 1v1 at all. Mega now coming through, though, might turn this around. Mega into the wall! The Shy's dead! No, he's not! Flashes away, and the flash in turn finally secures it.
A 2,500 gold lead, cannot win the 1v1 for the Shy. Isn't that much like how he started the day? Lost with the Varus against the Volibear, even with 1.5k gold advantage. And FPX find themselves their side lane opening. Sheer can recall, teleport back to the play, and the Baron is on the table. 3 minutes until the Dragon. FPX, if they get this, set up the map so well for that all-important objective coming up soon.
Sheer reset, TP's in, now in a great spot. Over the wall goes JJ, but he will surely be spotted. Got a blast cone to work with, misses his Q. Now into the red buff pit, but he means he's not in there to try and start fighting. Lands another Q. It's onto Shadow, who's very low. GA bomb! Baron stolen while the jungler is reviving!
JJ saves the game for Invictus Gaming, and FPX let the Lee Sin kill their jungler, and while he's in the GA, cannot smite. Fantastic steal from JJ.
That is some insane pathfinding. Hexgate over, blast cone into the pit, ward buff back over into the red buff, and then finds a Q to kill off Shadow and smite the Dragon. Oh, unreal.
You better bet we're going to get a replay of that one. That is top-notch popcorn League of Legends. All right, I mean, guys, I don't care what's happening now. Show me the goddamn replay, observers. Show me the goddamn replay.
Here we go.
So, This is the 1v1 that opens up the play, because Sheer ends up winning the 1v1. Now, I think a lot of this damage came through unexpectedly, because you said, oh, well, the spears where the damage comes through. Not with this build. It's about the auto attack. Jumps in, but ends up charging up the Mega Gnar bar. Sheer gets him into the wall, gets the crunch, gets hit by the house anyway. And here comes the Baron Steel after. This is what we really want to watch. Gets himself to level 16 by taking the blue buff. Heads over, blast cones over into red buff, just to make sure he's not out of the position. Gets the Q into the pit, kills off the jungler, and then allows him to get the smite, because you can't smite while you're reviving. Fantastic play by JJ.
Dway tried to read the resonating strike across, didn't get it. Gave JJ an angle in.
And honestly, FX needed to do a much better job of shutting down the steal attempt. You're in a 5v4 with the big gold lead not there on the table. You must do better than that. That's a huge fumble from FPX. They could have been sitting in a position to 2-0 IG quite confidently there, because they would have been able to ride that Baron into the dragon spawning in a minute. Now IG gets to do the same to them.
Needs to be wary, gets shield vaulted, tries to get out between worlds and does so.
Dway misses the flash ult in the middle of that too, and now gets caught by the Gala ult.
Could be a lot of damage back. They flash back on forward. Shadow continue to look for an angle, and JJ's got really deep. Bullet time came on through, had to flash back out. But now they got Brothers danger onto Shiro, gets a Mega Gnar, but it's only on the Mega, not the biggest option. Grand Starfall into the back, miles and miles away. Assume though, still very scary, and Victor's Gaming low. How much damage can they do here as Shadow clears out the way, but he's split apart from the team. I think they're leaving him out to die. He will break the Baron shove somewhat though, because he cleared the way.
Shy's gonna come through and get invested in the kill too. FPX fumble the play on top side. Dway misses the flash ult to try and close down Rookie. Probably the most important part of that fight. You don't have that afterwards. 2 dead for FPX. Baron buff continuing. Dragon up in 10 seconds, and that'll be a soul. Hextech soul for IG. That should win the game for them realistically.
Shadow dead. There is no real way they can play for the contest straight up. They just need to find a 5v4. Unfortunately, Sheer is still dead for 10 more seconds, and already the dragon is started. They just have to give it up and deal with Hextech Soul on the likes of a Nidalee, on the likes of a Varus.
That is pretty devastating for FPX. From such a commanding position after that solo kill from Sheer onto the Shy, to now, big change. IG, they've somewhat clutched this out. They've definitely clutched this out, actually. The Baron Steel was absolutely phenomenal from JJ. Even though he's 1 and 5 on the Lee Sin, hey, you only need 1 or 2 montage moments, and then you feel pretty good about life after that point. Makes you wonder about who the MVP's gonna be for the game, actually. Look, I don't think look, I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't think the MVP is the Shy. I think he's had a lot of fun with the matchup. I don't think he's necessarily made the game-winning plays. I don't necessarily think it's JJ either is the thing, because he's had a lot. Okay, he might get it for the Baron Steel. That's the hilarious thing. Rookie goes forwards, great damage.
Get a lot of damage. In defense, the Shuck's also been like their one pressure point. Played for the towers, done a lot in the 1v1. Had that one fumble there in particular, which was a bit rough. But outside of that, it's drawn a lot of attention, gone 1-for-1 a lot. He's the only person with the significant gold lead for a majority of the game. Now, Rookie's in a good spot in fairness as well, but you are right that they've been the most important players, but also by far the worst players simultaneously, right? It's the duality.
They are the best, worst players on their teams.
Yeah.
We like duality here.
I put my fingers into my keyboard.
Yeah.
That's how I press. That's the only way I can press my keys.
Do you think we should make a Slipknot parody chat? Do you think we should do that? You know, LEC's got their own songs. We can make them some here for our bootleg stream.
I did do a song called Before I Get Tilted.
Yeah.
Which was quite good.
I did, yeah. I've done it. I really want to do a Mulan parody. I don't know whether it's on the nose because it's Mulan for a Chinese player, but I really want to do a Mulan parody for Cream, because he was always the melee assassin player, but he's become the Hui, Karma, Orianna player. I want to parody Make a Mage Out of You.
That's brilliant.
Did they bring me Yone? It would be great. It would be wonderful.
What was mine Before I Get Tilted? Like a minion is worth more than me. Yeah. Before I get tilted.
We have, and the thing. Oh look, that if we get on this track, we will be talking about this the entire. Well, maybe that's something we can do. Look, however, it is also 38 minutes. Hextech Soul for IG.
Yes.
There's no Baron buff left for them. That's off now. They get to shove in. They don't have the 5 grubs which FPX have, but FPX can't actually side lane anymore. Realistically, here comes the Pantheon. It's not side lane. It's a full-on team fight.
Get a bit of CC back to make a lands a Shadow and Strike, but now Care on an angle, looking to come across here. Lands a decent angle, and they're going to get people caught in the croc pit! Invictus Gaming get whacked in there. They'll turn it around as the Shy goes down, gets walloped and crunched. JJ now in a 1v3 at the back end of this play. He's got nowhere to go. And FPX fine 4.
Insane collapse from Fun plus Phoenix. IG are not respectful of the Pantheon ults and the hard engage coming through from FPX. It is a 4 for 2 overall, and that'll break the spine of the pressure which IG have. Remember, 5 growths in FPX take a lot of towers very quickly, but more importantly here, they'll get themselves the Baron. And that means that IG, now they're the ones which have to deal with the map pressure against them. Oh my god, it can't happen again like this. Another great mid to late game for IG, potentially thrown out the window by one big important fight.
How did that happen? They got stuck in the crook bit and didn't want to flash out. They knew the Akali was on the other side, but like, you both got popped in a second.
This is ridiculous. I cannot believe we're seeing 2 games of this from IG. Gala has flash, has ult. What happens to his spell shot? It's blown by the AoE of the Pantheon ult. The spell shot gets blown by that, which means he's no longer safe. Care, great angle, fantastic flank forward. IG didn't do their due diligence in popping the vision there. And yes, JJ gets into the play and gets a lot of damage down onto Care. And honestly, JJ almost saves this fight. But it's not enough. You've lost your AD carry early. Assume has a GA, has Bloodthirster. You're not killing this guy for free. They have the DPS advantage once the virus is off the floor.
And Gala had Crash Down. Sorry, Maker had Crash Down. Gala had Flash. You could have gotten out of that croak pit. Yes, I know the Akali's waiting on the other side, but you have to get out of there, surely.
I don't know. I wonder if you flash over, whether Care just kills you anyway. Maybe JJ can save you. I don't know whether they saw Care. Of course,
they got hit by the Shuriken pit, so they knew he was there.
I think once that Shuriken hits, though, you're like, well, if I flash, he's following me. That's the problem. I think you're damned. I think you're already in the grave at that point. It's so hard to play out. Maybe if you slow it down, maybe you think a little bit differently. Deciding it in the heat of the moment, very different thing altogether. For someone who had such a fantastic placement stage, the player of the placement stage, by the way, was Gala for AD carry anyway. Not great from him to lose out an important fight like that. Does, however, have his summoners for now, though.
He does. So, what are we doing at this point?
Well, we have a minute until Elder. We have side lanes able to be played through for FPX. Shadow, of course, level 18 on the Pantheon. Very, very powerful on this jungler now. Of course, gets an extra 30% armor pen from the passive of his ultimate. 10% per rank. No real side lane pressure really opened up for FPX, so they push in the waves, and they go to recall, spend their ill-gotten gains, and they'll head towards that dragon. The Elder spawning. Infinity Edge built up for Assume. Has the Swift March as well. And also, one-shots a shield bow. Assume could just end this series.
Good. They don't get that much power from the Baron, but they do get some wave shove. They will have priority around the Elder, as you kind of noted. Things are now looking at the other side. Gala with Hex takes ult and a full build poke. Varus will hurt a lot of very squishy members from FPX. It's not really a tank to deal with the poke.
Yeah, I was wondering whether actually FPX would go towards any of the upgraded boots for the short-term power spike for this dragon, because they do have the feats of strength. Arrow's starting to rain down. Dwayne does need to be a little bit careful. You've got to be careful not to eat too much poke here. That's one big thing. You need to make sure that you're coming in with as much HP as possible.
Swim and Shadow, step on forwards, clear out a lot of these wards. Dway also there now in the river.
Care pushing
and sheer shoving,
yeah, Care's pushing out that bot side. IG forced to be respectful here. Clone of Nico, really, really helpful to get some extra vision down. Reminder, FPX, oh, hang on, there's great damage from Rookie onto Care. Might have to teleport back in. Reminder, FPX, that it's much easier for them to kill and tank Dragon because they only have the one Dragon beforehand. Dragon is harder to kill the more dragons that you have taken previously in the game. FPX, if they're on it, they have slight advantage.
They've got the Hextech gate, so respawns and resets are a lot more available. Sheer. The wave shove bot. TP back in, doesn't want to spend time Hex gate.
The Shy. Serve on the flank. Remember, there's Nidley, not the best team fighter here. Comes Shadow. Where's he going with this? He's going straight into the play. Here comes Shadow.
Gets onto Gala, who does cleanse away. Shadow in danger, trying to get on out. They're going for the Pop Blossom. Lands onto multiple members. GA goes on down. Into the backside goes Care, looking for an angle. Can't quite do it. The Sheer looking for Rookie, who manages to win. He has to save Mako in danger. Dway on the other side. GA now popped on Asu, who's going to come back alive. Elder's still going. Needs to be taken. Secured by Shadow. Asu falls, but is too dead on both sides. Look at the Shy, though. Can look for a javelin toss. Blind. Can't quite land it onto Shadow.
But it's not a clean fight. It's not a clean win. 2 for 2 means that though FPX get themselves the dragon, they don't win the game off of this. IG, I thought they were so screwed as soon as they had to deal with all of those GAs going into the middle of the team. FPX boldly going into the team fight. And I do think it was the correct decision to say, look, we have GAs on the Misfortune, on the Pantheon. This should be enough to win the fight, but they can't quite cleanly shut it down. What happens here? The Shy goes over one wall. Assume not in the best position for his ultimate for a lot of this. Shadow goes right onto Gala to force that cleanse. Not quickly getting to plate, and Joy just misses out on Gala. Just misses out. The Nico, it's been a game of highs and lows, some of the best, some of the worst. Also worth noting the Mega Nard doesn't hit onto Rookie, some mistimed skills from FPX onto that Zhonya's definitely doesn't work out. And the Shy, massive damage. Honestly, this Nidalee does a lot, and Assume flashes from auto range one side towards auto range the other. Bad team fight in that moment from Assume.
Late flash will get hit by the Varus Q just as he flashed, and then the Hextech Soul comes on through. Oh my day, that's a pixel of hitting Pantheon's bum.
Yeah, we were saying, hey, Assume might be able to win the game in that next fight. Had the GA, had such a big gold advantage, was full build, had the feats of strength boots as well. Doesn't deliver on that promise to his team. Shadow going forwards. They do still have that Elder for a minute and start to push in. They have the 5 grubs, so they should be able to take, hopefully, an inhibitor for FPX fans. I don't think IG will want to give a true fight to them.
No, because they do still have that Elder. That is a big, big deal. Not a clean win of the Elder, but they did still get it. And of course, that was killing off JJ. That was what Assume and Shadow really traded their lives for.
Because the Baron's gone. FPX don't even... This sucks for FPX. They get themselves the Elder. They don't actually get to break the base, though. If they had the Baron and the Elder at the same time, the wave clear from Varus becomes a lot less impactful.
15 seconds on Baron's horn. You still have 20 seconds just about of Elder. I don't think it'll matter that much. The overlap not significant.
Well, they might look for a fight right now. If they could find someone in the warding patterns, they need to get the resets through, though. Shadow has his ultimate again. He's been using it very boldly so far. That's a word I've been using, you know. Bravely, another word.
Brazen.
Yeah, that's another word for it too. FPX losing vision across the map. Teleport onto the top wave, I presume from... Oh, it's from Rookie. Yeah, I didn't see who was off the map at that point. Ship pushing a bot side. FPX trying to play...
Dr. Livingstone.
I presume. Dr. Livingstone, I presume. The Ship pushing in bot side. Not coming up to this fight round. Are they giving this up? Are they really afraid? I mean, they have the Hextech Soul to be afraid of. Charging up the Mega on the bot side. Where can he teleport into? You can teleport into the jungle behind them, and that might be exactly what he does.
Look for the fight after. Shadow steps on forward onto the side. Not that much damage, but that means Elder Baron is now secured. To what end, though?
Mega Nar's coming in.
They're going to try and play this one out. Mega Nar nearly there. Care lands a Shuriken flip. In comes Shia! Looking for that, goes kicked away from the potential slammer to the wall. Gets one back, but it's only on the JJ. Dre goes in. Pop Blossom up. Trying to get the JJ, who hops over the wall into the between worlds. It's a walk forward as Assume brings down the jungler. They lose Mako too. Rocket Belt onto Gala. Gets slowed down. Looking for the big Hummer strikes. The Shy gets the Sterex shield. Shadow in danger. Each of the soul comes on down. And they blow up the Pantheon. 2 for 2 again in these fights.
FPX really not cleanly executing on these flanks. Care misses his E and can't get the clean kills. There is potential cleanup coming through. But I think the Shy's low enough HP that, folks, we are well and truly into the late game. We are almost cresting 90,000 gold per team. IG get themselves the Baron. But you have to wonder whether FPX could have played that out better. Sheer doesn't get a great Mega Nart because the rest of the engage doesn't come through on a great timing. And honestly, the biggest eyebrow raise for me here as we watch this replay is what Care ends up doing in this kill combo. Sheer comes through. That's not a bad angle. This is fine. You want to make sure you can get yourself onto Gala. Sadly, he has a spell shield, so you can't immediately Mega Nart him. Gets kicked out. That's whatever. But look at how Care plays out this fight. Goes on towards, I believe, Rookie at the start of this. No, sorry, onto JJ. Misses a Q, misses an E, has no mobility left and can't get a kill combo. Missing your E and your Q like that is really not acceptable. Yes, ends up killing Mako, but should have been able to kill one of the carries as well.
And the Shy just about surviving here. Still have the Sterex, of course, with the Tyrant's Blood Mail as well. It's very tanky in these extended fights now.
Last auto attack from the Shy. Just managed to come through as the Aegis Assault wears off. GA now available for Shadow again. Jway caught out by Rookie. Damage comes through. That's a dead Nico.
The amount of advantage they needed. Soon, I'm trying to stand here and wave clear in the way they can. I think Invictus Gaming might be claiming our first inhibitor of the game. How far do they want to push?
Well, with the arrows like that, it becomes a lot easier. Good accuracy from Gala. We criticized him earlier for his one death of the game, which was very, very important. However, the rest of it has been sterling from Gala. Use the spell shield. That comes through.
There's the wave. Deny that one, but it means you don't have that. It has to cleanse the Hextech slow.
No, he cleansed the Varus ult spread because it landed onto the Narp and you weren't too close to it. Had to go out of that one. So cleanse for free. I think Shea was trying to body block for him. Doesn't actually end up achieving the result he wanted.
Second inhibitor turret now under siege. 15 seconds on Jue. No big ult, really. FPX want to burn again unless they're going for the full fight. Losing that bullet time already kind of sucks. Just have to give up 2 inhibitors.
All right, roll up, roll up. Might be one last act in this circus. Assume has good damage, but how much can you get through? He doesn't have that bullet time. It's really bad having that down. Here we go.
Care goes in, looks for an angle. The Magnus Storm back. That means Care just dies. As Gala, still alive, Chains of Corruption, comes back off cooldown, and he stays in one piece. Out of the GAs we go. Assume trading with the Shy and losing to the solo lanes of the World Championship team in 2018. Rookie and the Shy bring low misfortune. We're going to game 3.
50 minutes almost crested for game 2. Folks, we have 3.
Especially when your CC is somewhat conditional, right? You've got to find a good Yone ult, you've got to find a good Jin W. Lilting Lullaby, the Rakan's ability to follow up on whatever lands is pretty good because of how quickly you can react to a play. I'm chatting to some of the Mobstar Koi boys, they were sort of saying that sometimes the way they view Rakan is not necessarily as necessarily engaged, but as mobility sometimes. He's an ability champion, he's really a frontline champion, and that mobility gives you a lot of options that other champions just don't have.
So, FPX kind of flipped things on a dime a little bit by not going for melee synergy with the Sejuani on the top side of the map.
Then that'll be some gyros coming in. Well then, we now find ourselves waiting for our first bit of action. Shy on a ward. Chicken throw a shuriken at him, game over.
This is why it's important. You can see that's Ash's ward that was put down there. Well, it was one of the other. I actually didn't see which teammate it was. I was checking Instagram instead. Probably not the best thing ever. But what you do when you have ranged top laners is you group up as a team to put down a ward in these side lane brushes, because as you can see, the Shy wants to sit in those brushes and kind of equalize the range advantage, because Cannon can't auto-attack you in a brush if there's no vision in that brush. So FPX helping Sheer get a lane advantage, and Sheer is a very good laning player. He is one of those players I do think actually can, on peak, stand up to the Shy on laning form. He even solo killed him last game. Yes, fell behind a huge amount of gold, but still, not without contest, and that's the important thing. Doing okay at that level 1. Do expect the Rakan and the Jhin to be able to stand up to them, though, especially with Rakan Qs if they hit, giving you that sustain.
Despite lands, Scarlet backs away though. Ash Braum, for now at least. The advantage in the level 1. There's the permafrost coming on. I'm sorry, the blows. Sejuani's in the game as well. Be careful with that one.
Yeah, got Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison, and then of course Sejuani has Frozen 2. And of course you have Ash, who has, and then you have the Enchanted Cliffsline Arrow with the Frost Shots. Well, no, Frost Shot's the passive. Anyway, we have full Freljord synergy here for FPX.
We do. Think, well, what we've got? There's no other Frost names in Ash aside from her being the Frost Archer.
Nope. No. Well, Frost Shots are better. That's what I was saying. But, yeah, I think it's a great time to be. Maybe see if we can test over this buff. Maybe not the best time. JJ walking up, very fast at clearing on that. Doesn't have bot lane prio. Needs to be careful here. Wants to smite, but needs to be careful not to get caught.
Gets out of range of the Arctic Assault as Shadow went looking, but does get that steal away with the pressure earned by bot lane. We're back towards his own blue side jungle on the other side of the map. Nice angle in from Shadow.
So, FPX, it has been a well, both of these teams actually. No, we can widen up to both of these teams. Both FPX and IG, it has been a hard time being a fan of these organizations for a little while. It has been a journey. FPX, we felt like they were rebuilding last year. IG, less so. I think when you looked at, the Arn Vampire bot lane, I mean, Arn, I think, really pulled his weight there, don't get me wrong. That team was fun, but never really getting anywhere. FPX had Milk... Oh, it's very close there, mid lane. FPX, when they had Milky Way in the jungle, we thought something special could happen. Jeb, looking into mid lane, could flash Q. How much damage can you do here?
Flash Q with the red buff, I think would do him in. That's a lot of damage and just burns out. Good call, Alex.
That cat doesn't manage to see the danger coming soon enough. Goes down for first blood. And despite him having a fantastic first game of the series, struggling here now. Jue, assume, looking for a 2v2.
Looking for that Permafrost will get it. Again, it's the concussive blows. I'll get it right one of these days. Might look for the second set as the heal, the cleanse, and the flash have already been blown. Can't quite get that second set down.
Love the flash beyond the grand entrance, but I assume that to keep getting damage down. The Ashe Braum flexing the muscles a little bit, even though the Braum can struggle against the Rakan if you play the lane a little too slow and a Q comes in for the sustain. Like that, look how much health it gives both of them. Does even out a lot of those harder trades.
LPP comes on him. Been drinking a lot of water,
yeah,
we back away.
Yeah, HP actually stands for health pilk.
Health pilk, oh no.
Many things.
Oh no.
Many things we have learned here on the LPL co-stream.
Go use the Pokey Gaming emote, guys. It's in there.
Oh, it's so crisp. It is so crisp.
Shadow.
Stopping the recall. The Shy does have... this is the problem. The Shy does have Rage for now. It's going to start wearing off. He can't play if he doesn't have that empowered ability. He needs an empowered Q, really. So as he walks away from the tower. Has the empowered W now. Don't think he can walk up to the tower, though. And start to lose some minutes.
There we go. Get the lightning rush through those minions, and we'll press W again. What's the name of W again?
I don't know. Something storm related, Sam. Mark of the Storm? No, that's his passive.
That's not.
It's annoying.
Yeah, no. So Q is the Shuriken.
Yeah, but what's it called? It's like Thundering Shuriken. No, it's not. Oh, God. Look, Sam, you keep talking, I'll look it up. I'm not the person that's meant to learn
is Lightning Rush. R is Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah.
W is just W.
I've had to teach a lot of casters over the years that it's Slicing Maelstrom, not Slicing Maelstrom. Because Maelstrom is a specific kind of storm. It's a sea storm.
Yeah.
Flashing forward. Jeddah, no flash from him. Mid lane kill.
Back into the river we go. There's no Slicing Maelstrom around here. As a look for that Permafrost on down onto the Lilia. Not quite in range, and she's got enough speed from the Blooming Glows to get out to safety. The Shy, though, slicing and dicing, just about safe. In comes the stun. He'll be all right for now. Is they just about survive the
He does just about not survive the tower. Shadow goes down after what felt like a massive overplay from JJ without the flash. FPX, they've had good early games in these series so far, in these games in the series so far. That is a blush they will want to be spared of. That is a bad start to the game.
Wow, that is rough. They're still in an okay position gold-wise, right? Even, but all of that lane advantage that the Sheer would be getting into the Renekton is kind of just halved because the Shy gets a free kill.
JJ just gets level 6 on
Oh,
the pack.
boy.
Sheer doesn't see him either. I don't think he expects him to be on this side of the map. JJ, if he lands a swell seed, could kill hit.
Gets a speed up of the minions and flashes away from the swirl seeds. And Sheer stays alive, but burns a lot of time doing it. Give Shadow free range to start off the grubs at least.
Electrical surge is the W, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Mark the Storm's passive Thunder Shuriken, which lands there. Does end up getting that full. Mark the Storm proc for the Thunder.
Oh my days.
It's so close. It is so close. Shadow just doesn't have the cooldowns. Doesn't have the cooldowns. The stun comes through, and Shadow can't follow up. Reminder, Sejuani's early cooldowns very, very long. Your first rank of your Q is
20 odd seconds.
20 seconds first rank. Goes in to try and get that last bit of damage. Sheer, obviously not on the same page. Doesn't go in for that last bit of damage either. Not even sure he could have been able to force kill there either. And JJ, on a Lilia he has done so much work on, is now ahead of the game. That is very scary.
There's Icing Maelstrom traded out with the Dominus. The Shy looking to get a heal with the culling of the Meek, and does so.
Has flash coming up now, and JJ just took Dragon. Sheer is, I mean, we were praising Sheer for his lane dominance in his first year of play, coming into this one as well, but the Shy playing very well around JJ. The top jungle synergy been much better from IG in this game.
Exactly. Losing that initial kill halved the lead, and then the Shy gets this whole wave in a turret, and the cannon just has to drop. It was up 20 CS, not anymore. And at this point, the Renekton buys full Merc Trade. It's going to be a lot harder for this cannon to keep bullying.
So,
oh my days. How many minions?
too many, Sam. Too many. We've got a lane
waves?
We've got a, well, we have a lane swap coming through because Sheer's not going back towards that lane. He wouldn't be able to collect, hang on, Arrow's going towards mid lane. The Tristana would be able to hop onto it. Do they hit him? Yes!
Ooh.
No!
Nearly hop forward anyway. Rookie will still have the ult available. Mako now going to find himself in danger, actually, is Care, as they get the grand entrance into the Fate Seal, but Dwyer being around and Care with the bust shot will buy some time, but now Dwyer in danger has to flash over the wall. Swellseed just wide.
Dangerous for Rookie to go back in there. Shadow goes forwards. Mako tanks it.
Then Mako does do a good job of tanking that. Rookie is hit by the Winter's Bite. Still got enough HP to queue through those minions and secure Mako.
Yeah, sick body block from Mako. Had the heal as well if it got a little bit more hairy than that. Gold lead. not that much. Dragon for grubs trade, once again. I will say, grand majority of the time when... Oh, we missed a cannon. Thanks, Observer. Gotta know these things.
Boo. Care.
Grand majority of the time, this split, it has felt grubs do not beat Dragon. I think that with lane swaps being gone, the opening tower trades don't open up the map enough to get value out of grubs going into mid game. That's been a big change, I think, coming away from first stand. So IG going towards the Dragon side of this trade typically has favored them, and it has favored them in the last 2 games as well. They've gotten soul in both of those games.
Gala. Very okay position this game. Yeah, actually ends up sucking up a bit of that CS loss. We lost 2 waves to tower, and with the lane swaps coming on 3, means it can at least manage to claim that one top side, but it was rough stuff in terms of managing to keep those numbers up. And Gala quietly farming away. The pulls a collector first time. It's felt like a bit of a Jhin special at the minute, and again, a relatively squishy comp here from FPX on the whole.
Yeah, it has just felt, it has felt like Jhin has gone from being utility AD carry to being genuine main carry in this split this year. I mean, we saw one of our playoffs games against IG, actually. No, I'm wrong. It was NIP versus Top Esports, I think, in a completely different series, where we saw Leave do 9,000 damage team fights on Jhin.
Yeah.
It was absolutely disgusting. Now,
him and Jackie Love had some pretty insane games.
Yeah, they did. I feel like, and as did El. I feel like a lot of our LPL AD carries have made a lot of use of Jhin to be a genuine main carry, as before has been, you know, rapid fire with a collector, trying to play a little bit for poke, but it's not really that high damage. I think that's changed somehow in this season. I don't know exactly what's happened to him, but it's felt so threatening compared to previous seasons of the champion. You get that collector, you get towards an Infinity Edge, Lord Doms, you crap out damage.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Bit of a chat. Hey, welcome to the channel, Ray Rayban. It's absolutely no problem you don't know the game yet. The answer is this game is very close. Is the honest answer. We don't know.
The thing
is very tight.
And based off of what we've seen in the shows going forward, he has a lot of teammates coming here too. Soon just about okay. Down to half HP though. The swell seed landed, but it's only really onto the Braum. The turnaround as the arrow comes on onto Mako. Does manage to battle down to safety. The Glacial Fissure after the main makes it very tricky. Down goes Rakan, but the Lilting Lullaby makes it a 1-for-1. And no, Rakan doesn't fall. He got out. Trying to get the last auto down, and the Shy falls instead. I really wonder whether Care could have flashed for that last auto. Chooses not to. And they end up taking a 1-for-1, all things said and done, but it's not with the Rakan. It's with the Renekton. FPX, I really felt like they should have got more from that play. IG, they'll be pretty happy with that eventuality, knowing that I think FPX misplayed.
All the while, Gala gets a wave shoved in mid, gets a play. Offside, Yone and Cannon just trading out. It's not bad going. IG, of course, still end up losing a member, but it could have gone so much worse here from the start.
Absolutely could have done. You know, the Shy jumps forwards, gets the cleanse out of Assume before he gets half his HP. That's not bad from the Shy. Drops out of vision, stops any follow-up coming through from the Braum passive. Mako, I think, happy to go towards this part of the trade, uses the heal to keep himself alive. 3 ults are chucked into him, basically. After this point, though, I feel like you just have to flash auto as Cat. You know that the Lilting Lullaby is down from JJ, and then you can get the reset on your jump. Does get the Buster Shot as Cat. You get a Buster Shot, force Renekton back into his team as well. So Cat, not the best execution. His grubs are starting to go down.
4 over FPX. Now when they lose 1 back, it's overcome for a few unbind is solved. There's the fifth. The W lands onto Dway, but
Sheer!
Finds a slice of from the backside. They lose Mako. Finally, turnaround comes up through those. Gala begins to open up Shadow desperately low. Care and the backline of FPX knocked up by Rookie. Deadly Flush flashed away from Care, but they've opened the curtains. Triple kill for Gala.
A team fight of 3 acts. A slow opening. Sheer speeding it up, and Gala slamming it home to leave it in an IG victory. Sheer, good entrance into that fight, but not enough to fully finish off the enemy team. IG are not running an exhaust. I thought that would be the difference maker, because IG wouldn't be able to get as much damage away from that cannon as we sometimes see. So what the hell happens here? Ked doesn't have his ultimate, does have his flash. Swell Seed gets huge value. That's a big opening to it, isn't it? Means that everyone has to get away from that DOT. But, you know, despite the damage coming through from Sheer, Rookie and Gala escape the back end of that Slicing Maelstrom. You get to reset the fight. Gala, massive damage. And this is what we were saying about the Gala bit, the Jhin being so big as the bomb bounces multiple times. Don't see it in the animation. Kills him there, though. Dancing Grenade goes wild.
Danny's pleased. Understandably, it's not been an easy series for his boys. They've been a little bit sloppy. I think it is fair to say.
I think it is more than fair to say that. Gala goes back, buys himself a collector, gets himself more crit chance as well from the crit cloak. Looks like he will be going towards a rapid fire second. I think we were ahead of the curve. Makes a lot of sense. It means you get that damage down so much more availably. IG, I don't know whether they should have... Hang on, arrows coming through. We'll shut up about that. Is it going to land? No.
Oh, it does! Good read. Now he's in danger. Into the Winter's Bite, looking for that last order and gets the kill. Nice combo from FPX.
I'm going way too early on calling these arrows, man. I thought, oh, it's definitely not going to hit. Reads the ping back because Care's got a great trade. Rookie goes down, and the 5 grubs mean that Care can take this first turret in the top side.
Dragon spawns in about 5 minutes. Did look like the second one went the way of IG. The Shy will be able to trade out on this bot side turret as well, but the marker for feats of strength will still be FPX's now. We're trading for objectives. Of course, IG only need 1 more, whereas FPX would need 2, but worth noting that neither team claim those feats of strength.
This has been cinema League of Legends, and we talked about this in the early game, but being a fan of either of these teams has been a journey for the last few years. IG, far from their lofty heights of 2018 and 2019, and FPX far from their highs of 2019 and, you know, years after that too. Of course, they kind of really fell off in 2021 when they had a historic collapse at the World Championship there with the Nogari roster. But I look at these teams now, and I feel like this is an important moment for both of them. FPX, I think a lot of people thought that this would be a failed product. Milky Way is gone. Surely they can't achieve much with this roster coming through. But Shadows come through, and they fought their way up to the Ascension group. I think they're doing better than people would have thought. I think they were clearly the best team in the placements, the last chance to get towards Ascension. IG, of course, they built a super team. It's obvious that they're trying to build something more than their last few years where they struggle on an individual level. This is quite an important game for both teams. The fact that it's gone to 3 games, I think IG, given how good they looked in placements, will not be happy with. Arrow goes through, plans force from Gala.
Shadow won't throw down his own ultimate as yet, as Mako looking to body block. Rookie gets that turret in the top side, so both side lane turrets now fallen. As Care will look to try and trade out on the other side, of course, with the 5 grubs into Tristana. This should be relatively doable. Standing nearer to the wall to be able to hop away to safety, but Mako being around makes this a bit of an interesting one. Glacial Prison is well wide by Shadow.
Ah yes, the rarely seen Xmithy. Long may he reign. Shit, has double lost on top side. 2 levels down on the other solo lanes. Really struggling in that matchup ever since that top jungle synergy went against them.
Sheer individually played that ball in the early stages, but here come the teleports flying, hop away from Care, but they're going to turn this around with the dominance in the ground.
Oh, the tower.
Buster shot away on 2. Turret does finally fall, but now Sheer being around will force a flash off the Shy.
Well, he has ult. He could go for something bigger here. Gala 1v1ing with Assume.
Can't find that Fate Seal. They're trying to back away as the permafrost is building up on top of him. To check every time because it's a different icon because of the skins.
Well, all of this is happening. Herald's going to be summoned in mid lane, goes slammed into that mid lane turret. They don't have the growth, but they do have a big old mother to help him take down that tower. IG take that one. And FPX, I guess, don't get everything they want from that bot side. They would have liked to kill on top of the tower itself. IG, with the feats of strength, with that Herald take, would be happy with how that worked out for them.
Absolutely, and they claim the turret for turret on that one. They're still actually ahead of the turret game just about. Jhin is Giga strong at this point into 1.5 items. Rookie and the Shine not miles behind either. And yes, of course, you've just got the Flicker Blades completed for Care, and that's great news. But you are still in a bit of a weird position, especially now you're losing some of the safety of these structures. The ability for IG to start running you down and having moments like this, where Fate Seal will be paired up with the Curtain Call, and the dancing feet are swiftly stopped.
No more tap dancing anymore, Dwight. Had a fantastic opening to this series in his own Nautilus game and got the MVP. But it has felt like IG have locked in more on this support and the value that which he can have. I'm very interested in the career of Dwight, don't get me wrong, but IG got some real masters on their team to shut down any of these upstarts. This feels like the kind of lead which IG can snowball through a little better. I think this composition can force fights a lot better too. You've got multiple points to engage, lots of points to pick. That arrow is going to be a bit scary. Not getting the ping back this time though.
They're still going to go Arctic Assaulting over the wall, and Mako just says, yeah, no you don't. And there's grand entrance himself and says, surprise! And Shadow goes, well, that was upsetting, and backs away.
Minute until Dragon. IG would like to get themselves Soul Point there. You mean Cloud Soul in this kind of comp? Yeah, you'll take it.
In this economy?
Cloud Soul in this economy? Hey, Renekton will take it. What do you think Runeterra does for lower income housing? What do you think it does to address wage inequality?
I think it depends which region. I think you look at somewhere like tilt out there.
Yeah.
It'll be okay. Zorn, less so good. And then there's a discussion then about the split of that city
well,
in general.
This is the thing, it
I think
depends
you look
who
at
has
Bandle.
yeah.
Bandle City.
Yeah, Bandle City, I think that's...
Right.
I think Bandle City is like, that's where the rich and powerful have their mansion.
Oh, you think the rich
I think
powerful?
everyone who's in Bandle City is there through inheritance.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Sam, yordles don't die.
That's
you can't
true,
tell me
literally.
that you can't tell me that every yordle
So
does not
how
own
are
huge
new
land
yordles
holdings.
made? Do old yordles make space? We just slowly got like a. Is there like a? Do we hit critical yordle max where the world is just absurd, like covered in yordles that can no longer die and are taking up too much living space?
I think that's a real problem. You know, I think these are the issues that we should be talking about here in League of Legends.
How long does it take to hit critical yordle max?
Well, only Zillion knows at the end of the day. He's looked into the future. Maybe that's what he's looking into. The
can't
Dragon's
kill
going to go
Zillion
down.
either.
Look, the highlight's going to look so strange because we're talking about freaking yordle overpopulation. Tower going down potentially to half HP. The top side cat jumps out.
Do you think?
Hang on, he's caught out now. This is a problem.
What is going on?
Well, this is how we deal with yordle overpopulation.
We can't kill them. He can't die. He buster shots away. Deadly flourish lands though, and Tristana is brought low by the Jhin.
Will be respawning back in Bandle City. Shadow caught up by Rookie. Does have an ult if he wants to lock him up again, and will do. Where's the follow-up?
Well, see just why, but the Deadly Flourish comes on through. Flash with a 3-man Blooming Blow, Lilting Lullaby comes on in. Shadow just about alive, but no, he's not, as a flash comes on forward for Gala. He now unleashes the curtains, take up our FPX. Jhin is here to give you your plaudits. A double kill over to the AD carry from Invictus Gaming.
Assume lucky to get out alive. This has been the best snowball from IG so far. You can tell with this composition, they're forcing fights much more confidently. Everyone has a go button. I think the Shy doing very well individually to stop Sheer, stopping him from having a good counterpunch as well. IG, this is the kind of composition I want to see them on more. We've seen a lot out of them with the Renekton and Yone solo lanes, being able to force fights continually. The early game and laning power from this team cannot be understated. Well, overstated, cannot be overstated. That's the way that phrase works. Well, we talked about, we saw what happens to Tristana in live. This is what happened to Shadow, and yeah, he's a tank.
Did not enjoy that.
Didn't enjoy that. I love how Rookie has just been setting up for the Jhin, saying, look, I don't need big ultimates. All I need to do is get one onto one person to delay the fight. JJ goes in, and yeah, there's plans coming through from the team. Braun can't block the sleep decks. He's not between Lilia and their target with the shield. And it's just pandemonium now to that point. How do you disengage from this team which continually forces fights?
Nearly got Assume here as well, but the flash away at the last second keeps him out of the Deadly Flourish. And fortunately for Assume, he had a prior engagement with a life that time around. 2.5 minutes or so until Sol for Invictus Gaming. Atakan is up. It is once again ruinous Atakan. Mako has a present put on top of his head. Courtesy of Tristan. It's a very unfun present. It's not like a great present. It's like a mean present. It's not the little elf Tristana, which really does drop very mean presents. This one's like a evil Tristana, but we're going back over towards the Atakan and away from conversations of the morality of various skin lines. Shadow potentially to the steal.
God, it's so fed, man. How do you deal with a 7-kill Jhin at this point at the end? There's a teleport coming through. This might be a last hurrah. Here comes Rookie.
Down to 10% HP. They get a decent chunk on the other side. Hang on, they told up Mako. Get one back. That's at least a decent pickup. Down to 2,000 HP.
Smite fight.
He stole it! What about the rest of the fight after the Shadow nowadays? The TP's come flying on through. Reminder, Mako is already down. The Shy has been rooted in place. Gala trying to find an angle. They're looking for Sheer in the backside. Gets onto Gala. That's how you deal with a 7-kill Jhin. Fakes out to the backside. Rookie at least gets one, but look at care of this. I buster shot out to safety. What is going on in this game?
Rookie's going to get the Q. Might look to continue the fight. Care is the last remaining big damage source. JJ, one last swirl so you can turn it for him. The Shy comes through.
Ruthless Predator, look at the back end of JJ. Lands the watch out, he put the Q.
IG clean the fight, even though they lose the objective. IG, at least they'll get some of the flowers. FX, sadly for them, won't get the GA off of it. It's the ruinous kind, and that doesn't mean they can win the fight after.
So, that just happened. Shadow steals the header card. And somehow, someway, they win the fight after despite Sheer finding a wicked engage onto Sheer partway through. We're going to start with Rookie jumping onto Care to begin with. He's down to 10% HP.
Yeah, and you know, it's a good pickup onto Mako to make sure that, like, the big disruptive engage could is kind of off the table. I think that's not bad. The smite steal is nice. It's good dopamine, but I do look at this and just say, well, you know, you need to deal with a lot of different threats from IG. They do a good job of taking down the Jhin first and foremost. Not a great ult placement from Gala. Just didn't spot out the shit, and meaning that a lot of the DPS does go over.
We get a big old trade at the end of it all, and this is where it's very, very messy. Of course, JJ is still just about alive as he gets to come back from the jungle. And look at this, and all while there's still a lot of petals in the river, by the way. So I'm assuming like you just picked those up at the end of it all.
I gotta hope so. We'll see what happens. I think they picked up. Yeah, I think they did. Given that they're on 20 something before, now they're on 30 something. They did pick up a bunch of them. Worth noting though that FX do still get the big grub bonus now. They basically have six-ish, 6 and a bit grubs. You know, a quarter of 5 is 1 and a bit, so it's about 6 and a bit now overall. Because you get the 25% bonus.
A grub.
You get you get a gu. It's a grub gu. Dragon started up. This would be Soul for IG, and that wing they would be very happy for. The shine on the flank. Do they have flashes? Well, they got one on JJ. That could be very helpful.
One on Shadow as well. He's already stolen the objective. Out comes the arrow. Lands onto Mako. Can they turn it into something a bit more? Yeah, that regard is gone. Slicing Maelstrom into the backside. Only really onto JJ though, but that's potentially really valuable if you kill off the jungler. Look at the other side though. The Shy is winning 1v3. Finally falls. Dragon secured though. That's Soul. It's a 2v2 right now. In goes JJ. Looking for the lilting lullaby. Finds it, but can't hold it up too much. With the deadly flourish. Gala goes in. Gets 2. It's a quadra for him. He can't make it. The Penta as Care cuts him down in his prime.
Care carries the end of the fight, going towards Rookie again, but the W saves him. It's a little bit difficult for IG to close down both AD carries. The double AD carries from FPX doing a lot of work. Gala very nearly gets himself the full clean sweep of that team fight. At least IG will walk away with the dragon on top of that team fight. It's not a clean victory, much like the Atakan fight as well. And it doesn't help that Mako is caught out at the start of both, and FPX have just drawn a bead onto that. Rakan said, no, you're not getting onto the backline. You can see how difficult it is for the Shy to get multiple carries down. Maybe a mistake from Care to Buster shot him in that direction, but he has to bust shot. Well, he's going to get onto one of those AD carries. If Assume positions differently, maybe he can not get the Renekton thrown up on top of him. Gala lands the W in the brush, used the blue trinket to get value for that last auto attack. So close to carrying that.
Care at least gets it. A triple for one, a quadra for the other. Suppose the Jhin Penta on Jhin makes some sense, really. And that's Jhin now 11-2. Oh my god.
One of my favorite Penta casting moments was the last LPL finals we did as the LPL broadcast, actually, which was when we had the Penta kill from was that from Elk? Because it was from Elk, yeah. It's like Jin's got his favorite number, but he wants to add one more. Oh, Munchables, you wordsmith, you missed that bloke. I do. FPX back out onto the map, have to play against that Cloud Soul, of course, which is not nice when they will get to close down gaps even more. Dangerous now to really buy into fights you can't run away from.
Gold lead, Soul. Pretty good spot for IG. Of course, they've given up a few things here and there. A pretty ugly fight. The Atakan was stolen. All these things. So FPX got a tool or two to their name. Again, this cannon. 2.5 items can still threaten the back. So, of course, the early lane advantages have all but dwindled to nothing at this point as the Shy up 1,500 gold as the game's gone on. Got a Randuin's Omen into the double AD carries. Makes some sense.
Okay. Well, Soul means Elder next. Are we gonna... Yeah, I think we will get an Elder fight, folks. I don't think we're gonna see the game thrown to the point of where it's lost completely.
Why would you put that in the air?
Because...
Why?
Sam, you see, sometimes I need to speak my truth. I need to speak my truth and just see what happens.
What's the time now? 28 minutes. Just say it.
Look, so, the thesis is, I don't think the game will be thrown away from a big objective. I think it will happen at an objective it's going to happen. It might be the Baron, it might be the Elder. We shall see if it lasts the Elder. Mako has a flash, has a teleport coming from behind, and Mako might actually get a clean team fight for the first time this game.
looking for an angle. He's now spotted the double control wards behind. Dwayne gonna try and find some space, turn around and sheer into the backside onto Gala! They've killed up Jin! No, they haven't, because the heal from Mako keeps him alive. He's not in the fight though critically. Look at Rookie. He's stacking up the Q to try and find a way over the wall. They've blown up Sheer. Now the curtains are called. FPX did everything in their power to try and kill Gala. But if you're going for the Penta King, you best not miss.
The throw happens around the big objective. FPX cannot contain the flanks this time, and IG will seal their first victory here in Group Ascend on day one of this phase of the competition.
It has been anything but clean. It has been heart-wrenching, heart-pounding, cardio disaster of a series for both teams. It has been wonderful to watch. It isn't over quite yet. They'll get the inhibitor and they'll back off towards the Baron. They feel with the Zoom coming up in a couple seconds, it would be a little too much to overforce.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't go for the end of the game. So, IG will get the Baron. That means likely
oh my God.
We might see another fight. Cannon coming in, doesn't have the ultimate just yet, has Protobelt. Don't really think he can do much outside of that. He's only level 14. The Shy goes forwards, gets the stun in, and IG pounds.
No, there goes Sheer. He's surely dead. As Rookie rebinds his soul, a TP comes on in, but it's going to be on Vision. Can they get anyone on the retreat here? I just don't think so. So instead, they'll just try and play for the tier 1 mid.
What a top diff this game. What a top diff. The Shy so far ahead of Kennen. The early plays between jungle and top lane worked out so well for Invictus game. Go back to the replay of this. Shit does get a good team fight, but he can't completely finish the kill. Mako comes in, and he is actually alive for the team fight this time, meaning that he can peel out a little more. You know, Mako does end up just about living. I wonder whether Care could have jumped away from the Shy and looked for a kill onto Gala and Mako. I do think there was an angle there for the bunny hops to come through and rule the fight. I think he got a little bit screen locked and just said, I got to kill off the people in front of me. Potentially could have carried that. It's very easy to say that in slow-mo from another spectator's view. Not hard to do that on the Rift as IG walk up with their Baron buff. Elder spawning in a minute, and FPX just have to kind of grin and bear it.
At this point, you surely think there is no way IG can throw this game, and yet been here this series and say, I have to hold that statement in doubt. Mako jumped on a little by Shadow, is the Shy, is playing that inhibitor in mid lane, or rather has got that wave shot in mid lane. He's been jumped on, takes a lot of damage, has a redemption coming, gets a heal, gets the dice away, and despite everything thrown at him, it means so very little. Invictus Gaming will take the second inhibitor in bot lane.
Yeah, and at any time they can now peel back and go towards Elder. They don't even have to if they don't want to. Going up for more damage. Curtain calls coming through, just looking to get as much damage as possible.
Into Act 3 of this series, and Jin, rather, would love to end this one here. Was assume murders Mako. He's had a few unfortunate deaths this game. Can't end now, actually, I don't think, as a result of losing a member.
No, the 4v5, you can't go to what you can't start the Elder now, certainly. God's very, very strong, has the Infinity Edge. Swift March as well for the extra movement speed. They know that he's not the Dway, you've got to be careful, man.
Oh my days. Gets away with it, Rookie over the wall, has his damage proc though. Just about gets the kill, but goes 1-for-1. That's your mid laner for a brawl?
Messy stuff from IG, both Mako and Rookie taking it in turns to kind of die quite unceremoniously. Means that once again they're outnumbered for the upcoming Elder setup situation. I don't think FPX can push outside of their base and take this. But IG put themselves at risk. This should have been a clean closeout. You managed to get that Baron in such an important fight for them. But now the problem is, you know, you're in an uneven fight, and then you also have this incredibly fed Tristana wandering about the Rift. In an uneven fight, I don't think you can say that Care is completely without carry options. He can very much clean through this team if you give him the opening.
Certainly going to try. QSS picked up for Gala, I'll note here, which could be very significant in terms of trying to deal with the pick CC of the Ashe, of the Sejuani, hell of this Kennen if they get on top of a bit of magic resist there. No mean thing in a game like this. Victor's Gaming, if you can keep Gala alive, it's very playable. Now you've got enough strength in your solo lanes to feel pretty okay, even if Jin does fall, as long as FPX burn a lot to do it. For FPX, that needs to be a big slicing maelstrom. She needs to find a good arrow. Once again, lands onto Mako, just disappears!
That's been the play. Destroy the engager. Gala is now left without as much peel as before. The Shy's on a flank. Doesn't have flash. FPX, I think they've got an opening here.
They Gonna try and force it. Shadow could still be a threat, and a lot of the damage still available, but that big engage option down. They know where the Shy is.
Yeah, they don't know where Rookie is, and there's also a chance of a double teleport for the back door. This could be very, very dangerous.
They get on top of the Dragon. Slicing Maelstrom doesn't really lead to all that much. She's in danger! Dragon stolen by TJ! Game is done! Invictus Gaming in the 4v5 will still find the Elder, still find the win. Care runs, but to no avail. Rookie with a triple. It's over.
Jeje's Lilia strikes again. The Dragons secure a 5,000 damage team fight and only one death in the game. IG will finish out our first series of Group Ascend 2-1 over Fun plus Phoenix.
I apologize for the heart attacks. I apologize for the palpitations. But in the stuff,
Yeah,
not so long ago into the Talia, but there we go. Rel now looks like a much more favorable option considering it was left to that last pick.
I think Talia able to play a bit more defensively and stuff like the Shinzao. Importantly too, you can play a little bit more range. If you pick the Ahri into Varus, into Shinzao, into Galio, sometimes you can struggle to get value there too. Of course, Knight, one of the best Ahri players in the world too. I mean, you have, I would actually say, the best Ahri player. So he had a choice of multiple picks, which are very, very good for him. BLG, classic wombo combo. Split between skirmish and team fighting kind of comp. TT playing more towards disengage for their Varus, playing more towards their kind of temporary tank ultimates. Galio, Shinzao, Alistar, all very good at shrugging off that initial engage.
And the ref we go. Crowd has it from here. Well, they would if they have the crowd mics off. I waited and nothing happened.
I wonder if everyone in the house today is an IG fan. I wonder.
Always a possibility.
When IG are in the venue, they want to buy out those tickets.
It was very loud.
It was a case in placements as well. When IG were playing, basically no one else got a GIO because IG buy out the tickets. No one else is there. They're a very active fan base. So many powerful kind of brands on that team. And despite the fact that BLG are World and MSI finalists, they are you know, filled with very successful players, haven't necessarily built up that legendary fan base to support some of their incredible results over the last few years.
Just turning into a Wei hater at this point, says Offchild. And the thing is, that's a big statement, but it does feel like Wei has had a lot of eyes on him this year because he hasn't been particularly consistent, I think, to say the least.
Ooh, good knock. Crash down there. Gets the Ignite. Cleanse forced out as one tick if it comes through.
Nice,
just denies the damage. On tanks up their return auto attacks with the shield as well. Nice 2v2 from Elkanon. Of course, just saying there are a lot of eyes on Wei. For me, I've always had eyes on Elkanon as well. They are very, very streaky. And I think one of the problems I have with this team of BLG is, yes, they have a world-class generational player in the mid lane and Knight, and the same in top lane for Bin. Wei, Elkanon, and Shumri is on the roster have been much more streaky, much more mercurial. They have sometimes had, they've sometimes just denied these players in mid and top lane from having perhaps the results internationally, which they deserve at this point. I do think they are some of the greatest players of all time. Bin taking a great trade up here against Hoyos. That being said, probably gets another passive back and things go a little better for him. The question for BLG is, can they consistently show their best side? Well, Wei, Elkanon do have good upsides, but they need to show them consistently, and that has been a huge issue for them.
Not easy at all. Hoya getting shoved out a little bit that top side, but again, Galio into Rumble is a matchup we have seen a fair amount at this point. Felt like for a long time the only thing that matched Rumble in lane was the Galio. These days, it looks like Gwen can kind of do it as well, force the Rumble into things like Phase Rush and Ignite, or Phase Rush and Exhaust to try and manage that lane. In this case, though, back to this old school matchup. Old school, I say, but within the last year or so.
Starter at MSI last year was Broken Blade that showed it on the pro stage for the first time. Versus Breathe, a great level 3 kill on him. Set up a Knight, trading the last of HP to get themselves a good recall. They'll do just that on double stun. Nice, gets to make it rain and after that too. Not wanting to go in too far and invite an Ignite trade from Feather. Of course, they don't have that damaging summon available to them. Wei level 4, so Vi's online and ready to gank.
Handle that much. Bejuan will trade back up. Skullcrab on the other side of the map. Now looking potentially at a mid lane option with Knight shoved up. Setups around. Can they find a charm angle? They can't. The wind becomes lightning to help shove out the wave a little bit, I assume. They'll back away. And there's Wei now looking for a potential angle here.
Thing. Setup wanted to delay his back to get potentially a... Oh, short of the Q, that's not the best thing ever. Setup will teleport back in now. The reason they can go for this BLG is because Setup delayed his back to potentially get a better reset. Of course, that means that Wei has half a wave timing to try and do something in enemy jungle. Sadly, can't get much there, and that will fizzle out.
Nice little look in there, but well defended. The Q shorted means there's not as much the BLG get to do. So Beituan does get the second spawn of his Raptors without too much fuss.
There's a fun conversation happening in chat in terms of, well, you know, in terms of BLG's jungle role, who's the best fit for it? You know, what would happen if Milky Way came into the team or something like that? Well, for one, I think Milky Way's been struggling in particular. I'm not sure I completely think he would be in the best form of this right now. Then saying, well, you know, does BLG work with a carry jungler? Well, Shun played carry. The thing is, I actually think BLG was their best when Shun was not on carry. I think he was better when they were best when he was on Sejuani, or he was on something that could gank bot lane at level 3, like, you know, his Lee Sin wasn't bad at that point. But stuff like the Shinzao was much better for him. I actually think when Shun was playing carries like the Kindred and stuff, Kindred was more successful. But I do think that he, on a mechanical level, yes, very good on stuff like Kindred or onto the Nidalee. But I also think just strategically he struggled to read the map in the right way. I think that he had to get bailed out by incredible players, by Bin and Knight, or more often than not, honestly, when I remember back to it. At the top level of play, it's hard to tell, right? Because you're held to such a high standard when you're competing for international titles. It's not good enough to be like, oh, you know, 90% good on. You need to be the full 100% really. It can be challenging. And, you know, that's why he was subbed out partway through summer last split. His carries of Brand and Zyra weren't actually greater when it came through to the AP jungle meta. He really struggled to play the higher risk style of the AP jungle.
I could see that, like, if you were going to take a gamble on Milky Way, it would be a good team for Milky Way, in the sense that he's now got a lot of players around him who can help him grow. Because, again, he is a creative, mechanically talented jungler, right? Who certainly has got a lot of highs. We've seen what this guy can do. He's played on teams that haven't been necessarily that dominant, but have still managed to find good success. I think this year, as we said, not been so easy for him. But I think if he was to get a chance on somewhere like BLG, I could see that kind of possibility of finding a lot of growth, especially with those players around him. But
this guy doesn't take damage already. Oh, Galio just doesn't take damage. Just gets walked out by a full overheated Rumble. Whether he's hitting anyway, for all of the magic of the shred, just doesn't matter.
The guy just goes do. Like a little elevator theme in the background. The ding comes on through as the overheat comes and goes, oh, my floor. Walks out.
It's quite funny when you look at I saw this kind of meme. Oh, hang on, there's level 6 on Wei. I'm still by the Raptors. Doesn't. Hang on. This could be a bit of an issue.
Oh, they're going to see him around here.
Remember, he's fighting on the side of the map with the Galio ult now because they've switched lanes. That can be a problem. So what ends up being is Dragon for Herald. Ooh, double stop here. Any bigger play? No, level 6 from Misfortune, so no kills, but Chunk and a recall stop.
Nice little crash down after, but I think the problem is
you don't want to do that into the Ignite and the headbutt, because likely the stun will stop off, and then either a headbutt or a pull will make it into a nasty piece of work.
Overplay that possibly. You can solo QC, stuns, I can go forwards on that, and that gets problematic, but that kind of thing starts to happen. As Feather now gets to back away, turnaround damage onto On is also pretty huge. Can Elk find a double up? Doesn't need it, just flashes for a straight auto. Now 1x in slight danger, but overcome setup. If he can find the ult and the flash, I think this will be a dead Elk. Does have the cleanse, needs to work this one around. Just gets the autos down.
Cleanse doesn't stop damage, sadly.
Yeah.
And BLG, good 2v2, but one of our critical issues with this lane. Great in the 2v2, sometimes plays with the mini-map off. Happens there again, wins in the individual point, but Setab walks away with 2 Dark Seal stacks and makes it a 1-for-1.
Knight isn't able to match the roam at the time, so does end up turning into a 1v1. Or 1-for-1, rather. Not the worst thing ever for the bot lane. We'll see this play again as On finds a decent old chunk on the Feather to start.
I think at this point, it's just there's enough HP coming through, and of course you have the mount up instead of the crash downs, which can't be cancelled by the pull. Elk auto attacks 1xn, doesn't need the double up because he has the free mark from the love tap at that point. The extra damage on target, gets the damage calculation correctly, but then of course doesn't have the flash to get out of this play. And Setab getting donated gold, problematic. I do think that Ari getting towards an earlier Rod of Mages, which will be the build here, and getting more online with Dark Seal stacks, adds another threat onto the board, which BLG would like to shut down. If you can make this just about the Varus and killing the Varus, that's one thing. If you have to deal with 2 carries, game becomes more complicated.
By the looks of it as well, Knight chose not to match the roam with the Weaver's Wall. Stone Lane cost a plate, I think. No, he didn't get a cost plate, but did cost a wave over to the Ari roughly, so there is that. But again, I think the kill largely mitigates that and gets 2 stacks on that Dark Seal, so I think the Ari pretty happy to trade that out with Knight's decision not to match.
Yeah, and I think particularly in... Yeah, I do think in this kind of game where you're pulling stuff like the Vitality or the Rumble ult, that's where the Rod of Ages build actually comes online, because you do need to survive an awful lot of burst. Even if you dash away from the initial combo, Rumble Equalizer is still going to hit you. Setup getting towards that Rod of Ages earlier and getting a bit more tanky, getting a bit ahead of the game, does make use of the newer HP stacking, burn stacking Rod of Ages build.
And get 2 for 2 on that today, by the looks of it, as Solly subscribed with Pilk for All.
Ah, yes.
Again, for those who've not been in the chat to understand where the sudden obsession with Pilk comes from, that I can't really give you all the context. No. Suffice it to say, the Pilk is Pepsi crossed with milk as a kind of weird, dirty soda mix, and horrors happen as bot lane. Might also be experiencing horrors.
Yeah, he has ult. Is there anyone? There's 4 people. Setup. You can't be positioning here. I don't know about this. Do they have the teleport from Galley? You need to pull in the teleport now if you're going to come at all.
Flashes, but it's a bullet time. There's nowhere to go. Dies. No real response.
You would have to teleport early from Hoya. Doesn't want to and leave Setup out to dry. And if that's the case, why are you flashing? Big mistake from Setup. Maybe thinks he can flash ult away from the play, but chooses not to. Equalizer on the other side. BLG clean play under that bot side. But TT, I feel like there were way better options and responses to that. One, don't push up in the bot lane in the first place. I feel it's very risky on the weak side of the map. And two, if you're going to not respond, don't use the flash.
Sen at least gets 2 plates mid, and all the while, of course, TT say, cool, well, we're going to set up around the grubs. It'll be 6 grubs potential for Thunder Talk if they can secure these. But the resets have come on through for BLG. They're able to play this. On a ward recalling right now is the Alistair. So they know what's happening. On is here as well. Does Wei want to come fight this? I don't think so. With the Galio ult available and no real response. We'll have a second smite. So looks like Thunder Talk getting all 6 of the grubs this game.
Alrighty, so 6 grubs for TT. I mean, they don't have the best side laning comp of all time. There are 3 wave clear carries from BLG. This is actually quite common for BLG, where they have 3 champions which can control side lanes very, very easily. Talia with the Qs and full combo. Misfortune can put down the E and then, of course, use the ultimate as well if you really need it. And, of course, Rumble is Rumble. So, if TT, they don't have that many ways to force a play onto a tower. Because, let's be honest, the wave gets removed quite quickly.
Will. So we'll keep our eyes on that. It means possibly you're looking to punish some of those lane attacks. That feels like what Thunder Talk have tried to do this game. We've just been questioning whether the value's been there. It feels like 2 plays we've seen now, where one side or the other has said, look, we're just not going to respond. We'll just play for the lane shove elsewhere, where that player who's left isn't. Got a couple plates for the side of Elk, for example. Elk for 1XM, for example, but it's kind of been it now. A big CS lead in this mid lane, 30 up. Is Knight, about 1 wave from the roam, and then of course the Ari dying end of the Terra 1. Dragon started, BLG in position.
They are, and they're quite strong at this point. Setup on the flank though, does he want to go for something? Misses the charm.
Going to be looking to get something with the ult, but to what end? Over the wall goes Bayfront, will get stunned up by On. Seismic shove goes wide though, flashing for the crescent guard.
Very aggressive.
Can look on the other side, Wave finds an angle, in comes the Galio up, but the bullet time after! Not going to be enough, they kill off Wave. Elk now in potential threat. Taunt comes on through to Hoya, Seismic shove on the backside onto Feather, who doesn't die. Pops the ult to deny the damage, it's a 1 kill, but that's about it. All the while, Bin is topside getting a wave shot.
Bin could have teleported there. If you're playing a fight like that, BLG, why are you not calling the teleport? And if you want to disengage, why is Wei playing the way he does? He has that flash, has that ultimate. You can either force harder or get out easier. I feel like BLG weren't really on the same page across the map.
Again, still get some incremental advantages. They are getting CS numbers ahead in both solo lanes, which is nice enough for them. We're seeing some choices being made. We're not quite sure in terms of the macro move of where players turn.
So, Setup uses his ult. I actually wonder if he face planted that first ult. His first charm wasn't... Well, it's already been used at this point. You don't have any cooldown reduction at this point in your build, and so it's not going to come through to it. Maybe charm hits him there. Still wonder whether he could have flashed out or used an ult to just immediately burst down that R. He chose not to use either of those tools, maybe caught a little bit out. BLG still walk away with the Dragon. It's an Ocean Rift, going towards an Ocean Soul. Never a bad thing, especially when you have a range advantage. Makes it much harder to kill you with something like a Shinzao running at you. He doesn't normally one-shot you, so the Ocean Soul gets a lot of value. And as we already said, TT, 6 rep harder for them to use, so BLG happy to just wave clear against it. BLG, I don't think they're unhappy with the game state.
1,000 gold, got 2 dragons. Ocean Soul this game with the kind of ranged poke can be pretty annoying. Can be pretty nice into some of these extended lanes as well. So relatively happy here, I think, as you said, with the game state.
Someone, well, Zeraf's saying in chat. We'll see if there's a... Are we going to get a fight through here? Maybe. No. Oh, well, no, there we go.
The answer is yes. On gets hit by the chains of corruption, crashes down, will likely die, and On just about surviving, trying to turn it around his way with the turn, with the flash Q and the ult. Finds some time, flash away from Knight, and they do get that kill. Headbutt back onto Way, though, puts him in danger. Ult back as Way gets so much bloody healing. Sundered Sky is a hell of an item. Setup now caught on the wrong side of the equalizer. Elk flashes on forward, begins to auto double up, comes across, gets that big bullet time angle at the end of it all. Setup gets the charm, but to what end? As Hoya caught between four. In the end, it's a gorgeous fight for BLG.
Don't really know what On was doing at the start of it, but he knew a fight had to happen, I guess. BLG comes through, and they do join into the play. Knight teleports down into bot side to sort out that wave. This is beautiful, because BLG don't just win the fight. Immediately after, they start hitting mid lane, look down on the mini-map, they start hitting top lane, and they teleport down towards bot side as well. Not just a fight win, but 3-wave push. BLG get their ducks in a row.
I genuinely thought that On was about to die a horrible death here, and the turnaround from Way and the rest of the squad is fantastic.
I don't really know what On is doing here. That was quite an obvious engage. Elk, I love what he does here, though, and Knight as well, where they get good damage down and start to force a really good fight. Setup, limited value. What Elk does, though, he has bullet time this whole time, by the way, and he chooses not to use it. Knows that he can save it for a cleanup after. His auto attacks will do enough for now, and he can wait till the point where there is no cancel available. There is no way to get out of that fight. Setup will end up getting burned down on his side of the fight. Boy, I can't do anything there. 5 for 1 overall.
Oh.
That is an insane fight for the timestamp.
You know, for all that Elk went 1-for-1 topside, I've really appreciated how aggressive he's been playing the Misfortune. He's certainly, you know, when he wants to go forward and get those autos down, been really nice.
Yeah, and the thing is, BLG, I don't criticize them often on an individual level. It's on a decision-making level.
That's
right
fair.
there, Elk did a really good job of both. Great catch-up onto Setup. He'll use the flash, use the ult. He's safe for now.
Indeed. I'm also shouting that last play. Way got Conqueror plus Sundered Sky plus Blast Shield at the same time for an obscene amount of healing. He went up about 20% plus another 20% of HP because of the shield.
Yeah, that's why. One of the reasons why I think Conqueror still is the most game-changing rune out there. That just stops you from taking extended fights in the same way. We'll see the Herald be pulled out here. Knight's roaming up to the plate. Has level 2 ult, so it is a little bit longer. Level 2 ult for Bin available too if he wants to pull out that equalizer.
4,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. I don't know how easy this will be for TT to punish Feather. Has the ult popped very early on. Tries to find an angle. On the other side, Hoya with a flank angle. But the bullet time comes across. Knight does finally fall. It's a 1-for-1 right now, and the Herald was also taken. BLG on the retreat for Page1, trying to find his way out to safety himself, as I take that as a lie. BLG were looking for blood. Now 1xN caught on the turret as Bin catches out Hoya, who's trying to escape. Will have a blast cone, I think, to get out vaguely to safety. Justice punches away, but look at Way, picks up the eye of the Herald, will likely find a bit of a fight here versus the statue from Demacia. He is going to be shattered. Iconoclasm in the top side. Goodbye, piece of art.
No, BLG, I don't even think that was a perfect team fight for them. I think what's really helping is the fact that the front line of TT is not really holding up its end of the bargain. Look at how Feather, and I have a lot of love for Feather. This is not a good fight from him. He's pulling his ult when there's no real turnaround available. The E is fantastic from Knight, and TT have to play into the throat of a bullet time and that Unraveled Earth as well. It's not the best bullet time ever, actually. Doesn't catch the carries, but it doesn't matter. The front line are not disrupting the carries enough. So even though it's not the biggest bullet time ever, it's not the biggest equalizer ever, they're big enough because the front line can't really hold their own after.
And look at the other face there. They go for this big combo with the Galio, with Ari going forwards, and the bullet time go through, and they both have to go nope.
Yep.
And just to leave, that's the thing. You can't keep that play going anymore.
No cancels left, no ability to stick in it. You've also got, of course, the poke Varus, not the on hit, which makes it a little harder to get consistent damage down. I mean, in this kind of game, with 3 long-range carries, yeah, kind of need the poke anyway. There's no hyper tank for sure, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be that explosive turnaround that we know that Onivia Varus can have. BLG open up the map again. Yes, 6 grubs on the side of TT. They are still yet to kill a tower. What we talked about, that wave clear is so important. Finn will make it out of this alive. He was wanting to see if he could wave clear a wave, which he did with his ultimate. That's why that's on cooldown. BLG doing a really good job of saying, look, we have 3 wave clear champions. You're not using those 6 grubs in the way that you want.
7k ahead now as well by the looks of it. That is a brutal lead at 18 minutes into the game. It's in some fantastic spots as well, and the map looks dark. They've got Dragon, Soul available to them in 4 minutes. They just picked up that 3rd Drake during a lot of those replays, so they are in a phenomenal position as the PPG and the BLG emotes come out in equal measure.
Yeah, I mean, hang on, is that the thing is, you have Billy Gaming, but they're obviously a very on and off team. What's the evil version of BLG? Is that BLG or is that PLG as we go in with Knight?
Oh boy, here comes the guy who's trying to keep 1xN alive, who does manage to flash Taz Weaver. Here comes on the other side. H1 pretty deep as TT try to turn it all the way and get him. That's not great from the side of BLG, but now turn to talk. H1 is in danger, finally goes down. Knight in danger though, gets the Seraph shield. Where does Feather go? I think he might be one of those birds of them that might be dying together, but just about managed to flash out to safety. Flying south for the winter, Charm onto On, and BLG have overplayed this. Honestly, they are lucky not to be losing more. Hoya, though, now in danger. The equalizer finally pulled as Ari hit with the Electro Harpoon and is dragged down. Turns out foxes can be harpoon fish too.
Featherfeld combo over the wall partway through that fight.
No.
Pulverized the ground, thought he was in range for the headbutt, just wasn't quite in range, and BLG, they've team fought better. Bluntly, this has been a game of team fights. BLG, yes, they played well around the sidelines, but TT have been shredded in every single major confrontation in this game. BLG, they will slice through the final remaining outer turret. They have themselves sold point with only 2 or 3 minutes waiting on the last one to come through. It's another great engage coming through from the Talia ultimate. Knight, I think one of his best journeys of all time has been this Talia. We caught that out in Champions League. A couple of big things happen. Way gets shut down in the backline. Not the best engage, can't get through the Galley ultimate. The charm does land, you think, hey, this is fine, but it's really hard to get Varus in range for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Feather still has flash. This is okay at this point. I think he's trying to bide his time, maybe look for another combo. This is where things go poorly, and I'm sure the observers will highlight this, because you get the charm, get this, and Hoya gets no backup from the Alistair. Sadly, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, because Talia had the E coming up. That Unraveled Earth would have been the death of them anyway. BLG take that mistake and re-engage, run away with the fight.
A little bit dicey there in the middle of it, but the extended play, the fact that Ben still had equalizer at the very end of that was kind of wild.
TT have run into the same issue in a number of fights. I don't think they want to be flanking, but I also don't think they want to not be flanking. Because if you're not flanking the Talia, the E screws your team fight.
Yeah.
Shin's out E through the minefield, bam. Same with the Galio, same with the Alistair. The anti-dash has been so crucial for Knight because it means that you can't cancel the bullet time and other things like that. However, if you are flanking yourself, isn't it so much easier for BLG to pull the trigger? So much easier for them to just say, all right, well, we'll just vial the person on the flank. Looking at the way these team fights have come out, I didn't quite see this in Champions League. I actually don't know how TT want their shape of the team fight to look, and that's been a big problem. Yeah, hit the flower, Knight. God damn it.
I guess the question is, a lot of it comes down to vision, right? Because you need to have angles where BLG aren't expecting you to come from, and in the minute, it's been very obvious.
My issue is, even if you have no vision, BLG don't care where you come from, they beat you, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
I think TT needed to win through side lanes, but even then, BLG have 3 wave clear laners, so that's hard to do. You could have won through the early skirmishes. I mean, they did okay at some points, right? But it just feels like BLG have got all of their win conditions set up so easily.
The Lord Dominance Regards got done before that Atacant fell. You got second item in for Bin as well in that Bloodletter's Curse. It's looking pretty dicey here, all things said and done. And the front line for Thundertalk is not much of a front line. It's a sort of front, afterthought, really. There is not really much of a line. It's a squiggle.
It is a front squiggle.
A front squiggle.
On has flash. You do have the GAs from the Voracious Atacant. I think On can look for a fight, don't you? Dragon up in 10 seconds. BLG might just go towards the dragon itself. Close the shield there. Bin on the flank.
Will be spotted out now, but what can do too much about it? Way over the other side onto 1xN. Equalizer comes on down the grand entrance. The hero's entrance buys some time. 1xN kept alive, and now Way will likely be dying. Junglers traded, but they've got GAs to work with because, of course, they have the Attic cards. And here comes Alkan Knight's bullet time, and the Weaver's Wall combined as BLG pull the trigger, knowing they can just withdraw to safety if it all goes wrong. And this is anything but wrong. Great play from the side of Billy Gaming. The base is broken, and Thundertalk with it.
Behold, a knight on a pale stag as Elk and Knight fly into the back end of the fight. They'll take the inhibitor. It won't be the game, but I think it's broken the spine of it. This will be Ocean Soul. This will be even more gold. 12,000 gold in the advantage.
Oh my.
BLG can play the team fight however the hell they want. Now, the gold lead is definitely helping that, but I think even if this game was even, BLG feels so much better. It feels so much better about this. TT's front line just can't do what they need to do. they're pushing up too far. This one is actually a case of vision, where they can't push up this far and expect to live through it. But as soon as the Varus is down, what do you do? Yeah, they kill off the Vibe, but he's happy trading 1-for-1 with the withdrawals in this case. And nope, Elk and Knight come flying to the back end of this team fight, and TT have nothing left to say about it.
Hoya finally gets dropped there as the burn from Knight brings him down, set up, then left out to the Wolves, and that's that.
Knight gets himself a
Magize
he gets himself some light reading. Get it light, because he's the guy that had the death note.
Gonna take this book and read it.
BLG, Ocean Soul, huge gold lead. Still got 20 seconds of the Atacant, so TT couldn't really punish them in the transition towards this push up and towards top lane as well. This is the victory lap.
So nothing you can do at this point. Ocean Soul, gold lead. The compositions from this perspective, very, very difficult to play. Poor Beidwan is still at 1 item. Like, what do you do as a Shinzo? You are so squishy. You're down 2 levels here as well. 3 relative to the solo lane. You are not a frontline, as we said. It is a squiggle. There is nothing remotely tough with that one as Knight throws down the Weaver's War. Bin potentially caught out a little bit here. They try to jump the Rumble. Who gets an equalizer down? There comes the Crescent Guard, and they will likely kill off the Rumble. That's something. Hoya also gets a bounty.
Yeah, still, you're losing so much in your base. Hoya's going a little bit further forward. There's still a bullet time. If you use a lot to kill off that Rumble, you need to be careful of cancels and feather. Basically 0 HP.
Here comes the ult from Galio. Way's gone really deep for this one. Just about survived for now to set up. But to what end? There's a bullet time, as we said. Seismic shove onto the Shinzao. Now Hoya's going to fall as well. Way pulls the trigger and dies for it, but it's just ensuring that TT engage into the play.
TT might have thunder in their name, but BLG, with the Ocean Soul, have the God of Storms on their back. Poseidon helping them out, just turn the tides of the fight. They can force so hard. Second inhibitor will go down. They'll be on to the next turret, and I think TT have been washed away.
Really, really hard. BLG, there were some questions at the end of split one. There were some questions, honestly. At the beginning of this split, it wasn't always the cleanest stuff from them. Today, they look locked in, and Thunder talk. A lot more talk than walk, at least in game 1. It has been a rough showing. The mid game fell apart. The team fights were challenging. We asked about the shapes of the...
I think that locks that into mid lane, Jason to top lane, means the Ezreal goes towards Elk.
Very low front line for BLG, but a lot of damage and a lot of flexibility with the Jace, the Tristana, the Ezreal, all being quite mobile, really, as far as champions go. Can do a lot of work here if they're given time. Of course, the thing is, Thunder Talk Gaming, they pull the trigger, they will be pulling it hard. Sejuani, Yone, and Bessa all diving on top of someone who gets hit by an enchanted crystalline arrow. That first bit of CC lands, and the person who's hit by it unlikely to survive the follow-up. The problem is, of course, Thunder Talk will run into is that if you just kill one of the 4 carries, there's still 3 more you have.
Not as exciting as it could be, Sam. I don't have lactose-free milk in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds really bad.
Crowd up too much, Sam?
What?
Are the crowd up too much?
They are now. Solid BLG Gyos this time around. Yeah. TT got some as well.
Crowd's it's doing the Skyrim experience. Ah, you're finally awake, huh? Thought you're trying to cross the border.
Top lane belongs to the North.
Freljord belongs to the Nords.
I'm not sure whether... I mean, Nord tried to go for the Sejuani the other day and failed it.
Oh yeah, Nord in the NLC for those
Went
of you
0 and 2.
Not paying attention.
Judas down and all those memes.
Yeah. I really enjoy. Look, so folks, we used to... Sam and I made our professional start in the NLC at the same time I was on the LEC as well back in 2022. Fond memories of that league. Sam, of course, still on that as well. Knight on the Tristana, a champion which he had a mixed record in regular season for last summer, but very good going into playoffs beyond that point. See whether he can pull it out. Care had a great game on that earlier today as well versus IG. Didn't win the game, but him on an individual level looked very good versus Rookie. On that sweep, but not able to get that ward down, though, I don't think. Does he start with the Q?
Wondered about it.
No, it doesn't get it. On doesn't auto attack it. So that's actually just on trading half his HP bar for a ward they don't kill. That's
yeah,
not awesome on actually.
Doesn't kill it. That's fairly significant. I understand what he was looking for, but the range discrepancy in bot lane coming back to haunt them a little there for BLG, and they go, look, we tried, it didn't work, we'll have to pull back.
Yeah. So, pushing lanes in top and mid lane. Bot lane losing the race level 2. We'll have to back off their Astronauts, or if they ever get a lead ahead in the lane. Stay ahead. Bit of a problem though. Yeah. Setup's been a decent Yone player. Of course, he's been one of the players which I think has been under the most scrutiny for TT.
Yes.
Jump 49 managed to dodge the tower shot well. Be able to trade back well there for the bomb.
Level 3 comes on through, and Setup will threaten with the Mortal Steel Part 3. Feels like a Pentakill song at some point, doesn't it?
Funnily enough, we were, well, you know, talking about sequence. We actually, I'd never seen it before, but Sam and I and a couple of others watched the second Predator movie in Discord the other day. It was cool. Okay, I say it was cool.
It was a time. It was entertaining, but it wasn't exactly highbrow.
It was quite bad.
Yes.
The first one was actually very good. I was very surprised at how well that held up, actually. The amount of, like, good storytelling and actually managed to do without any dialogue was kind of nice as they walked through the jungle.
The thing is, having seen some of the movies now, hang on, there's a potential invade happening.
Ooh,
wow.
Q of the wall, maybe?
What about it? Trini's Lydia been so slow on the clear. I think she's been a bit defensive with the options.
Yeah, I wanted to go towards that quote at that last. Knight does get hit by double pound.
Smite. Secures by one, and there is a bit of a fight happening. On the other side, one extend in danger. Needs to get out of there, surely. Forward, flashing forward from On. Gets the stun with the shield of Daybreak, but the passive back means that they're locked in place. No one quite dead, but the health bar's desperately low.
I was wondering whether Elk would even go for an E flash or something like that forwards. BLG, good early skirmish. You were asking, why was the Lilia being slow? I think it's because she knew that you can't be contesting on bot side on the wave breakpoints that she wanted to against 1xN and Feather, getting that early lane advantage. So slowed it down, waited until Iconon could actually respond with Knight coming over as well. And this should now be a double scuttle over towards Wei, who's going to start pulling ahead in that matchup. That is a problem. If the Lilia gets ahead of the Sejuani can just kind of free fall throughout the game.
Because she got to walk up the river, she can go back to the spawn of her Raptors, then get Krugs, then go for another full clear.
It's going to be a very clean Fated Ashes back. Very clean.
I mean, by the time you're done with that reset, you can reset for grubs at that point as well. You will be on a massive power point as Bin has to flash. Feather does as well.
Yeah, you could see the threatening the flash handshake. Feather actually was going for the flash slow, actually, hoping that he could land that and then get the handshake after the flash had gone through from Bin. But BLG, not a bad early game read. This is something which has sometimes come a little bit slow to them on patches. They've not always had the best early game read, and they've had to learn how to do that. Starting at this point against TT, okay, but that being said, TT not the most clinical in the way that they're approaching these plays now, which is a worry.
That Fade Ashes and a Ruby Crystal in for the Lilia, who can now go towards the bot side of the map, pick up some wolves and a Grom. Think about heading on over then towards the grubs or the dragon, depending on what they feel like. 1xN and Feather already topside though. Resetting a long time before that is On. Just spotted out by that Hawk shot. Might look to Hex Flash over the wall regardless. Mid lane, big trades happening between both laners.
Yeah, like the tempo happening, helping the extended trade coming out from Knight, who has had control over this matchup. That has really helped. Bin and Knight having so much push has allowed Wei to have a very good platform in this game. Goes back out onto the map and just kind of hoover through everything that's available. We did say it was going to be the Fated Ashes clean back, and it was, as well as a Ruby Crystal too. Grub spawning now. Elk is recalling. Hang on, Hoya's... Is he going to be able to spot this out? Dragon has just been started up by Wei. Fated Ashes, of course, again, makes it much quicker to clear through these. Giving up the grubs, but as we said, typically, grubs have been beaten to the punch by dragons in the overall objective trade.
Sure, big fun. It's on over, starts up the grubs. At least will be a trade on that front. Especially with 1xN and Feather having switched out of that lane early on. You can see what Thunder Talk's aim was this game. And again, you've got a Yone and an Ambessa alongside the Ashe, of course. You've got three pretty good turret takers there. The Yone in particular, notorious for just unbinding in soul and running at a tower, which can be pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, but again, BLG do have good wave play. It's not quite the Rumble and the DMF in terms of just instant wave deletion, but they do have good wave play to deny grub value. Typically, BLG have been good at kind of maintaining all of their lanes. Right now, though, 4 versus 2 on the side lane. Tristana just jumps forwards in mid lane and doesn't have teleport. Been teleported towards bot side. There's no help coming here.
No, there is not. This is looking like the big old dive. In comes the public execution, and down goes Elk. Nothing to be done. On in danger, finds a Zenith blade back, but to what end? In goes Wei, looking for a 4-man lilting lullaby, but it's immediately buffed and will get one back at the very least.
Something, Knight onto Satav. Satav used his ult already.
will get to hop over the wall. Stays alive, though, and will have to reset.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe Knight was roaming up. I didn't keep my eyes close enough on the minimap, actually, but used that ultimate. We might get a replay of that. Bin left alone in the side lane. Once again, as we were saying, one of the strengths of BLG is them having an idea of what they want from all lanes at the same time. Criticized some of the games earlier, actually, between FX and IG, saying, well, okay, if you're cross-mapping, you need to have something in place a little earlier when the play comes through. BLG do that well here. So look on the map here. So we do see the dive coming through. It's a good 4v2. Yeah, not much really you can do about that. Maybe you can flash out that better ult, but probably dead to ult anyway. While all that is happening, of course, you can see that there's Tristan trying to move up, but Yone cancels them out. Of course, there's a bit of a hard raid in there. Can't stop the Lily who's already there, though.
I wonder if that bailout should have gone on to Beitwan there rather than on to Feather themselves. And that might have been enough to help get that fight afterwards, but Wei still gets out alive. Gets that kill and, yeah, the cost of flash, but not the worst thing ever. BLG just in a slight gold lead here. It's only 100 or so, if that. That's all that really separates the teams right now.
Setab's a bit of the garage sale build. That has the workings of the boots, but not the boots themselves, the fully completed. Those Berserker is very important towards Yone, because of course your yeah.
The Croydon special.
We can say that because we actually
I lived in London, yeah, I know.
Oh, right, still lower crime rates than, you know, various other nations. Let's say about that one better. Hoy doesn't have ult, does have flash to potentially threaten. Right, taking trades again. Using the Buster Shot, actually, was afraid maybe of having to blow the flash for flash, so chooses to use the ult instead.
Indeed. While though, it means he's not in bot lane, so Bin's going to deny another wave, and that's getting a little concerning. 30 CS down in this matchup's not fun for Hoya.
No, it's not. And Hoya, I think, had a very good split one. Typically, he has become a black hole of pressure who drops waves to make a play, but he's also not been landing those plays. So what's happening now is Bin is just muscling him out of lane. Hoya's dropping a wave to make a play, which doesn't work out, and then just falls back again. But he doesn't break that cycle. It's really hard to claw back that kind of lead against a player like Bin. He's very, very good at utilizing individual advantages. This is one of the things that we thought would happen all the way back in Split 1. Of course, it didn't happen. Hoya ended up solo killing Bin in Game 5 in Camille versus Aatrox, which we weren't expecting at all. The BLG getting much more value out of the lanes across the map.
At least bot lane doing similar things here. Up a fair amount for 1xN. That's great news. Mid lane, even affair. It's really a split of pressure across the map. Slight lead for the Lilia, significant lead for the Jace. If he gets this turret as well, I think that might start breaking the game a little.
I don't know what Hoya's going to do now. So rough down.
Oh, Jace.
This is so rough. What do you do here as Hoya? You know, he does get the last bit of the level there. It's like one full level in terms of experience, but even that level is nasty as hell. Worth noting that, of course, Jace doesn't have to level up his ultimate, so he just gets more points to put into his regular abilities. Is the only champion in the game which has extra points in his other abilities. Instead, on a Knight walking towards top side, do they really go for a play here? Maybe force out the ult at best?
Okay, do get the ult flash, sort of daybreak flash in turn. Does manage to unbind the soul and somewhat buffer through the solar flare. Knight won't step forward for that last auto. The Spirit Cleave was coming anyway, so I think the HP would have been fine.
Oh, Hoya's in trouble.
Reset as Hoya is indeed in trouble. Lacerate and Repudiation enough to escape.
If there's going to be any walk around the map. Bin could recall now and teleport towards top side. Satab, no ult, no flash, but of course using the cooldowns and on also doesn't help.
On now in danger, gets hand shook back. Nice timing on that one, and the hostile takeover goes and drags Lilia right back into a glacial prison. Do not pass go, do not pick up 3 grubs. The Lilting Lullaby comes on down, but unfortunately, the anesthetic is too late to keep the
actually think that Bin could teleport in here with Elk being very high HP as well, but they choose not to contest. Maybe not. Well, no, they do know what health Beitwan's on, but they choose to give these over, thinking maybe the grubs aren't the biggest thing ever. Mistake there from On and Wei to stick around that play in topside, though, after they'd lost a lot of their important cooldowns, failing to kill Setup and the top lane turret.
Yeah, and also I think with Hoya having the public execution, Hoya might have said, look, I'll trade 1 for 1 here and stop you TPing in. Either way, gets to stay alive, has the TP, can come back and try and save this turret. Have a look at this replay, because it starts with a nice arrow.
It does, and you know, goes into the Eclipse onto the... doesn't have flash to get out of this. Ezreal's not there for the play. Jace isn't teleporting in. You are in an uneven numbered fight. I don't really know why you're committing to this. That feels like it's basic League of Legends mathematics not been accounted.
Just turret, just about alive. That's on 8 HP, by the way.
One more grub would have done it. One more grub would have done it. Either way,
Probably grub.
they'll get it anyway. Let's be honest. Bin is going to be crushing this lane for forever at this point, on roaming towards the bot side of the map. Knight has the Yuntel wild arrows already built up, by the way. The Yuntel thing, by the way, I realized what they're from. They're, believe they're Ishtal.
That would make some sense.
Because Milio talks about them in some of his voice lines, the Ishtal Rangers, or whatever they are.
Nice.
It's kind of cool.
Look for this last order. Setup really has any real safety on this turret. But did the bomb blow it up by association?
Shouldn't work. Is that how Trist Bomb works? Does that actually damage towers if you damage someone beside? I've never seen that happen before, if that is. It was on 8 HP. It could have been just a random minion auto. Does that work like that? Jesus.
Or was it an auto AoE from the...
No, but the auto AoE, it doesn't work like that. What? Damn.
Okay, setup now in slight danger. Fate's call away. He's actually in danger. Unbinds
Oh!
the Knight just finds the solo.
Well, I think some people heard. I think he heard some people talking crap about him for last summer's AD mid meta, forgetting the fact that his playoffs in summer were absolutely insane on champions like the Tristana. Gets himself that first kill, gets himself well on the board now, and TT, much like that first game, are not playing well around the side lanes.
Fortnite saying that is how the bomb works, so apparently so.
Never learned that one before. Damn. I guess most of the time, I don't see someone with a bomb on their head stand next to a turret.
That's true.
Huh. Damn. Time for everything, I guess. He has the Hex Flash, gets over into the brush, won't be able to do it again. Hoy just used all of his cooldowns, that's the problem.
Zenfei comes on down there to the skies, but here comes the rest of TT to try and defend. Would feel like the 3v3, the arrow just wide on, just out to safety as well. Hoya chunks, but not down. What looked like a nice little play from BLG, well defended by Thundertalk.
Alright, so, play fizzles out from TT. What happened down here? Level down, some HP down, and yeah, he just gets jumped on, doesn't he? Really good buster shot as well. Knight gets like the full everything, jumps forward to get that last auto, no extra outplay opportunity. There's nothing to be questioned there. Falls ahead.
A pretty even match for the mid lane. Certainly isn't. Gets the Blade of the Rune King completion now, but of course it's stopped off for Boots. So that first time completion stinging a little bit there in that 1v1. And BLG have slid ahead in the gold just slightly to 200 gold. Again, the thing is, you're looking at this Ashe at 202 with her own wild arrows.
Hoya could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh no, there's the bomb. And it's not that
alright, didn't choose to go towards it. Worth noting, of course, for those of you that don't understand what the cooldown of the Untel Wild Arrows is, one of the best items in the game for AD carries right now, because it actually gives it a second.
Ooh, good flash, just about in time. Still not going to be that Fate Sealed used yet, so it can still go down here. The skies goes Bin. Sliding back across, Feather now here. Can he look for a handshake to drag someone back? Misses the loyalty program, starts to get some autos down. He's going to bail out on. How aggressively does Feather want to play this? Handshake, and here comes Beitran looking for another angle on in. Knocked away from the Winter's Flame.
No way!
No way!
Get
this!
Ben gets a kill on the weak side of the map, technically in a 1v3. Don't give this man chase.
That was an insane thundering blow to knock the Sejuani out of her flail.
That's ridiculous.
Massive work.
That is ridiculous. Got the melee range grasp heal, I think, to make that interesting. The Renata red buff was kind of scary. Ben walks away with a kill. That's insane.
Well. They still get the turret. They still go 1-for-1. So in the end, it ends up being an even trade. It just shouldn't have been, is the honest answer. They should have been the kill on top of the tower. Let's have a look at this again. It starts with a nice chunk onto Ben. They just don't kill it.
And this is why Jace has gone towards more HP in his build. Even though the quote-unquote tank build is gone now, he still builds towards HP items first. Stuff like the Shojin, stuff like Black Cleaver, what have you. And right here, it just allows him to survive so long. The Grasp build, watch this, gets the melee Grasp proc, which gives him that extra heal just about. Gets the last auto back in. Insane damage coming through.
Acceleration of the form change, enough speed. It's now been in a 1v1 with Setup, who gets a spherically flashed into the Fate Seal. Not enough!
He just beat you in a 1v3. What makes you think you can win in the 1v1? Hoya left in a 1v3 and cannot make magic happen there. Bin has turned up to slam the door shut on TT.
That is 2 plays back-to-back that are going to be ankle breaking. Head on over towards this Herald. This will be the feats of strength as well if they can secure it. Thundertalk, though, want to come on over and try and play this. They're down 2 laners, but they have a TP on setup in about 8 seconds if they want to play for this.
I mean, Bin's just going to come in and make the mess of things, isn't he? He can recall whenever. And TT just have to watch it wait and happen.
BLG
there. I mean, We've now had Ben have 2 solo kills in side lanes. Knights had had another kill as well. It's only really Elk that's been left out of the carries in terms of fun moments to happen so far. This is the worry about playing as BLG. Now, I do have issues with Wei, Elk, and Honor points. However, every single player of this game can make a game-breaking advantage happen. You know, South just walks around and says, okay, I can get extended play. Does get the knock-up there, but uses his E quite late, so he doesn't have that much extended damage. Uses ult late too. Bin walks away with a huge amount of damage when the Shojin stacked.
Flashes as the Shock Blast hits. He tries to flash the Shock Blast, misses and does it. And then Hoya's in a pretty rough 1v3 scenario. Back towards Dragon we go. This will be sole point for BLG. It is going to be secured just about 13 HP. It went down to as Santa looking for an angle, can't quite do it. Feather with a wonderful hostile takeover. I mean, Bin eats all of Tristana's autos.
Really bad shape from BLG that you can't engage into Renata without a flank, and that's exactly what happens there. BLG, they tried to rally around their support, which is hit by an Ash Arrow, but it just doesn't work the way that they want to. Atacon hasn't spawned just yet, so can't go towards that. Knights goes towards the side lane. BLG do get themselves Hextech Soul Point though, so let's be honest, they're not that upset about things, all things said and done.
Right, Fate Seal, buffered out one with the rocket jump and plus a shot away, keeps people safe. And I saw everyone roaming up the river and I went, oh my days, what are they heading towards?
I actually don't even think that was a buffer out. It didn't take the damage, so I think it just missed.
Yeah.
You managed to get out of it. So technically not a buffer, which is where you were hit by something, and then you managed to jump out after even though you're CC'd. It's kind of a fun thing like that. So what happened here? The Ash Arrow came through, onto On, gets the Eclipse line. Ash Arrow, you know, helps in terms of getting some engage out of it. But this is the problem now. You can't stand in this direction. You must be attacking from somewhere like here or from here. You cannot stand in this direction or the Renata ult will win your fight.
Both AD carries were just altering their own Jace, which is really rough. Now On's in danger, is about to fall here. There's the Lilting Lullaby of option onto Beidwan. I'm not sure whether they're going to pop it quite yet, but that's the jungler dead. 1 for 1, as all things stand.
The way he does have flash too, so there was a chance of a flash Lilting Lullaby. In fact, there still is a chance of that too. Watch out for those swell seeds.
Herald.
Watch out for those wrist rockets. BLG Siege in the mid lane, and the capture of Command.
Just like the simulations, it's looking like the scrims right here. TT will have to Roger their way to a better game state. Not looking easy right now on the plains of Summoner's Rift. Definitely not Geonosis here.
This is not the team fight you're looking for. BLG walk in and no, they threaten, but they don't have to push too far beyond their safe bounds. They're not going to get spotted out by the map hacks of 1XM. The Hawk Shot definitely helping. 2 items largely completed across the board from BLG. Well, just about completed rather. Don't quite have that robotic confirmation from Bin. This is what happened in that last play. We're on, yeah, he's getting caught out a little bit. It's very hard to run away from an Ashe, obviously. Wei could have maybe gone a little harder here, you know. I actually wonder whether it could have been a flash Q onto 1XN to get the playthrough. 1XN, of course, 502. We haven't had that much time to talk about TT this game. No. We have typically been massive 1XN sims. He is currently 502. Credit to TT. I thought that he had a very quiet playoff, sadly for him, but he's doing a lot of legwork here, and often that has been the case for them before. To do them justice here, I know it's been very BLG-centric on the whole. It's an even game. 1XN is the person who is making the difference for TT currently.
Of course, we did just see that kind of statistical model saying, look, they really prefer where BOG are in this game. They've got the feat of strength, they are at soul point, the scaling's still good. So, you know, for all the gold as even they have got to carry with the lead, still looking like BLG in a very scary spot, especially with where this Jace is, especially with where this Lilia is, the Ambessa, and to an extent the Sejuani, not going to have the easiest time as this game goes on as well.
Really do need to temper expectations here a little bit. Feels like BLG are in really strong points because they have such a powerful Jace. The Ezreal is at 2 items, which does dent the blow of... It dampens the blow of the 1.5k advantage for the Ashe, who is doing ridiculous work. However, BLG not that far ahead in gold, but do have a Hextech Soul point on the horizon. They get the Hextech Soul, gold, quite decorative. You have a Jason and Ezreal and a Tristana, all who proc that so easily and leverage its effect so easily because they managed to pin you into the second skill shot or the second round of auto attacks which kill you. TT cannot allow that dragon to go over. Of course they can't. It really has felt like this split, this meta, this patch has been all about souls.
Then you've got to keep an eye on people like Feather as well. They've had absolutely extraordinary hostile takeovers. We get another fight where where like Jace, Tristana, and Ezreal are all hit by a hostile takeover and auto each other to death. That will be a rough place to be in. 50 seconds on Hexol. There are Hex gates available, so resets can come through a little later than they would in a normal Dragon setup.
Definitely helps them get into position a little easier. So, 2 items now. Well, I mean, the Seekers is everything you need for the second item from way here as well. This Lilia could be so... Oh, that's a good pick.
That's onto a huge target as well. Tristana dead before they can play for Soul.
That's insane. That is insane. How do you find that unassisted Knight? Did he have the flash on cooldown? Couldn't quite see there, actually, based on that one. That's a huge pick, all things said and done.
No vision and gets jumped by the Ambassador. Hoyer's had a rough game, but that was a good moment.
That was insane. That is absolutely insane. Now, the thing is, BLG don't have to fight this dragon if they don't want to. Now, if TT delay it a little, then there could be a teleport coming in from Knight, pushing up into that mid lane. Teleport now coming in from Yone. BLG, what's the plan here? Try and stall it for 10 seconds, teleport back in with Knight. There's no Ambassador ult now, no Sejuani ult either.
Try and play this one across. They've got the man advantage. Arrow lands onto Elk, who immediately has to cleanse.
Oh, big shot blast. That could change the fight. That could change everything.
Could potentially. Some of the backside goes set up, but he only really gets one. The hostile takeover not fantastic, but it's enough to buy time. Can they get out of the pits? The lilting lullaby with the setup leaves him out to dry. He dies. Knight over the wall, who has finally come on in. Flash on forward from way on the Lilia, and TT cannot extract from the pit cleanly.
Knight gets a really good cleanup at the end of that. Great damage from BLG towards the back end of the fight. Stopped in the back from Hoyer, actually. And now what happens? You have a couple of death timers. Can you go towards the Atakan all the way across the map? Maybe not. You could go towards this bot lane turret. Use the Tristana explosive charge to get some value onto that. BLG don't get a big objective, and they don't get the souls, so it's not everything they wanted, but they do stem the bleeding of what could have been a poor fight.
Taken very deep under the turret. He's the only real front line, but a flash away from Hoyer is still blown, and they do get that tier 2.
Finn is even going to go towards the mid lane too, so they get 2 tier 2s. Okay, giving up a dragon and a kill. It was a shutdown too. Not the best thing ever, don't get me wrong, but getting 2 inner turrets gives them great map advantage. And the gold lead, which was basically nothing before, is now opened up to 4,000. Elk ends up Eing then cleansing. Remember, you don't have the Ambassador ult here either. That shot blast changes this fight. Because suddenly 1xN Feather don't have the ability to stand and fight. They can't really turn and burn onto the enemy team using the rest of their HP and then the bailout. Both of them too low to really do much. And of course, it sets up the recess after as well as they retreat in a disorganized fashion.
Flash is blown by the dozen there on the side of BLG. Now basically got no flashes at all to work with, but they do get the team fight win at the end of it all, and those turrets, which has earned them that gold lead you were talking about. They are still at Soul Point. They are still in a good position this game. If they can leverage this map state, it could be a pretty difficult place for TT, even if this has been a much better game than game 1.
Just a reminder, folks, we will have another series after this one too, which will be a rematch of our finals from last split, Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. BLG looking to close things out quickly so we can get onto that on time, hopefully. Well, a little bit behind it, I suppose, because the long series earlier today. These weekend series can go a little bit long, because we have 3 of them on the Saturday at least.
Over towards Atakan we look. Knight is around and about. Do Setup and the rest of them want to start this up? What have you spotted? That's a big noise of interest.
Yeah, because I said that the Seekers is everything that Wei wanted from his inventory, so he's chosen not to finish the full Zhonya's, going towards double needs the large rod instead to just get close towards a death capital. Atakan started up now. Wei doesn't have himself the life, does have that Seekers, and doesn't need the double needs the large rod. Those swirls hurt.
My days, 1xN down to half HP, can heal back up a little bit with that Vamp Scepter, but look at the angle back, the Solar Flare, not fantastic on the bench, but they have to pull off the Atakan regardless.
Have they just leashed it? They might have actually just leashed it. This is the rune, this makes it easier to tank in melee, but as we saw from 1xN, really not good if you're fighting it from range. Split team now from TT, BLG, they call in the teleport from Bin, and that'll be the end of it. I'm surprised that didn't lead to more, actually.
2 minutes on dragon spawning as well, so you've got to be a bit wary in terms of how all this times out. We spend too long fighting around the Atakan.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Spend too much time on top side, you delay your setup on bot side, which TT must be very wary of. Kind of surprised they let that Atakan get so low HP, because if it goes down to a flip, I mean, what's the bonus for you? You get, you know, some bonus towards your grubs, obviously. Don't really have any dragons to buff up that much. I don't think it's... If it was the GA Atakan, I'd agree with it. Because at that point, you get the GAs to fight the Soul Point, and get it to find a Baron, or even just kind of try and take the fight, reset a little quicker towards the Baron if you end up dying. Very risky then. Now, Dragon up in a minute and a half. What are our big items? We don't have that much in from Ashe right now. That gold lead, which was 1.5k, really stripped. 3 items for Knight, including the Lord Doms. That's huge. That's huge, huge, huge. And even getting the Serpent's Fang for Bin can really help against a bunch of the shields coming out from various small skills from TT as well. BLG have great item breakpoints now. We already talked about Way on the Lilia. Foregoing the full item completion of the Zhonya's to go towards what looks to be a death cap. He completes that. That is a scary deer with a hat.
She's still got the sickness to work with as well, so this could be a very big fight for BLG. They're threatening Baron though, because they're saying, look, we're at soul point. This will only be second dragon for you. We can give that up just fine.
Ezreal used in mid lane to force priority, of course. The big thing about going towards mid lane priority is that you don't have to wander through dangerous points like the bot side jungle and choke points around there. What you can do instead is push up here and you go through the river in there. Misses out on that ult, as we're talking about how easy it is to fight around mid laners and force you into river that way rather than through some of the choke points. Big cooldown miss from Hoya.
Looking for Knight would have been a great pick, but actually turning around the way, who's pretty huge as well. Finally gets to go golden, but that is the secret pot. Hostile takeover comes across, flash away from Way now as well.
Oh, that does a lot of damage to Bin there. 1xn doing good damage. Remember that Ashe is so powerful.
Fang on found an angle over the wall, looks to Zenith Blade on him. Base one just about alive. The Fate Seal gets across a couple, but they don't finish the kills cleanly. On dies, but so does Setab. Hoya nowhere to go, true shot rush just wide. TT have to reset.
And that's as the dragon's alive now. That is a problem. Baytron needs to leave. He needs to go back now, and he's not around for a smite. You have so much damage onto the objectives themselves, and Way can heal up on that so much. This should be Hextech Soul. TT, they might have just flubbed this outcome.
He's finally coming back. He doesn't have flash. He's not going to be here in time. It's too late. The damage is too fast. That's Hex Soul. Thought they found a moment. Hoya's now going to die as well, and Thunder Talk die with a whimper. There is no bang to be found.
Teleports over with the Hex Gates. Bait runs around. They might look for a fight anyway.
Oh boy, is it going to get messy? Look at Elk over the wall as well. He finally starts Arcane shifting in. The bailout through a 1xn cannot find a revive. BLG get the fight and the soul.
Every TT member dead on the floor. BLG will reset and they will get their health back, use the Hex Gates and go towards the Baron. TT bravely fought, but sadly, brave men can advance no further when they've hit the ground and are dead. TT, they were the bogey team for BLG in Split 1. They beat them at a best of 5, but then they were knocked out by that same team in playoffs. And they were knocked out, well, they're knocked down here, it looks like, to a 0-2 for their first series of that Ascension group. This isn't badly played in terms of the introduction from TT. Trying to play around that, play through mid lane first with the Vesta ult and then kind of do that bait and switch and say, actually, we're in the bush here, we can still fall up there. But they don't have hard enough lockdown and enough backline access to lock down these very long-range carries. They do get decent damage onto the likes of On and Leona, but they can't close down the carries well enough.
Setup for On is really not good enough, and all the while, look how much HP Way's back to. He just gets to heal so much.
Of course, after this point, it's just so difficult now to play around that once your front line loses so much HP. Yes, you take down that Leona, but the range differential is absolutely crucial here. Bin even almost gives himself up for free here, because they don't quite guess the bush which they're hiding in. Not enough. Hextech Soul and the mobility wins out.
Bailout nearly enough for 1xn, but he hadn't quite got that bloodthirster done for that fight, I don't think. I can't quite remember. Either way, it wasn't enough to burn Elk out, who hopped into the backline to get that initial bailout proc, and then flashed away again to save himself alive. All the while in the replay we see the OG did pick up that Adakan and all those petals.
They got everything, man. They got everything. Leaving the support to do the dirty work. Leona's not got that much attack speed. Has an auto-attack reset, of course, but...
Can you auto-attack reset on a plant? I'm assuming you can.
Yeah, of course you can. Go auto-Q onto the next target, and then your next auto-attack after the Q comes out quicker too. Way has now built up a full Zhonya's. There's on the death cap first. Completed the full Hourglass. Now GA for Bin. He can't even close down opportunistic picks now nearly as easily as he did
USS on the Tristana.
Yeah, that's your luxury items, and that's where the gold lead has led to. 7,000 gold has led to a lot of that player on the side, maybe looking for an ult over the wall.
Find some more value. USS out of that. Elk buffers well through the arrow again. He's done that very well.
He's on vision. He's on vision. Look, there's that ward sitting there. Here comes the Sejuani up, but they do see Hoya.
There you go. On to Elk. That's not bad. They can surely kill him. Hostile takeover after is fantastic. On those still alive. You've killed off Elk. What goes in? Bin into the backside. Comes along with a shock blast to the skies that will see them going heavenward. A triple kill tonight. See whether they can donate one over to Way as well. Hoya trying to get towards things like the waves, you would imagine, but BLG can look to get into the base. They've already got an inhibitor turret down in mid lane. This looks like a night out for the side of Thunderchalk.
TT find a pick, but that is all they get for the demise of their whole team and the Nexus. Well, I suppose there are 2 solo laners left, but they'll be there just to parade in BLG as they conquer their side of the map.
Baron, second inhibitor, short of 4 after this. So much damage onto the turret.
I think it's the Nexus, not the inhibitor.
Nothing, lilting, lullabies, come on down. You're right, it is the Nexus, and BLG make it a 2-0. Bogey team down for the count.
Second series of the day, much quicker than our first TT. Left alone on their Nexus, and a redemption will sadly not be what it is labeled on the tin there. A couple of people die on the fountain, but it will not stop BLG coming away with a clean 2-0. One of the cleanest. Mordekaiser looks pretty good to me. He locks it in, loses within the 1v1. I think he'll feel pretty good about it on the Rift, though.
Got to keep our eyes on it as well, because of course there's going to be that point where potentially you go diving in as Tarzan, misuse your W, and Flandre, and 369 goes, no, I'm having you now. You get stuck in a 1v1 with a Mordekaiser. That's a lot less fun when you can't dash over walls and stuff to choose when you're picking your moments. Leave us with 2 very different drafts here.
Now, question in chat, who wins draft? I think top esports do. I think the Skarner feels very happy against this composition for the early and mid game. Late game, I think it turns around a little bit. Kalista Nico.
Nice even trade in the Gyos there. Well, fans now having a bit of a later brawl afterwards. Vocally, obviously, there wasn't actual fights in the crowd, but you know what
I think a lot of people will be cheering against top esports now. Jackula, one of the most popular players, the second most popular behind the Shy. However, team that's bottled it a couple of international events now with this iteration of the roster. Tarzan's gone for the glizzy skin. Oh my god, where is the hot dog outfit? Where is my hot dog outfit?
You just need to get it. Can we just have that replacing your camera?
I don't have the picture downloaded. Otherwise I'd show it on screen. That's fantastic. I need to get an emote as me as a hot dog probably now. Ooh, this is important, Sam. I need to pay attention to this one. Because, okay, different. Cal goes for the empowered Q, not the empowered W. Have to stack that back up, get to level 2, and go for the empowered W the next core. It's level 1, level 2. Very, very important. First from Jackalope, staying away from the brushes, trying to stay cool, stay away from the Pantheon. Jackalope walks up to melee right? That's a bit of a problem. Plans for Ignite traded down now. These spears stacked up a little bit. 369 trading well on the top side. These early lanes, so important. Anyone's Legend, hard comp to play, but if they play well through their level 1s in early games, maybe there's a way to snowball this team into success. This composition doesn't play itself. You have to play into it.
That is definitely part of the issue. So, curl around, level 2. You said that starts to get a very threatening point for the Pantheon. You can start to use an empowered ability into something else and be really scary. Tarzan around. On the glizzy, Neferi has skipped his whole top side to be here for this. Chris needs to be very afraid. Immediately flashes. Maybe he wants to look to invade on the Skarner.
I mean, you can try. I mean, this has been the blueprint of how you beat top esports. Kanavi does not go bot side early. He will always pull clear. He'll always go into the enemy jungle if there's an option. And he will not babysit bot lane. Jackalope and Chris often don't respect when they're alone on bot side, and particularly when they're a 2v3. Tarzan will be keeping Kanavi in check. He wants to interrupt this bot lane as best as possible. He does have the Pantheon to aid him. Quite hard to stack up Pantheon in the way that you want to, though. Goes into just a straight W.
That's just a flash off Jackie. Both flashes now blown in the bot side. The turnaround there will get hopes at least. You can add at least a little more even.
Yeah, while this is happening, Tarzan would love to be bot side, but now Kanavi is trying to clear his camps on bot side. He needs to protect his camps and bot lane. He's happy to do that. The early plan, the level 1, the level 3, doesn't really work out. And now I think that's a problem, because this is where you really needed the advantage for anyone's Legend for this composition.
You've earned 2 flashes, and trade for hopes. It's not fantastic, and of course Tarzan now has to leave to go finish the clear on the other side of the map. He's just left a quadrant up for this entire time, so probably will need to clear his blue buff and then reverse clear down, or his camps are going to be on such weird timers. Pick up that Scuttle Crab, top side. At least Flandre's been able to pick up majority of the CS up there. Reset from Jackie and Crisp to try and match the lane swap themselves on the other side.
Yeah, a little early for the grub trip. We do see this sometimes. I think when lanes get really weird, you do see this basically the swap at the earliest opportunity. They say, look, I don't want to play against this Kalista. And while it might be a little early to set up for the grubs, it gets you out of that lane, which can be a pain. Of course, Sign can always pick up farm. You never really deny him much there. 369 was doing okay in the individual trading, pushing that in. Well, nothing was really much was gained of it. Top Esports, I suppose not getting the most out of their Kalista. Now Tarzan's going forward. It's going to go and put down.
Oh, Tarzan's here, calls the pack, looking to get onto Jackie, who will not be allowed to find a kill there. Now Crisp's in danger, will split himself apart, but to what end? There'll still be another Eviscerate. I imagine another W and a stun coming on through. Kyle Shield vaults in and helps secure another great play from anyone's Legends bot lane.
How do you beat Top Esports? You make their bot lane play 2v3 because they do not respect it. Jackie and Crisp do not have the close combat support of Kanavi nearby. And in the 2v3, they fall down. We said, hey, they need to get a value in this early game. They do just that, but it feels like Jackie and Crisp handed it to them.
I'd love to see the replay there as to how that all started, because Jackie ended up very deep as that all started.
Ended up getting caught by Pantheon just Wing at him. There's no response on the other side. I mean, they had a ward in River, but it wasn't nearly enough to make the difference. Now suddenly you have 1-0-1 on both the bot laners and an assist or two onto Neferi as well, which will definitely help them out. This has been the issue with Top Esports. Sometimes their bot lane just plays with the minimap off.
Hope's now come for a bit of a lane gank, I guess, or maybe a bit of a reset of priority. It's still off vision here.
There's no level 6
as well.
It's 369 hits the level 6. You can't do anything here now, but you're just avoiding that bot lane again. Flandre can ult towards top side and get a quick reset, whereas 369 would have to teleport to match the lanes. Anyone's Legend saying we don't care about the grubs, so we're taking the dragon instead. And that's a really good route there. It means that King takes a bit heavy in trade. Tries to get himself something back. Doesn't get that much. I think Anyone's Legend playing the early lane assignments very, very well.
Flandre will ult back towards that top lane, decimating Smash the Wave. We'll surely finish that one in short order. TES do, however, pick up the grubs. And the dragon on the other side, likely going to be traded at a very similar timer.
There's Corki once again escaping that lead. And, you know, I said, hey, Anyone's Legend likely coming in at underdogs. They don't have lane swaps to use in the early game anymore. Top Esports look very clean. I still think Anyone's Legend have some compositional weaknesses. However, the early 1,000 gold definitely lines the pockets well to smooth over some of those compositional weaknesses.
The other side of that is the Ballista Nico, which is supposed to be a big bully lane, has been bullied in turn. Blue early summoners, given over early kills, onto pretty scary members as well in that Pantheon and Corki. Pantheon, especially early on as a support, doesn't mind picking up a few kills. It gets him rolling to be a real menace on the map. How's the curry?
Good job. You can tell, sometimes when we stop talking for a bit, we've got food to eat. It's been a long day, folks, and we're sadly just the two of us, so
there are no breaks.
There are no breaks. We look after ourselves here. Quite fun time to eat before the 1v1 started, so there you go. It's the best I've got.
I thought you were cinnamon roll. If it's not a cinnamon roll, it's just like a salted caramel.
Honestly, looks great.
It's very tasty.
I'm gonna be well fed. I'm gonna be more fed than a Kanavi, than a Neferi within the LPL. She's not fed elsewhere because it turns out it's actually just not very good in the LPL. It's great here though.
She's out of her natural environment.
Yeah. Well, Neferi's the one which is actually not pulling ahead in terms of individual gold advantage here so far between these two teams. About even. Skarner's trading up well, farming up well. Of course, as soon as you hit the heart steal on Skarner, you are so ready to go. You're so ready to go. And I will say, Navi was the guy last summer that picked this up better than everyone else when he was on JDG. He was so important to that JDG roster, of course. Was there with Flandre and Shim, the old teammates, of course, from that roster of that year. Did feel like you really needed Kanavi on that roster to do anything on that team. That he needed to be the one firing on all cylinders. And when he wasn't, the team kind of fell apart. Top Esports, I'm not going to say it's completely the same as that, and they have a lot of people to rely on, but he's been so core all the same. Regional Kanavi has been something else compared to the field. Of course, when he was on JDG in 2023, that even stretched internationally too.
It really did, didn't it?
Besides that one battle last game versus T1. Weren't forgiven for that one, but the rest of it, really good.
Nice one with that bar portal.
Pretty bad. Chris getting jumped on. Has flash. Might need to use it.
Good tangle bob just before Tarzan got to press W, and there's a Fate's Call will keep him alive.
But once again, important tools removed from top east of spot lane. A thing which I've been very passionate about speaking about is how the LPL is a region of cooldown management. Ganking for tools like that, very, very important. Now it means that they won't have the cleanse or the Kalista ult for grubs coming up in a minute. Potentially not for a fight before the dragon in 2 minutes as well. The long cooldowns won't be quite that much. Actually, no, first fight Kalista ult's
Pretty long, yeah,
so
yeah.
maybe they won't even have it for the start of that. And given that this composition from top east was meant to be around a strong Kalista supported by a heavy front line later into the game to make sure the Kalista can leverage her gold advantage, making sure she doesn't get ahead in the first place, obviously a very big one.
Very much so. Of course, stayed alive. That's what, the third gank we've seen towards this bot lane, whereas Kanavi's not really done all that much on this Skarner as yet. Again, only hit levels, he's now level 7, so hasn't really pulled an ultimate yet, and not really had the opportunity to find big plays. But I think if top esports just sit here and let the Nefiri continue to bully out bot lane in particular, stop them from playing the game, it's not going to be easy for top esports to get good work done, I think.
No, not necessarily. I will say, I mean, Skarner getting towards an early heart steal just by power farming is not,
It's not bad.
not a bad thing, and Skarner is still Skarner, which is much easier to play around than the Nefiri.
Scar.
Scar. I mean, what, dude, I did that thing where I went down the YouTube rabbit hole, and I found something to just kind of, like, stop my brain working for a few hours. I was watching a Pokemon Nuzlocke drop, which was, like, properly in-depth, with dramatic cinematic breaks. 3.5 hours of Pokemon Nuzlocke.
How was it?
It's really good. I finished it yet. It's really, really good. It's one of the harder Nuzlocks out there. And, yeah, the amount of thought in it is absolutely ridiculous. So you bait the AI into doing different bits.
I want to think about grubs. Can we think about those? Do they count as Pokemon?
I don't know. I think there'd be a
Nuzlocke run grubs.
I think there'd be a poison type set.
Oh,
There'd be a poison
that's
type.
it.
So you gotta be careful if you're saying
Like
any
one of
fairy
the-
types up there.
it's like a lowland trubbish.
I think a little muck.
Rune Terran trubbish.
Well, grubs started up. Dragon spawning in the next 10 seconds. For a reminder, no Kalista ult just yet for this fight.
Relatively soon, but you'll see the timer once it starts to get within 10 seconds. First grub, secured by anyone's legend, though, when Kanavi and the rest of our people say, look, I just don't know about this one, and they'll pull away from it, trying to get a little bit of a chunk out as they go. It's kind of reset there, though. I think we'll come back into the river just briefly. 1 second, there's Fate's Call, can look to play again.
Yeah. Someone in chat, yes, it was run and bun as well. It's a really good video. Anyway, strategy there definitely catches my attention. Strategy is typically one of anyone's legend's better things. Not able to get that next grub there. 4-1 right now. Smite down on Kanavi though.
Stop Tarzan getting on in here. Sounds like an ult from Sion to come join. Kalista helps secure the next one. Fight after. Now gets a bit dicey. TP's coming flying on in from 369, looking for an angle. Oh, Blossom comes onto the backside. Crit. Fate called out to safety. They lose Kyle on the other side. To anyone's like 369. Now to be rumble down as Jackie Love will surely fall. That's a reset. And the hounds will begin to pursue. Cream, no mana, has to flash over, but Tarzan with the eviscerate gets onto the other side. 369 drags the rise into the Death Realm, but a Realm Warp to the other side of the wall, even in the Death Realm, means he survives, and 369 walks out into the rest of anyone's legend and falls down.
Top esports don't have a strong Kalista to have a platform around. They were shut down in the laning phase to the point where top esports can't rely on Jackulov carrying all of these early fights. To add insult to injury, Chris missed the Kalista knockup onto Shanks midway through that play. I think Shanks had a fantastic fight himself alongside the rest of anyone's legend. They go back out onto the map. No, they don't get a good amount of grubs, but they do get map control off of this. Shanks starts this by getting a really good trade onto 369, dodging out everything with both his passive move speed and the phase rush, and just make sure the Mordekaiser cannot walk up and claim space. That's one person down that you need to kind of be aware of. While all this is happening, you know, Kanavi's kind of out of position. Chris doesn't have the HP to be another front line. Top esports, they don't really get themselves any ability to defend Jackulov. He was just kind of shredded with no front line in front of him. Here comes Pantheon.
Comes on in with the Grand Starfall. Crisp will be burnt to his namesake. Taken out. That's another kill for Nefiri. And double pink water control went onto the blast cone to prevent them using it as well. Is very nasty. Shanks pulled back towards 369. Just come away from this. Anyone's legend getting so much value. Kanavi in that last round, remember, missed his impale too as Tarzan just flashed away from it.
Yeah, you know, the biggest talking point of this game has been anyone's legend do not have an easy composition to play. They need to play this out very well because it's not going to play itself. I think they've done that now. They have a great lead across the board. Neferi's online. Corki's shut down the Callista, who hasn't got their first item yet. And Anyone's Legend also have the Dragons. So they have the late game win condition whilst also having the early gold. I think Anyone's Legend are in perfect spot right now. You've got one of those feats of strength down already. The kill, they get another objective or the tower. That'll give them the upgraded boots. Top Esports will have to fight back from now what I consider to be a significant deficit.
I completely agree. 1,000 gold lead alone in that bot lane is significant. You've got a 2-0-4 Neferi, and you hit this point where it's like, yeah, you don't necessarily need that much CC when you can just use the hardest CC of all, death. And keeping this Neferi off key targets is going to be very tricky, especially when there's Realm Warps and Pantheon ults and all these other tools to try and get onto a relatively low range composition, all things said and done for Top Esports.
Let's get over. Chris needs to be a little bit careful. The Callista ult coming up now means you can play a lot more aggressively. Remember, this Callista Nico was first and second pick for Top Esports. We called that a good thing. We called that a powerful set of picks. I think this is the strongest bot lane you can pick as a 2v2. Problem is, it hasn't been a 2v2. And now they're 0-5-1. They are about combined 1.5k down at 15 minutes. That is 500 gold. Well, that's 1,000 gold a minute. No, not gold, they're not minute. What is it called? 100 gold a minute down. All in all. And you don't even have the other lane, which was meant to be a counter, the Mordekaiser into the Zion being ahead either. Top Esports. Strong lanes, which were meant to be ahead early and shut down Anyone's Legend before they even got off the ground. It's just not worked out like that.
TES, we said there were some problems with them internationally. We said we've just not seen them punished as yet regionally. And some of that game plan, you called it out. Can you mess with bot lane 3v2 early? Because it will really screw with Top Esports plans and how Kanavi wants to play as well. It affects 3 players in terms of how they get to run the map. And that came to fruition. Tarzan just didn't touch one of his own quadrants for a solid 3 minutes of the game, it felt like.
I will say, look, Jack 11 Crisp have been incredibly good in 2v2. I think that this is actually an overall LPL problem if you consider Elkanon to have a similar issue with this too, where very, very, very good in 2v2s, but I actually think they're so good at 2v2ing, it baits them into thinking they could take on all comers. It just doesn't work when too many people roam to the play. You have Kanavi and Crisp on the top side of the map helping out. Cream does have that. Luna's not gone for the Livens. He's always the guy that goes for the Livens. I'm surprised he's gone for the Livens instead. Better basic combo burst, better wave clear as well, which can help you take shorter trades versus the Rise. As Herald spawns, a lot of people have been active on the top side of the map to drop wards. There's a lot behind enemy lines for Anyone's Legend right now. They have information if they want to take a fight.
They do. Herald up. Tarzan and Shanks though clearing a lot of these visions, or a lot of these wards. These wards.
They actually just have like these prophetic dreams.
They have the opticians. They get rid of opticians. They don't need them.
So many Swain W's. Vision of Empire just everywhere. You got to clear them out.
That's it. It's the season of Noxus. We've not really seen a Swain yet this split. So what's going on?
There was one from Broken Blade into top lane Cassandre.
That's true. I mean, like this split.
This split? No, not this one separately. They had a couple of weeks to it. So hang on, Shanks could be a bit of a problem.
Gets driven into a wall. There'll be an impale after. Flash out with the Merc Tread's value proving too much. Phase Rush trying to get out to safety. They're still trying to run onto him. He's got a Realm Warp away. No, he's not. Finally gets CC'd in place. As Kyle went looking at the backside, Cream goes between worlds, finds Tarzan on the other side, will hop back on the other side for the Eviscerate. Played away from, nicely played from Top Esports. The problem is, there's still a Hound's Pursuit. Tarzan trying to finally get that reset. Does so. Can now look to use that ult again. Cream low. If he can get in range, could look for that. Was looking for that vision.
Here he goes.
Before that, there he goes in the backside, but doesn't quite have enough damage. The Eclipse shielding is huge though. Will W to try and find some value is finally shut down. But takes one with him. Cream in danger as Hope looks to fire out a few rockets. The Corgi versus the Bunny, and the dog wins that one out, I feel, in the long run.
So Tarzan misplays a little at the end of it. Doesn't quite get himself the Q2 for the healing. Gets burst out and can't use his W to re-engage, really. The Top Esports still come out on the losing end of that trade. What happens with it? I mean, Herald is still alive. No one takes that. Dragon's now up in a minute, so I wonder whether Anyone's Legend will forego the Herald in place of that. Shanks has gone towards topside, uses that teleport to set up that top lane well. At least Top East will show how powerful they can be in these team fights if Anyone's Legend don't have that Rise in perfect position. That Rise was caught out pretty easily. It does end up taking a lot more to put him down than I think that Top East were willing to commit at first. Had to flash out of the Impale. Very nearly gets out with the Realm Warp. Top Esports have overcommitted at this point, but they do still have the member advantage. So despite the fact that it's not the best terrain for them, at least the Rise not being there means it's a playable fight, much more than it could have been.
Very much so, and Tarzan finally just about gets that reset. Was looking for Cream. You can see what that fast start alteration was for. Just out of range of the recall. And now we're coming back to life as the Dragon has spawned. Flandre is here as well as the rest of top esports as Mordecai begins to roam up the river. There is a teleport on Cream. Another Hexol means there are Hex Gates again. We've had Hexols quite a lot today. It's our third Hexol of the day on the table.
Yeah. Warps the way that you play out the entire game, but Flandre is so tanky at this point, which is a bit of an issue. Cream is very strong. So it might be a battle of Cream nuking someone in the back line. Tarzan, I hope, it's quite hard to go to Tarzan because of the W. And Flandre just
doesn't
annoying.
care. Yeah.
Flandre just annoying you so much on the front line. Flandre's side was so good the last time he played it too. He was incredibly far ahead. Top esports need to rack their brains a little bit, figure out a way to take down the damage of Annual's Legend before that tank becomes so obnoxious.
Vision control right now, not fantastic for top esports. Navi, Excel's impact is sort of forced away into the river there. Clears out that banana brush board. Looking for another shotgun, and Cream can't find him. Clears a couple dogs out, but there's a W of it.
In terms of summoning them back, slow setup. No explosive plays right now. What that has meant is that you've bought time for the Callista ult to come back. Jaculov, everyone's ultimate's available. Grand majority of summoners available too. A couple of flashes down, but Chris, Navi, and Cream not having that means their playmaking is a lot worse. Spears starting to get snacked up, and 369 will stop Flandre from coming into the play with his Realm of Death.
Not there though right now. Of course, he's down that bot side. Dragon secured. One of the fight after Kyle hops on forward with the shield bolt. Turns around with Ixtal's impact between worlds is pulled. But not really tall. Flandre jumps into the wall, but they blow up the Skarner. Pop Blossom back on the other side of the ground. Starfall comes flying on in. And the Fates call that Nico out to safety. Flandre has a lot of spears, but he's not really all that much threat. Into the Death Realm goes Kyle. Will likely die at 369. They get one back, but he's now in the middle of 4. As Anyone's Legend come away with everyone but Jaculov. And that might not even be true for very long. Will W to buy some time, and the call of the pack was not quite enough to get in range. So it'll still be Jaculov surviving, but all of his summoners down, and it's still the 4 for 1.
Top esports do get the Dragon, so there's no soul point for Anyone's Legend. We've talked so much about that win condition here in the LPL today, and recently across other broadcasts too. Anyone's Legend, really good gold lead, and just showcasing that top esports don't really have the ability to shrug off the engage of Anyone's Legend. You can just run at them. Tarzan's been going in very, very bravely. I'm going to use one of those kind of nebulous words again. It's like you can just kind of go in and see what happens. I was a bit worried here for top esports at the start of it because, well, no, I was a bit worried for Anyone's Legend. Well, you know, the Mordecai's been stopped with his Sun coming through. That just wasn't the case, though. I mean, he gets to ult into the play. Anyone's Legend managed to just open up so easily, and immediately the Skarner goes down before anyone can really do any damage back.
Crisp somehow misses the CC on the jump over the wall to try and buy space for the team as well. And 369 gets the kill, but at the moment he comes back out, the rest of his team has lost the fight without him, so he emerges into 4 people.
You know you're having a bad game when you hear they delete the Skarner. Yep, I definitely hear that one. This time, though, he might be returning the favor. Shanks is getting good damage down. That rises in the machine gun spot.
Hope just about survives on the other side, but Kanavi will die. Tarzan now with a reset. The Hound's Pursuit available onto Jaculov as a Blasco. Drags Tarzan over the wall, but can eviscerate away. Still hit by the Tangle Barb, though. Reach between walls, can come on through the Pop Blossom's there. They flash on him for Shanks, who does kill off Jaculov on that Callista. Chris trying to run away. All the while, Cream is in a 1v3. Gets one, can't quite get out alive, though.
The machine gun rise is doing an ungodly amount of legwork here for Anyone's Legend. Top esports can't deal with everyone. 369 wasn't even at that play. Chose not to teleport. And it feels like top esports are disconnected. They don't know what a winning team fight looks like. I think they're assuming that the Skarner is tankier than they are. It's just not the case. Tarzan and Shanks shred through the Skarner despite him being so tanky early into the game. In the majority of scenarios, you'll see this champion in pro play. Anyone's Legend getting themselves the Ruinous Atacani will give them bonuses to their dragons, and of course the flowers, which they'll get the whole grove of, is so important. See Kanavi going on to Kyle. The Pantheon, is it really that important? You don't have that CC now for the Corki or for the Rise. Great damage from Primo, I think, is kind of the one bulwark here for top esports, making this a bit more of an even game. But what can he do against Kanavi, not Kanavi, the Neferi and the Rise on the other side, doing so much damage you can't match?
Shanks that flash and just about catches Jaculov with that overload, and then yes, Cream nearly gets away, but there is enough damage in the long run there to get that kill down. Still, 4-2 and 11 now is this Neferi. Got a Hex Drink as well to deal with the fact that Cream is strong, but he's the only member of his team who's genuinely strong. The rest of the team a long, long way behind. Jack Lover's at least got 2 items. Now the problem is Corky's at 3 with a Muramana transformation. With Sion, 2 items himself. You're looking at 2.5 items on this Rise, who stopped off for the arm guard, but has also gone for a Negatron cloak because of course he needs more resists. This guy is so obnoxious at this point. Gets the route onto Cream. He's got nowhere ready to go. In comes the Grand Starfall, and Cream is eaten up like the dessert he is named for. Dies out. Kyle picks that one up, and Top Esports are falling apart in game 1 at this point if they weren't already in pieces.
The only thing that's a shame is that the support isn't there too. Surgeon have been having themselves some donut gaming in the Krispy Kreme. They have feasted on everything on the Rift in this game. Difficult composition to play, but worked out so well with the stove.
Jackie, that's so sad. Doesn't end up going down there. I was really worried when Pantheon jumped on him about how far anyone's legend might go. But still, with the bleed coming on through, loses half of his HP bar regardless. What was that? 2 skills?
Yep. Turns out with the Sundered Sky, W from Pantheon giving you basically instant stack Conqueror. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, isn't it? Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. 3 is still. Hang on, he's trying to steal red buff. He's getting smited away anyway, doesn't it?
These are the 1v3. Can of course Death Realm. Trying to trade out on Tarzan. Does a fair amount of work. What about the rest of Top Esports? They're buying a lot of time. People to come on over. Tarzan will immediately go into a W. Takes a lot of damage back, and now this jungler's in a lot of danger. Tries to eviscerate away. And a flash over the wall for that massive Soul Furnace. Gets one back though. Does Crispin dies doing it? What about the Rumble coming on in? Here is Shanks into the pit to pick up the Aurora. Kanavi can't RV, and he dies as well.
Top Esports might have just lost the game over a red buff take. It's not really this one play which loses the game. It's been a slow slide into the abyss. Anyone's legend. Get themselves the Neferi. Get themselves the Rise, which is so treasured here within the LPL. And it hasn't looked that close, actually.
No, it hasn't. The early lane dominance bot side was crushed before it could ever really begin. The Skarner has found very little impact with the ults. And on the other side of it, Kyle on the Pantheon, everywhere. Tarzan on this Neferi, everywhere.
Now, this is why, you know, in LEC and in LCK, when I see the Neferi losing, I am aghast. This champion has ruled the LPL so far. It's very different playstyles, and I'm not saying it's, you know, it's necessarily a good or bad champion, but I really think that in the LPL, you cannot allow Neferi to go through. I think that LPL plays well around lower CC junglers because they're allowed to play their junglers to be carries a little bit more instead of doing more of the traditional utility and CC. Right here, you're against the Mordekaiser and Tarzan. Gastic just gets so much work down with the Hex Drink, of course, helping him out too. The healing, Cream's died as we come back to life. That bunny's been put down like they've got myxomatosis. As anyone's legend, there's just another one on the hunt.
Chris needs to back away a little bit here as Kyle just runs at him, Conqueror stack. There's a TP into the pit as Flondre's now here as well. Kanavi now in danger, gets knocked up by the unstoppable onslaught. 369 gets the darkness rising around it, but Kyle can immune so much of it with the Aegis as Dalton Tarzan gets his reset, looking for another angle on in. 369 into the death realm with hope, trying to win that one of a flash out of the obliterate, keeps the Corki alive. Kyle will step on forward and trade his life, but Tarzan avenges him with a triple kill to boot. This game is over.
This game's been over for a while. This is just the confirmation of it, heading towards that bot side. That'll be the base broken. Will it be the end of the game here? No, I think with the reset coming in from Cream, that won't be the case, but anyone's legend, very, very confident game here. Have to revisit the point that we made earlier on. This is not an easy composition to play from anyone's legend. I was worried for them heading in against Top Esports on paper before the drafts came in, because anyone's legend, they don't have as strong regular standard lanes in my eye as Top Esports. With lane swaps being removed, I was worried about them. So one of the biggest things that they succeeded at last split, but they've come in with a lot of momentum here. Even after what was a bit of a rocky group stage, the placement stage, they lost a game or two there. They lost to RNG, one of our Nirvana teams and one of our worst teams in the league. Gave us some question, but here against Top Esports, they've put a lot of those worries to rest, at least for this game.
Looking at the other side of this now, Tarzan. We always know him for having a playbook for the early game. At his best, he's someone with a great opportunity to mess up those early pathing, and Kanavi has been the recipient of him. He's just not a tank anymore. Shanks deletes him. On the other side, Cream and Chris going to try and find an angle, and it does look okay, but it's not enough damage. Kyle stays alive, and Chris burns his life to find nothing. I get that Top Esports are in desperation stations. It's flip the dice and pray, but it is all so weighted against them. They've gone gambling, and unfortunately, the house always wins. Anyone's legend. looking like everyone's legend today. Shanks goes golden. Jackie Love not able to pull the rend out. He's now going to get Hound's Pursuit. It flashes to what end? You don't get to run away from the Hounds of Hell. This time dressed up as hot dogs. Eat your dinner, mate. You're going to food coma for at least another 35 seconds. It's over.
Anyone's Legend will claim the first victory here in a finals rematch from last split. And to be honest, folks, this wasn't really close. We thought Top Esports came in with a better draft. We thought Top Esports came in with better run of form. Towards that Nautilus, which is very good with the Kaiser. Obviously, 2 plasma procs available right the way from level 1, from the hook and then the auto. And it's fairly tanky. You can stack yourself up some armor. It becomes quite hard to kill you.
Locket, I suspect, will be quite valuable there. And again, TS, great front to back. The Maokai and the Alistair set yourself up for your double AD carries and Renekton. Try and blow people up. On the other side, Anyone's Legend, a lot more dive. You get hit by that first bit of CC, everyone else going to come flying at your face. For better or worse.
Yeah, so some really fun matchups here. Tristana, Yone. Tristana wins early. Yone can bring it back with his ultimates in the mid game and late game.
So 2 different versions of it. If we go, Jayo's next. I think it was a G2 Gyro in there.
So is that the LGD one?
Yeah. There's our statistical win percentage map as we go along. Slight edge to AL in the mid game. Later on we get, as the AD carries and Maokais get later on, does become hyper late game, a little more TES favored, and I can see kind of why that is. It's a little less do or be damned in terms of the engaged damage.
This really feels like 2023 drafts, actually. Before the lane swaps came in, but while kind of Sejuani, Maokai kind of came to the fore in terms of the jungle champions. Again, Kaiser's still hanging around
before the lane swaps.
Callum Hope looking to see if they can get hooked through the wave. They don't want it onto Alistair if they can. Hope just showed himself. It's
you fought in the WTF Shen Wars?
The 2 Shen Wars? Yeah. Hopefully using an auto type. That needs to be a little bit careful. Can Q his way through the melee minions. Needs to not waste his cooldowns though. The level 1 can be surprisingly volatile here. Because if you misuse a spell as Kaiser, you don't have the threat of the all-in. Your all-in's still very good though. Mr. Misfortune often gets that extra slight range. The ability to punish you.
And just that ability to Q a minion and hit you behind it can be really annoying as you're trying to trade for that lane priority.
Kyle uses that W level, that's important. Sometimes you do that as Nautilus just to absorb some extra damage. Gets the level 2, that's so important here.
Chris gets level 2 of his own, he's ignited, flash for the hook, that puts Jackie Love in danger, now cleanses away, but it's a little late. Hope looking for more damage, how long on the Acathian Rain? Passive not quite procced. And Jackie and Chris survive, but there are summoners blown everywhere you look.
Chris panics. He flashes even though Jackie Love is body blocking it, so that's another summoner down for free. And look what's happening. Tarzan immediately paths bot side. There is a ward onto Kanavi. He'll spot this now. He'll be able to back off. But Tarzan, at least having eyes on Kanavi, buys his bot lane some safety. Knows the Maokai is not just hair-legging it down towards that bot side. Clear will continue.
Kanavi wants to invade on this. Cream's got shove. I think we might see a bit of a fight over this red buff / Raptors.
I don't know about that. Could end up being a smite onto this. Tarzan ends up taking that. Some small Raptors taken by Kanavi. I wonder whether...
Red buff.
I don't think Tarzan starts at the red buff at all now, though, is the thing. I think he waits till it happens to the other side. And then we'll see whether Shanks or Cream can go over and help that buff take.
There we go. Ward's down, so that's going to be a known quantity around that red buff. Away, Kanavi goes back to his own jungle. Towards the bot lane we go. Chris, remember, no summoners in a really tricky spot. That's another dredge line landing as Kyle just plays so aggressively. Hope did get pinged, though, by a double up bounce.
Kyle is playing so well, though. Kyle is doing so much work to get that extra passive down. Walking up with the W, absorbing good damage, and stopping Chris from being able to go very fast forwards onto Hope. Just saying, all right, you have to stand and fight. You won't have the HP to make it back out, especially with that flash being down from earlier. However, while this is happening, bit of a worry for what's happening in the jungle matchup. I think that Kanavi has got some real angles to start pulling ahead. He could go for a double scuttle, sticking on his top side for now, though, so that won't be the case. Recall of Kyle going to be cancelled by those pesky minions coming in. Someone who's lost the towers. Jack Love and Chris losing in the 2v2. We said, hey, there are some volatile ways this lane can pull out. And this is why I was a little bit worried about the Alistair. Why you lock this in, you do throw a bit of volatility into the mix. You're not hard-winning lane in the way that Misfortune typically does.
Yeah, and again, good use of things like the Titan's Wrath there on the Nautilus, getting a lot of value out of that at the level 1. Later on as well, with the double ups being blocked a lot by the shields. Like, Well, trading power has been somewhat muted. It's an early cold start now for the Misfortune, saying, look, the lane's kind of been a bit screwed early. I think I have to play to scale a bit more.
Like what 369 is doing here as well, keeping some minions alive so we can slowly auto-attack them, make sure his rage doesn't start to decay, keep that up for an empowered ability. Renekton are also another great matchup. One which is very studied. Now, this is one of the things we maybe will lose with Fearless drafts, which I know not everyone wants to hear, because I think everyone loves it. Most people love Fearless drafts. However, losing stuff like that consistent skill and practice in Renekton versus Gnar, stuff like the Kai'Sa versus MF, which you won't see as much, but being able to outplay these again, flash forwards.
Yes, there's the flash for that Ruthless Predator. Kolbamik available and used. Flandre is taken out. Nice play from 369.
Oh, they might get a return of this though into the bot side. Kyle goes forwards using the Demolish. Demolish that shock.
Fading out, coming on along as Tarzan here to make this a 2v3. The absolute bane of top esports live. Fredgeline missing though, not hitting a wall. Means there will be no reset on that. Turnaround begins to come on through as there's a teleport fly, but it's a very low or long time for that TP to come on through to make it rain slow. To put Hope in a position where he has to flash. 369 looking for an angle, 1-for-1 on the bot side.
But now 369 comes through and he's used his teleport. He had the advantage, but now suddenly top lane might end up getting frozen against him. That could be a huge issue. Yes, the kills do come through 1-for-1 in bot side. Kill hour goes over to the Alistar, and on the other side, it goes to the Kai'Sa. So I think Anyone's Legend even win out on that. Get some more gold picked up on bot side by Hope, and 369 is losing out on some farm on top side by going towards this bot side instead.
It does look like they're going to go for that full lane rotation. There was the grub spawn, so at the very least, it is going to be a reset over to deal with that.
Worth noting, both Cream and Jackalove have picked up culls. Flandre's picked up one for Anyone's Legend, that will help him, but Anyone's Legend will be a little bit of gold down in key carry roles. Top esports have themselves early gold lead, and the culls will start accelerating on that too.
With the plan, 369 catches Flandre on the way to lane, gets Conqueror stack, slices and dices away, and denies some of these minions because all the while the wave was crashing and Flandre was busy tussling with the Renekton.
369, we'll see what he can do with a significant lead on the Renekton. Been a very good laning player of this champion in the past. It's been one of the champions which has kind of like consistently been banned against him and Bin. Breathe as well, I suppose. If you're a top tier LPL top laner, you do unspeakable things with that Renekton. Cream, good trade onto Shanks there to push him back.
Shanks went looking for an ult, couldn't find it.
Well, he was doing that to disengage. He wanted to get under his own tower, I think, there. Because it's like, look, Cream's jumped on you. He's got a buster shot.
Time to leave.
He will kill you. Leave now, please. And we go back to the solo kill on top side. Look, I mean, he misused his E. You can't do that. It's a 20-second cooldown. Tries to get, I mean, he's not even close to level 6. That is such a mistake by Flandre.
Got a minion that just flashes and gets the W on and still has slice and dice to work with as a result.
It's not even close. Not even close. Maybe gonna flash down into river. I don't even think that saves him though, all things said and done. Just a misplay from Flandre, misusing that E cooldown and greets for a bit of a wave.
Nowhere near Mega either. Of course, has his own cull in inventory now. It does feel like we're getting culls in general around the board right now. Where's your cull, Hope and Shanks? You're letting the team down.
Ironically, very good on Kai'Sa if you can get it, but wants to retain some 2v2 power, I suppose, going towards raw combat stats rather than the cull, which gives you less of them. Shanks getting pushed in mid lane, as we said before, not the best scenario. Although I will say Tarzan has kept up in terms of farm, had that assist as well, definitely helps.
There we go, pull away. Dragon has spawned. No one's taken that first dragon. We have got another couple minutes till grub spawn. Top esports did get that first set this game. As Gnar begins to play his guitar. Much to the joy of his various little flaming minion-y things. Poros sound like, but they're kind of on fire, so ghost Poros.
I think it's the La Illusion thing, so it's the Dia de los Muertos kind of festival skin for you know, Central American culture, which is very, very cool. Dragon started up, taken quite late. Typically we see this trade at a similar time to the grubs. Not going to be happening here. Cream level advantage in mid lane, which is not what Shanks particularly wants. Dragon taken quickly by Anyone's Legend. Of course, Kai'Sa, one of the better champions, are taken up because of continual passive damage towards objectives. Anyone's Legend playing with a little bit of vision to see some rotations. Got some around that bot side of the map. They spotted Kanavi. I'm not sure whether they spotted Crisp. Well, Tarzan might be making a play off of that vision now.
Definitely behind enemy lines here. If you can find an angle onto Kanavi or Chris, might be something to do. Of course, Chris has got the level 6 to work with, so not the easiest target.
Also got a minute until grubs, which they'd really like to hold their powder until. 369. Hard trade against him by the Nav. Doesn't mean that Flandre won't have that for the grubs, though. Now, later into the game, your ult comes up all the time, and every time you go into Mega, you basically have your ult as well.
Nah.
There was actually a really funny period of time where it was such a short cooldown, and Gnar would get so much random abilities, you could actually ult twice in a late game ult, which was
kind of wild.
not okay, really.
No.
Cream jumps onto Flandre, really trying to dunk down on the Yordle versus Yordle violence.
Just get a fair amount. What happened to the Yordle kills of the Yordle? Do they still respawn in Battle City?
Yes, they do. Yordles don't die. Which it kind of...
Okay, but this is just bringing us back to the eventual Yordle overpopulation.
It does a bit. It raises questions about, you know... Okay, no, I'm gonna stop.
Look, if Yordles, you know, can't die, new Yordles being created or born will surely lead to a critical mass of Yordles, Alex. Shanks in a 1v1 with Dracula, but not having the most fun with that. Does at least get a fair amount of damage back, courtesy of some of that healing, and of course, the fact he's got Spirit Cleave to even out the trade somewhat.
Careful.
He's supercharging, may need to look for an ult, does so, but a flash for the pulverize is very well done. Now flash away from Hope, but there's nowhere really to go. The Death Judge comes on through the barrier, is there. Flash forward from Jet 369, gets one as a Kyle goes over the wall, trying to keep people under turret, but ends up hooking the Alistair rather than that Renekton to keep them under the turret.
Crisp is body blocking, knows that he doesn't have aggro, and he's got his ultimate if it really goes awry. That on the top side of the map, Top East will get themselves 6 grubs, and game 1 felt like Top East couldn't get a leg just couldn't get a foot in the door that game. They couldn't get really onto the board. This time, much better start from 2,000 gold lead, 11 minutes. That's fantastic for them. I think this is going to start snowballing now. Very far ahead is the Renekton. On the other side, it's a good comp for Renekton to play into, honestly. Quite worried now for anyone's legend. You have to deal with how they play from behind.
Can Shanks find the kill here? He's going to try. But there's the stun still available. 369 can look to get some value there. Again, we're in this point of Yone's life cycle where the E is no longer quite as good at shrugging off CC as it once was. That nerf has finally come on through, I believe.
Yeah, so if you get CC'd now, you will fly back and take the rest of the CC. Like, you're not preventive pressing E back, but if you have leftover CC, you will go there. Teleport behind Flandre. He does have Mega coming up, like, now. It's not going to be the best trade ever.
It has been completed now. The Mega Nart does a fair amount of work to 369. He goes, actually, that was less fun than I was thinking it might be. Gets a big old heal off the wave, though. And so undoes a lot of the damage he just took.
Yeah. 369 just doing really well, just throwing his weight around. Is there anything else happening here? Of course, Kai'Sa doesn't have ult. There's a mark out through my ult for ult traded. He'll come back to clear the way.
So that buffers through a lot of that CC. Turret plate does get taken by Cream, though. He's having a pretty good old time on this Tristana, up 1.1k or so. A lot of that off plates, a lot of that off things like the cull being cashed in.
Jaculov's about to cash in his cull too, so that gold lead we highlighted just a bit before this will be increasing by another lump sum on investments. Hope able to kind of just run around a little bit now, but this Kai'Sa, who did so well in lane, not necessarily been able to pull ahead and kind of leverage that for the best way. Green jumping between them, knowing he can win the trade here, taking a ballsy angle. Good health off Shanks though.
This would be first turret as well if they can secure that. That would be the feats of strength. Love to keep playing for it, but here comes Kyle
down. They can use the Kai'Sa ult.
Death charges in onto multiple people. Glacier Prison after awareness. The Kai'Sa coming on, looking to get an angle on here, but the massive 3-man pulverize keeps Kanavi alive, who's now going to phase rush out to safety, but still burns out. They've gotten two. Cream had to flash away, and Top Esports get punished as a flash for that Mortal Steel Part 3 into the permafrost. Secures another.
Hope will tank the last shot. The E from the Yone doing so much work that had banked up the killing damage onto Kanavi. It was Omaiwa more Shindaru. You're already dead. Presses the E back. Those little sword cuts come through. Top Esports caught out by the roaming Kai'Sa. 2-on-2 now is Hope. Good spot.
All the while, though, 369 and Jaculov went topside and did claim that turret, so they do get the feats of strength regardless, and it still gets a decent-ish trade there in the grand scheme of things, but this was a great fight from anyone's legend, let's make no mistake.
I think Top Beast was just disrespect where Kai'Sa can fly into. Great CC. Chris doesn't tank up the Sejuani ultimate, and the Maokai is not that tanky, as we were saying, you know. The Yone E still taking on it. Press the D back, gets the mirrored damage, and he's still got a bit more tank to go after this. Cream cannot stand under turret like that. Flash Q confirms the kill. Cream goes down.
And Tarzan had already taken turret aggro, so there was that opportunity to flash on him for Shanks to not get punished for being that deep, burning that summoner spell. Good work from him to help even up what had been a really significant mid lane deficit.
Dragon coming up now. Top esports, what are their cooldowns looking like? So they don't have a lot of flashes now, importantly, but then again, neither do anyone's legend. Who does that favor more? No Maokai ult. Or rather, having the Maokai ult does make it a lot more consistent for you to find that engage. Anyone's legend, I wonder if they have to give this one up.
Ooh, hang on, Telecross comes on down. There's the make it rain back. Is knocked away is Shanks. The Maokai ultimate.
Oh, wow.
Very little avail there.
That felt really weird from Kanavi. Not sure what that angle was. Maybe want to throw it back at Shanks or stop Kai'Sa from flying in from the other direction. It's a big tool down now.
Worth noting as well, a lot of the gold that Top Esports picked up was from plates. They had about 1,125 versus just 250 from Honest Legend, so in position to claim a lot of that. Dragon, now started by AL, be their second dragon of the game. Will not be a particularly fast soul, but will still set them up in good stead as they
might be
claim
able to walk from mid lane. This is actually quite problematic. I think Tarzan's too low HP to take this. This could be a bit of a problem. They're looking for the smite fight. Can they get it in time? Yes, they can. All right. No fight happening afterwards.
Tarzan should still have an Arctic Assault if he needs to leave. Does he want to try and play this? He's got a Glacial
No, they want to
Prison.
get the inroad onto mid lane, but Shanks teleports in to cancel that out.
Tarzan now zoned away from coming to help that. That will be mid-tier 1. Falling bot lane turret's already on a sliver of HP, so I think they're in a pretty precarious position in terms of these structures or anyone's legend.
Yeah, Top Esports play the gamut and say, look, we can't get towards that dragon, but we can punish you with the 6 grubs. We said that 6 grubs typically not winning out a lot of games now compared to dragon stacking in the top level of pro play. Anyone's legend will be able to hold on to that bot side and I guess be able to save their own top lane, bot lane turret for a little longer, but I feel like the best thing ever for them.
Frost available, in comes Kai'Sa, they get a pulverize and a depth charge coming on through. And 369 survives, Dominus and Flash with
Jackie,
and that is Flandre coming along as well, but yes, you're right, Jackie Love is here, can look for the bullet time, lands it, Kyle will likely die, does so, but it's an interrupt onto Jackie, who cleanses now. 369 though still stands, and so they lose one and don't get anything back in return.
Tristana, 6 grubs pushing in topside, so anyone's legend. Yeah, I just called that out. The Tristana pushing in with the 6 grubs in that top side. I think anyone's legend, by missing that play, they lose out a lot more. If you fail the cross map, the team with the grubs comes out on top.
I was also just trying to point out as well that obviously with Kanavi there, he gets the Herald as well. So you get a kill, you save the turret, you get the top, you get a big shove top side. That's just a great set from Top Esports. And AL try to punish the fact that Renekton hadn't reset and was caught at half HP. Can't quite do it.
Blunder returns to that mid lane now, going to... What the heck happened here? It's not a clean kill. This is the problem with going on to Renekton. If you don't full burst him out, he gets to pop that off for second tier, of course, and he'll get himself the empowered heal as well. The S-Dance champions, there's a lot of value out of it. Yes, there's teleport coming through from Blandre, but it's not particularly powerful. You know, 2-person heal coming through from the Renekton. Maxed out on that Q, of course, gets a lot of value.
Chris flashed for a headbutt into a wall, into a pulverized, denied so much there as well. A little bit lucky to survive, actually. I think if someone had been in range for an auto or two there, that might have been another kill onto that Gnar. And looking for that Q3, couldn't quite mortal steal him there though. Does
that time he actually did hit it.
Yeah, he just buffered through.
No, it actually was buffered through. Yeah, you can see a little bit of sliver on the HP bar go down there.
I was about to say, is there a name for Mortal Steel Part 3 in the way that like Steel Tempest gets the different name on the?
I can't remember, mate.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. They're basically just the same champion.
Yeah.
Wait, what does the Steel Tempest go on?
I thought it had a name for when they had the Q3.
Tornado, I guess.
Yeah.
And the thing is that there are definitely, like when you do the EQ, there were like fan names for it. You have like the Keyblade and the Beyblade and stuff, which are 2 slightly different things. Where one is like you obviously just do the straight EQ, and then there's the one. So there's the one where you EQ and then you ult to someone to bring your Beyblade to them, and then there's the one where you EQ but you flash for the instant melee range knockup, which is really hard to avoid.
So if you're doing the one where you EQ and then ult to someone to bring it to them, do you need someone else to have knocked them up for you? Is that the idea?
They need to have been knocked up. No, you can do it yourself if you have enough attack speed.
Okay, so you just get a knock, but then
you need Berserker Reaves and like 1 more item. Rob's gonna go down. Kyle does have an angle here. Oh, Jackal flashes away.
Pulverized used by headbutt used burned by Chris, but now Jackie Love's in danger. Flash on top of him, does not have the cleanse. If they can get the permafrost, they can bring him down. Hope Joe's just managed to auto him down. Kanavi tried to buy time with the ult, but they just lose the bottom lane. 369 at least will claim the tier 2 while all that was happening. So they do get a turret in trade.
They do. So the gold is not going to move that much. I will say that Hope is getting very, very fed Anyone's Legend moving around the map well, or at least choosing their area for fights pretty effectively, and they will take down this mid lane outer turret. That's a big thing for them. If they're looking for big diving plays, this is a huge tower to take. It's the biggest area of control any team has in League of Legends, that mid lane outer turret.
Finally get their first turret of the game, and Top Esports do have a gold lead. It's just not huge. It's significant. 2,500, nearly 3 is a big deal. But it's not game-breaking. If you do continue to give up gold to things like this Kai'Sa, who's still ahead of the curve, that can be a real problem, because there'll be no one who, for about an item or so, who can deal with the Kai'Sa full burst, I feel, if they do look to all in. 369 also in a spot of ball, they're here. Dice on through, but there's still a Q3. The slow comes on through into the Fate Seal, Dominant pop, and they won't be able to quite kill off the Renekton, especially with Kanavi around.
Yeah, Shanks used that ultimate, but I think, well, taking the Dominus down means that next time that Hope goes a-looking, maybe something can happen from that. Has that Rage laid up now. Hope is in a pretty good spot. Not having the Dominus and the Fate sealed for the Dragon fight coming up now, though, could be big kind of mover of that needle. Very important. Anyone's Legend, of course, have the 2 dragons. Would love to get themselves to a Mountain Soul points if they were to secure this.
Slight statistical edge over the Top Esports considering the game state. I think that's fair. Of course, if anyone's Legend can secure this soul point, things get dicier again.
Yeah, for sure, because then it means that anyone's Legend can look to fly in for a Dragon Steel later into the game, or they can choose to ignore dragons and look for a pick around the side too. They have the Kai'Sa, they have very good ability to just ping a Nautilus ult to someone, a Sejuani and see what happens after that. Speaking of that, Sejuani ult coming up now. Maybe using that to make a big play.
Top Esports are the ones in the river. They've got lots of vision, lots of wards all over the place at this point. Tarzan trying to find an angle in, but it's just not looking that easy to do.
There's cleanse on Jaculov, which makes this more difficult. Doesn't have flash. So if you land the CC and he cleanses, the plasma's still on him, Kai'Sa can still jump towards him. So there's still every chance that Hope can just say, alright, go for the play onto the Misfortune. Yes, they might not be CC'd, but I can fly into them. We can make it a 2v3 dive somewhere. Side lane tower taken by Flandre, opening up the map and reducing the gold lead a little bit.
Yeah, they decided, look, we don't want to play for this. We don't have control of the river. We can at least get a turret and try and even up the map state a little bit, which has been slightly problematic. Flandre can try and take a romp as well, because why don't we get extra advantages? Herald drop bot, though, reminder with enough grubs to their name to kill a small army. This could be a rough shove.
They have 4 people on bot side too. 369 has teleport. Tarzan spot. Bang, they have so many control wards. Okay,
so a big square of them.
They've got everything. They set up for that dragon, of course, beforehand. It's going to go down. Flash straight onto Cream.
That's interrupted the rocket jump. So Cream has to flash. Buster shot away. TP in from Flandre is nearly at Mega. Jackie in a 1v2 immediately cleanses. TP now in from 369, looking for the angle. Kanavi slows down Flandre, who's not at the Mega now yet. That's Atakan, who could start getting in trouble here if they overplay this. Flash for the twisted advance. That's on to Chris. Throw to Tarzan, a poison jungler's dead. Kanavi, though, in danger himself. Surely burns out to Flandre, does so. Atakan has been aggroed. That means Flandre's in danger, will likely fall here as a result of it all. 2 for 1 in favor of Top Esports.
The dive combo doesn't work from anyone's Legend. This Yone ultimate, I don't know whether it wasn't spaced out appropriately. Maybe Shanks was surprised he hit the Q3, but it means that Cream can flash out of the combo and Hope can't get the kill. And suddenly Top Esports can rebuild their battle lines and take the fight. Anyone's Legend, I think they thought they'd get the quick pick onto the Tristana and out, but it doesn't work out like that at all.
As a result, they tried to jump onto Jackie Love, who's in a 1v2, but took long enough to fall. In fact, he just didn't fall. Top Esports can claim Tarzan, claim Flandre, and then the Atakan happens, and that swings the game much more heavily in Top Esports' favor.
Yeah, that really helps them. Anyone's Legend, that felt like that was a huge moment for them. They missed that shot. They were moving into an area of the map which Top Esports had full vision control over. This is a good play, but this he stops for an extra auto attack. Stops for an extra auto attack. If he doesn't do that and just goes straight into the ultimate, I don't think Cream can flash out. I think Hope gets an extra auto or 2. Jekyll has the cleanse. We talked about how he didn't have that flash, and you know how that might be helpful for the Kai'Sa. You only have one Kai'Sa ultimate, and the Kai'Sa dive combo just doesn't work out. Yes, you do have the trade of jungler for jungler, because Atakan helps finish off the kill here, but it's not enough to win themselves a fight. And Anyone's Legend will have to go looking again. Top Esports get firmer hold in this game.
2 items done for Tristana, 2.5 done for Misfortune. You got a couple done for 369 as well, who's having a great game on this Renekton too. Flandre struggled a lot more on this now. The early solo kill was pretty ugly. He's at least got a Randuin's now to try and manage the triple AD stack and of course double crit builders too.
Of course, I mean, it is a full AD composition from Top Esports besides Kanavi's, Leandri's coming through from the Malachite, just a little bit, but still, it means that Tarzan, Flandre, Kyle going towards enemy team are much more tanky than than they should be, really. Anyone's Legend will use that to try and get onto these double AD carries at some point, but the AD carries are ahead. They are building towards Last Whispers now. And Anyone's Legend, hang on, that's a great ult to Cream. It's not enough. Buff it away from Cream on the whole. Pretty good job with buffering a lot of the attempted picks onto him. I wonder whether with Jackalope having his cleanse down, he might have been a wiser target. A Buster Shot would have made things tricky. Kyle steps on forwards, puts the Riptide down and tries to clear out the wave. Tarzan will ask for salt forwards, but here comes Kanavi with a massive turnaround. Crisp with the Pulverize allows that Bullet Tide to hit onto multiple people. The turns around with the Fate Seal. Buster Shot it away to prevent too much damage, but Cream still falls. Anyone's Legend should absolutely be dead, but they are into a full physical damage team, and the armor just about saves their hides. Dragon's up in a minute. Anyone's Legend gets to break a little bit of the presence Top Esports have on the map, but they are thanking their lucky stars that Top Esports don't have that much magic damage to force them into away from armor builds.
Massive moment there. Who picked up the kill? It was Shanks. Big
Yep.
moment for him. He's actually now got a Warden's Mail to his name.
Which will definitely help him too, because he can start getting onto the full AD, full physical damage resist as well here. Just look how much damage these tanks take. It's a lot, but imagine how much more it would be if there wasn't... Hang on a second, we're going straight towards Baron. Let's go back into live. Anyone's Legend, they are really letting us flip it, aren't they?
This could be dangerous. No ult for Jackalope makes it tricky. Chris goes into the backside. Double Pulverize again. Into the backside goes Shanks to try to find an angle. Can't quite get it. Yes, Kanavi's in danger. Double Bramble Smash means he dies all the same. 369 in danger. Captain Rain. Huge value. Jackie just about alive, but not before the Spirit Cleave comes on through. Anyone's Legend. Do it again.
Anyone's Legend clutch out around the Baron. Can they get themselves towards the Dragon in time? That might be their objective on the map rather than the Baron itself. Anyone's Legend somehow pull Top Esports out of their big combat 5v5 back to front, and they end up winning through. Need to see how that started off again. And what they're going to achieve afterwards, they reset, they go down towards that Dragon, 10 seconds on Kanavi respawn, and they should have the advantage on moving towards that and securing it before before Top Esports can return fire.
And some big buys just came on in now. Hope now
Okay,
Nash
hang on,
for the
what's also going to
replay.
happen as well? So this is a big thing. While this is happening, Cream is going to take the Baron, and there's going to be a teleport in from the Renekton. They're going to two-man the Baron as the Baron Dragon goes over. While this happens, basically Jackalope just doesn't find himself at the front line in front of him eventually. That's the end of that team fight. We need to get back into life. Dragon is being traded for Baron probably right now.
You heard the call from Nymaera. Is it happening? There they are. They've not done it.
Okay, not
They
done
pulled
that.
away. I could have seen that too. You're not wrong.
Dragon still... What that means is Dragon is still alive. Hook on to Chris. He has
boy.
flash and all. Is that enough?
I get the permafrost on him. He still lose a third of his HP bar there just from basic cooldowns, and that's not great as your front line.
Okay, so onto the Dragon we go. Remember, W upgrade for Hope really makes them a poke monster. How much poke can they get? Kanavi has his ult. That's important too. Here comes the Nature's Grasp.
Nature's Grasp comes across. Shanks avoids it there. Now looking for an angle onto Jackalope. Dodges both though, Jackie. So Shanks finds no value. They get the soul point regardless. 3-6 out of the backside though. Surely falls. Does so. Shanks with the massive shield. Curtis Model Jimmers Hope into the backline. And Gavian Rain will finally bring the sound of this misfortune down, but Kanavi Wing onto the Kai'Sa, brought them low. Cream is still free firing, doing so much damage. They've killed another. Shanks needs to run. Kyle needs to run. Another rocket jump. Another dead member, surely. As they will W forwards again. The Twisted Advance secures Cream. Another kill.
Top Esports have a second AD carry to cover the fight. Cream runs through the back end of it, and Anyone's Legend go a little too far. The Gale teleports coming into the mid lane. This isn't going to be game-ending stuff, but it might be Baron taking stuff, importantly. Anyone's Legend do get a Mountain Dragon. That is a big issue for Top Esports because they're already struggling into the armor stacking of Anyone's Legend. Having extra resist on top of that is a big, big issue. Baron will go over to Top Esports. That'll definitely help them, don't get me wrong. We'll go back to the replay and see how this happened.
Oh,
it's a mess. Shanks flashes, misses the Q, misses his ultimate, and that's pretty much the end of his fight. Well, that happens when Kanavi misses the smite fight. A bit unfortunate for him. Jackalope, very lucky to, I suppose, get as much value as he did. I think Hope maybe makes a mistake here. He goes into the backline with his ultimate, knowing that he basically doesn't have the HP. I guess he thinks he can 1v1 with the AD carry and just think that'll work out, but I think he just forgets that. If Tristana is full HP or Yone isn't, you will lose the DPS race if you both go down.
He gets the Flandre onto the wall for Jack, who cleanses and keeps walking away. And Misfortune with the strut running is so mobile. She's got Swifties too.
Yeah.
Jackie's got good hands on him. He can just dance around a lot of those skill shots and does that fight critically so.
So, Anyone's Legend do pick up at that base Dragon. I actually think Anyone's Legends are still a stronger team right now. That one Mountain Dragon giving them the extra, what is it, 6% resist? 4? Is it 6% resist? I think it is. Maybe 4%. Still nasty all the same. Shanks has himself almost 100% crit, has a Randrin's Omen as well. Yes, there are armor penetration items coming up for top esports, but I really think the front line of Ezreal Anyone's Legend can always get that plasma down onto one of the Tristana or the Misfortune and make a real mess of things. Tarzan doesn't really have to be afraid of that much in the world. Flandre maybe does a little bit more.
Well, hit by that stride breaker slow, and there comes Nature's Grasp, forces a flash away with the turnaround now, potentially on the back end, as the
No bullet time. No bullet time.
Hope could do so much damage, he's going to get through so many passes. Crisp has got the ult running, headbutts out, trying to get to safety, but Flandre's got Mega Knock coming in the man, Konami into the vein, sealed from Shanks, who stabs him through the heart. Shanks by name, eviscerate by nature. And top esports must run to the hills. Tarzan looking for the blast cone. Cream just spotted. Jackie just spotted. How much further can they chase?
There's a slow denied by Tarzan's passive. They still have the bot lane outer turret coming out.
Boy.
Cream, what does he got? He doesn't have Buster Shot. He has a lot of damage though.
Tarzan will have to back away. Can't quite get enough time on that. But that is the Baron jump entirely denied.
It is.
Flandre TP top lane.
He teleports up there because he knows he can take a lot of gold from across the map. As you were saying beforehand, it's a full physical damage comp. Yes, the last whispers are there, but the tanks feel so strong from Anyone's Legend that they can always get themselves onto the back line. Of course, this fight is mainly determined by a bad bullet time from Jackie. He tries to get it onto the Maokai ultimate CC. It's just not appropriate there. And Anyone's Legend, they were, what, 4,000 gold behind? Splash that to 2,000 now. This is the biggest moment. Flandre manages to flash out of this. The bullet time does nothing. And suddenly you have Hope, who is mixed damage. You have Flandre and Shanks who can start chasing down. All of them with so much extra resist that can just shake off a lot of the initial burst coming through from these AD carries. Yes, Cream and Jackie are untouched in this fight. Normally that in a late game would be a killer. Not in this game, not with these tanks.
Problem is, Shanks and Hope are also pretty much untouched and doing a lot more work to their opposing numbers. Got a Knight's Vow now on Kanavi to try and help keep some of those AD carries alive. And don't blame them for that one, but look at Hope. He's just picked up Bazonias for everything else.
That's huge, because now he can go for like some more of those health for other diets. But actually, so, and you're absolutely right, the armor on there too is very, very important. Buffed up another couple of percent by the Mountain Dragon. Mountain Dragon coming up in a minute. The gold lead, I think, has been outweighed by the dragon advantage from Anyone's Legend now. Now, I do seem to remember... Yeah, I mean, top esports have the extra roses and they got the Atakan themselves, so it's not like there's extra buffs on there too. But I really feel like Anyone's Legend have the extra combat stats. As long as they have a way to either separate out a frontline member and gun them down, or jump onto one of these AD carries and force them to drop damage, I think Anyone's Legend will win the fight.
Full form mail for Tarzan alongside that Giant's Boat. You've got a Sterex now on Flandre as well as that Randuin's. Like, the front line is huge. Yeah. There's a Locket, there's a Warden's mail in for Kael as well. Everyone's got armor, and yes, you've got a Lord Doms, but is that going to be enough? I just don't know.
It is if someone gets separated. And we saw how much damage Cream could do to Tarzan. Hang on a second, 369 quad out a little bit here. He'll try and buffer through with the E. Does take the CC at the end of it. It's a lot of HP down. He does have teleport. Might have to use it now early. Let's see how much work Hope can do with his W's. Very important to see how much poke this Kai'Sa can get.
I'll find that one, and again, 369 is not the front line he was at 5 minutes into the game. Tarzan's been jumped on. Is that split off enough? He will have a flash made before to burn it. Needs to get out of there. Does so. The Nature's Grasp comes on down as Shanks flashed out as well. But he's on a bullet time. He's surely going to die. Does so. What about the other side of the fight? There's nothing there. They've lost a member. Kyle was looking for a flank, but now he's split. Oh, Anyone's Legend. Not like this. Over to the backside, tries to go to Cream Conquest, get the kill. Tarzan looking for something against the Glacial Prison, but will not find it. Flandre in a 1 versus 3 surely dies. They're trying to clear waves.
Shanks dies to the nerf to Yone. He can't buffer through the CC. He gets stunned even though he tanks at the Marco. Now Hope has nothing left. He can Zhonya's, but that'll be it. The flash leads to nothing, and Anyone's Legend, despite the armor stacking, despite what we thought was a winning team fight, cannot end this game, and top esports will run it back to them with their 6 grubs and ruinous Atakan.
It was an omen of destruction. He said, yes, the Lord Doms will be enough if they get separated. Tarzan starts separated. Shank starts separated. Kael ends separated. The only member left surviving for a moment or two longer, but top esports claim game 2 to take us all the way to a 3rd game in this series.
Lane dominant, and the Braum has no real way to deal with this, so Anyone's Legend, they need Tarzan and Shanks to do a lot of work early game to make sure that the rest of the team can make it through to that point of power. Typically, you'd think that Jhin can get there himself, but against the Ezreal Karma, it is no sure thing. Top esports, I think, walk away with the longer, well, obviously the longer range draft. I think it's easier for them to play as well. The Vi is so easy to just click and go. Everything else can follow up after that point. Ease of execution hasn't really determined how this series has been played out, though. Both these teams have been up and down in terms of their execution. quite afraid for anyone's legend in their laning phase.
Been questionable, I think it's fair to say. Some scattered Lagundia Jaros. And Shanks on the not quite $500 Faker skin.
Yeah, you actually don't have the signature skin on the pro. Because with that, that's like your $500 one. The other one is like $20 or however much it was.
Yeah, but this is the one with the brown hair. You see what I mean? Not
No, Sam. No, it evolves, Sam. That's the whole.
But the reason is it had a different splash art, and I've seen two different splashes loading in. This is the brown hair splash art, not the blonde one with the Imperious you paid $300 for me splash art.
So the thing is, it starts with the same. I actually didn't see it. If it's the brown hair one, then it actually doesn't evolve. So that's that.
Yes.
Okay, right, fair point. I take that one. But however, that is also not that. So what you said is that it wasn't the 500 one. This is actually the base form. There are three forms. There's this one. There's the one which a lot of the others play, which is, the blonde one. Then there's the one above that, which you don't see on Tournament Realm because it has the signature. But that's not really relevant to this. This level 1 in the bot lane is really important. You need to see how much value Jack 11 and Crisp get from their laning phase, because typically the Braum should not be able to side this duo.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes on that. Can Jackie and Crisp find some lane dominance without Volley Bear getting involved? Has hathed in a way and cleared in a way that will allow him to be level 3 in a position to lane gank and try and catch out Jackie and Crisp on the shove.
Level 2 hit. Shield used to tank up Braum Q. However, the skill shots go wide on the other side. Tarzan janking bot early. This has always been the way to deal with top users. Can they get onto Crisp? Crisp is their option, is the play here.
Looking for the passive route. There's an exhaust coming down. They don't quite get the passive. Gonna flash, heal away, but does Crisp have any more mobility to get on out? As Tarzan has a flash into the Sky Splitter, and they break the level 2. It happens again.
Top Esports bot lane just don't pay attention to the minimap. They get the hard push. They're winning the 2v2. That's fine. But you can't play with your minimaps off. And Tarzan gets his 400th assist within the LPL. He's been playing here for a while. I thought he'd have way more than that. 400th game. 400th game. That'll have to be it. The Shanks go over. Almost steals the blue buff away from Kanavi.
Good look in there, and Kanavi, of course, will punish Tarzan for that early gank. And in fairness, the observers did show that Tarzan did not show on the map until the exhaust flash heal had all been blown, basically.
On the other side, Tarzan hit 400 games. Jackie Love hits 700 here within the LPL. Again, I just feel like so many of these players have been around for so long. Every so often, you see one of these numbers show up, like Flandre, and he's like, wow, how the heck have they played so many games over such a long time? It's very rare to see players with that kind of tenure. We have so many here in the LPL.
7th highest games played in the LPL, and it does feel like with how intense the season are, players sometimes burn out, fall out of the league. You have a bit of a look at players like Ming, right, who had a bad season, and they're not playing so much anymore.
That's contract stuff. Teleport, hang on a second, that's a problem, Flandre.
Alright, Flandre. He's down here. Crisp and Jackie level 2 and 3. That's a level 4 Gwen, who actually has a fair amount of snipping. Decent hallowed myth, was Jackie in a dangerous spot. Still has the flash, still has the cleanse, maybe forced to pop it. Flash away. Flandre can't get the kills he's looking for, and just dies.
I don't know what happened with that teleport. He must have just seen that Jack 11 and Chris weren't on the wave and must have got jump scared by them, because it's a longer teleport, remember, before 10 minutes. It takes you, what, 12 seconds, or 8 seconds, 10 seconds to get there? Flandre dies for free, though. That's a big issue. Yeah, you're going to get a recall coming in from Jack 11 Chris, but they take the extra kill, and that puts them back to even with their 2v2. Teleport down to the top side. This is from Ari. They'll be going back towards mid lane anyway. This one's not really looking for anything with that much intent. But a big mistake from Flandre. And that's really important, because we did talk about the lane dominance of the Ezreal and the Karma being so critical to top esports success.
It was. Over we go, towards that mid lane where the electrocute trade comes on in. Shanks has got himself an early Dark Seal, much I'm sure to your joy. Let's have a look at this again, because, yeah, I think the resets coming through. Don't see anyone, and too late, the button's been pressed.
That is, it's a long, long teleport, and it is a long journey back. There's so much extra time. Flandre just misreads what's happening on the map. I wonder whether that was set up in advance, actually, because Chris was hiding around the corner. Still with an XP range, but, I mean, very close to getting the kill onto Jackie there. Wanted to... Oh! Gets Civ HD'd. Gets Civ HD'd. I don't know whether he would have got that anyway. Gets the level up on the kill, of course, which makes it look a lot less close than it was. But gets Civ HD, checks one brush, he's in the other.
Nicely done. Jackie burns both summoners, but does get away with it. Honestly, impressive from Flandre to nearly win out in a 1v2 there. Exhaust is pretty busted at the right stages of the game. Especially when you get to spend your time completely the melee range. Tarzan walks down, sees Knavi going towards this. He's just looking for the smite fight here. 369's around, only level 5. Will get a Sky Splitter shield, can still look to play with this one. They're going down to a very much a smite fight. Right, the Gwen gets the dragon, tries to play this one out. Shank's now in danger, tries to look for the ult out of here. Sorry about that one, Alex. Managed to hit him with my knee as I got a bit excited in that play. As Flandre now in danger, gets to jump away, and ow, 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 ow.
Top Esports. They lose the dragon, but what is Tarzan thinking he's going to achieve there? Cream gets down to the play first, and I suppose Flandre gets the steal, but anyone's like giving up a lot of gold. And what did we say about this composition? Top Esports can really leverage their early advantage, their early matchups well against their opposing numbers, and I'm really quite afraid here for anyone's legend.
Well, maybe a bit of bait. Tarzan's still here, gets the charm, and now Kanavi's gone too deep. They have baited it in well. Kyle now throws up the door and prevents any easy follow-up. Tarzan potentially in danger as Cream keeps autoing, gets the soldier down, but they do pick off Kanavi, and grubs have just spawned.
Shanks gets an empowered heal, survives through that. We'll call that masterfully baited, I suppose. There was a question early on, how is Shanks? Ari, I have to say, has not necessarily left a huge impression on me before. This will be a time for him to make an impression on me here now. A bit of a weird one, obviously. As we get our first ejectors, I suppose, traded. Because of the weird steal beforehand, maybe things get a little odd.
Kyle now it is one of himself as he gets hit with the W. And we'll get on out of there as the focus resolve does its work. Flandre will throw some needles at the minions and go, welcome to my acupuncture session. And the minions go, please no, I didn't pay for this.
Unsolicited acupuncture.
That's horrifying.
That sounds like
it's like my sleep paralysis.
It sounds like it sounds like a I don't know, some kind of
indie album.
Is it an indie album? It sounds like a track or an album. Unsolicited acupuncture.
I feel that's like that sounds like a Disco Elysium song.
Yes, it actually does. Oh, Disco Elysium on the soundtrack. Go check out the soundtrack if you got time for that. It's a great game.
I found it. It's pretty C-powered at the soundtrack.
Use the needlework first. He forced the force the flash. That's why it might be a lot of flashes.
That
makes sense. Another bullet. Of course, Flandre had a 40-odd KDA on Gwen before this game, currently at 0-2, but such a powerful player of the champion. Didn't expect him to be this far down, but that's what happens when you teleport into a death line 4.
Yeah, and then obviously steals the dragon for the second death, which, you know, in the end of the day, it's not that bad. They actually get both sets of objectives as a result of that. So, arguably worth that second death, especially after a little later on when Tarzan manages to pick up Kanavi, thinking he's spotted Shanks out by himself, and had not.
Much better teleport this time, Flandre.
To the tower.
Wow, no enemy champions around. Luxury.
Incredible. Luxury back in my day.
Back in my... Well,
I had no plates.
I think it's kind of
teleport and get Dyrus treatments.
It's kind of like the other way around for this. Back in my day, you could cancel teleport, and it only took 2 seconds to channel. Oh, that was so broken actually. Getting a reduced cooldown when you used it to tower. Yeah, original teleport was so broken actually.
When you would someone would sneeze in bot lane and 3 people would teleport there.
And also, back then you could also get home guard after your teleport as well. So, so Hecarim with home guard and teleport was so ridiculously powerful. You just come in like it was an ignite TP at that point. You go first item boost, and you come in for like a ridiculous one shot with Triforce home guard with about 7 of move speed or something.
I remember Unicorns of Love playing the arcade Hecarim.
Yeah.
He was kind of their
party ponies.
Skin, the party ponies, exactly.
Yeah. Also featured in the Percy Jackson series.
Very true. I was thinking that as well.
Yeah. Well, I read them again recently for the nostalgia value.
I've still got one book I never quite finished.
I need to get onto the second and third series. Shanks gets Charm into a move. Going for the Rod of Ages build. I mean, helpful against the upfront burst. The top esports needs to be careful that you don't have nearly as many ults. Seems to be the flowchart with Ari. I've not been that impressed by Roa Ari so far. We'll see whether Shanks can turn that opinions.
Do what he can. So far, up about 5/10 CS, not that much. As Flandre throws out the needlework, of course a lightning rush away from 369, but no ultimate as yet. Misses all 3, and will cede a lot of away for making that play.
Tier 2 boots hit, skill shot's no longer allowed to be hit. That's just the way I think sometimes.
I hit click to the right, and then I click to the left.
Okay, dragon up in 40 seconds. Anyone's legend.
Navi could look for a bit of a lane gank here with Chris coming up as well. How aggressive do they want to play this?
369 just took a chunk out of Flandre too. Then you get another one. He's just used the W potential of an extra. I didn't get the E stack onto him.
Look for... What was the W again? Thunder Force? No.
No, it's Thundering Shuriken is the Q.
Yeah.
Lightning Surge? No.
No, that's the E. It's like
Storm Surge? No.
No, that's
an item.
Yeah.
I'll go check it again.
Spark Crush is Zeri E.
Yeah, there's a lot of electric stuff. We can't believe we have 2 electric Pikachus in the game.
It's very true. You can potentially have more if Nico gets involved and starts stealing forms.
Yeah, very true.
Does that make Atakan?
Electrical Surge.
Electrical Surge, right. So basically, if there's ever a Zeri and a cannon in the game, you got Spark Surge, Electrical Surge, and Lightning Rush.
Yeah. Yeah. And a Thundering Slam as well.
That's Volibeki.
Yeah, that's in this game, so.
It is.
All of these lightning things. Dragons can be split. AL took the first dragon. I mean, objectively speaking, AL with objectives doing okay here. 3 grubs and the first dragon means that top users don't have a second dragon to play around. What Rift is it? Ocean? I mean, in this kind of game, yeah, pretty good. Very good for Gwen. Very, very good for Gwen.
Thinking for tight matchups as well. Not great for considering all this lightning flying.
True. Yeah, electrical matchups nasty.
And it's ocean as well, so salt in there, so it's not like it's pure water. So the lightning does in fact conduct through all the electrolytes.
Yeah. Well then, we're going to see the grubs go down. Would be a perfect split of objectives that would happen. Tarzan will at least get 1 smite through here. Flandre, no mana, wants to clear this and now the problem is he needs to recall and then teleport in. Top Easels have a time window where the Gwen's not going to do anything. Yeah, the smite bad from Kanavi allows Tarzan to smite it back, so that's 4 taken.
50 HP, that was a bit shy on that one. I think he was trying to play for the smite contest. Gets it slightly wrong there. Tarzan now looking to Thundering Slam, and there's a TP. Flash away from 369, who will not stay safe even with that slicing Maelstrom. Surely dies here. No, he does not. Kyle flashing on out. Unsafe on the other side. Now they're going to go back on forwards. Curtains are called by Jin. Lands a decent chunk onto Chris, who's down at half HP. Tarzan splits the skies and calls forth the Storm God. Reset now from 369, who's not going to go back quite yet. They'll lose another grub, 5 grubs and a kill over to anyone's legend. And I'm watching Nymaera have his face in his hands. What on earth was that?
I did just see that Shanks missed a charm on a rooted target to miss out on a kill, and also because he's gone for the Rod of Ages, doesn't have the early damage to necessarily get those early to get that 1 shot onto 369 as well. So not really playing towards the RE build that well. It's not capable of doing it. Watch this again, right? Because Shanks jumps forward. 369 goes out of the Sky Splitter. This is a decent charm. You can see the damage just isn't really there from the RE. If you have the Malignance, there's a bit more damage with this one item spike. And then this is the play which got me face palming just a little bit. Because it looks all well and good, and then this happens, and a charm just goes completely wide.
No.
Luckily, there's a Jin to follow up instead, and AL.
Is he aiming for Ezreal or something?
That's a great question, Sam. Alas, there are some things I can't answer.
You just lied to me, Alex.
Yeah, he was aiming for the Ezreal. Rod of Ages is completed. Has that tier 2 beats for the extra cooldown. 369 going inside that Hallowed Mist, getting something done there. Has the Karma behind him, so we'll be safe. Gold pretty much even, all things said and done.
Problem is, there's that time. I don't remember the full Braum here. I think it's the LT grade Braum, isn't it, as well? Or is it the beach one?
I actually didn't
see. No, wait, is this the rotisserie one? It's Kebab Braum! No?
No, this one's Beach Braum. No, we don't have Shawarma Braum yet.
Oh man.
Shawarma.
Boss.
Does he call you boss, man?
Yeah, I needed to call me boss, man. Tarzan is not enjoying that. He's supposed to be the king of the jungle. Does not get the Sky Spirit in time, but gets the root of the Kanavi. Not really going to be any follow-up quite yet. Kyle was around, but Chris coming on over with 369 means that the Braum is now in danger. We'll need to try and get across the wall, but does not get to do so, as 369 says, eat lightning, mother. Lover.
Top Esports will go in, take the jungler, take the jungle camps, and they'll get themselves a big lead on the bot side of the map. Tarzan, no flash, no ultimate, didn't really have anyone nearby either, so very greedy of him to walk up like that. And Top Esports pounce just as quickly because they know that he has no tools to get out. Top Esports won't just get those camps. They're going to go into Flandre now. They got themselves the bot turret potentially. Don't have grubs. They'll go for the dive.
Going to try and play for now. There's the root coming on down. Decent snip. Go gets a lot of damage as Chris will fall for that trade. TP now comes on and 369 in danger. Kanavi's going to have to run as well. Does Shanks have a flash or an ult to try and chase on to 369?
He's too far away. If he goes closer, no, he's too far away. Even with 3 flashes, 3 ults rather, you don't get away. Or you don't get onto him, sadly, there. Shanks will pick up the wave, though, and stop Top Esports from getting everything from that.
Teleports available to come and contest Shanks here. I don't think it might actually be the turret as well.
Shanks just missed a cannon, that's why they're zooming away.
Oops.
things we do. Shanks, 5 grubs, going to be able to take some damage off of this, teleport him down. And Chris doing a good job of matching the map, actually, making sure that his laners are doing well. Oh, gets the quick out of there, and the ult doesn't save him.
What a combo. Nicely done, Top Esports mid-jungle.
Really well played from Cream. I don't think Shanks recognized nearly soon enough that that was a genuine kill combo. I didn't realize that until saw the Kanavi Q flying straight at him. The ult doesn't save him, and now suddenly, with the longer ult cooldown, because you don't have the Malignants, Ahri dies, won't have ultimate for a long time, and Cream can return to that bot tower. That's a huge swing.
They don't teleport to be there as well, so that's a rough moment. Top Esports suddenly find themselves with a sizable gold lead here. Top side, they're going to go for the turret dive, call down the Thunder God as the Storm split. Stormser, I remember that name a little later on in 369. I think it's probably just dead while I am fumbling for ability name.
Aww.
No, he is not, because Kanavi is there with a cease and desist to turn it all around. Speaking of fumbles, a bad one there from Tarzan, who dies. They've got the route onto Flandre, who's in danger courtesy of that focused resolve. Kanavi with another set of relentless blows. A Vault Breaker doesn't quite get Flandre down, but they're going to have to reset nonetheless. That'll be another turret to Top Esports.
The game's falling apart for anyone's Legend very, very quickly. This all started from Tarzan and Kyle dying in their bot jungle, separated away from the rest of the team. It meant that they were late on resets. It meant that they couldn't protect the lanes afterwards, and everything has started to crumble as anyone's Legend framework jungle support gets bested by Top Esports.
What is Volibear's ult name again? I know Sky Split is the E, and it's something to do with Thunder or Storm.
Stormbringer, isn't it?
Stormbringer, that's the one.
Stormbringer.
Correct.
Pretty helpful. Basically an own wrecker for the turret players. You'll remember that one item at the center of it. All well and good, disabling turrets, but you are stunned for the duration of that. So if comes back online, it's up. There's a lot of work. Kanavi comes in time. Really well played from Kanavi and Chris. Being on the right side of the map to protect a tower dive for the last, well, the entirety of the game actually. Been very well to protect out.
Kanavi actually starting to get significantly ahead of this Volibear, caught the Sundered Sky, and this happens to jungle Volibears sometimes. You get stuck at one item, you get stuck just before level 11, and you become increasingly squishy. Kanavi at 2 items, 1,500 gold ahead, 369, 1,800 gold ahead. This is not a pretty place to be in as anyone's Legend, all things said and done. Dragon going to be taken by Top Esports to be their second of the game, all the while at least Flandre and the rest of anyone's Legend can pick up the Herald.
So, 5k up. That's an awful lot, isn't it? And the
It
extra
is.
going down. I don't think anyone's Legend are going to be able to use those 5 grubs of theirs very effectively now. You see Top Esports just constantly forcing plays around that. Chris continuing to play make on the Karma now. That's a rare one. Gonna get the root there. The Ezreal will come over. But the fact that Crisp can threaten so much on a Karma on the roam is pretty disastrous. If that's a Karma, if that's a Leona or Nautilus, you somewhat expect it. Because the Karma is so far ahead of the game, there's no fear of reprisal. They just keep going forward. So there's no turnaround that will kill them. So Chris is genuinely a roaming playmaking support whilst also being an enchanter. This is a big problem for anyone's Legend.
And if Tarzan or Flandre go forward, you don't break the tether with the W on Gwen. It's very difficult to use your Thundering Slam to go forward, Thundering Smash, sorry, to go forwards on the volley ban. You've used it on a target not named Karma to get away from the W. You will get rooted up, and then the follow-up with the likes of This Is It, this Cannon, this Vibe, all got a lot of damage to their name, will be pretty much lethal.
Oh, Kanavi's so far ahead of Tarzan, man. Does have that
Does
level
this
11.
occasionally.
Vi in this kind of game can get like double and triple kills in team fights. The Black Cleaver sets up so well for Ezreal to clean up some extra plays. Well, yes, you have the double AP solo laners, but between your W Shred and the Black Cleaver, you do a lot of damage. And sadly, the reason why Volibear fell out of pro play after being so dominant in 2018 to 2020, both in top lane and in jungle, is because you're not a hyper-scaling tank. Your damage falls off a cliff too, and you just end up becoming a liability. Much like Renekton, if you find yourself in a position where you're not constantly hitting people, regenning and dealing damage, you fall apart very, very quickly to bursty champions.
I know, obviously I hear Alex, what about those bounce builds? What about those solo lanes? They're solo lanes. They're way too expensive for jungle. You can't afford to go for that kind of Riftmaker, Cosmic Drive, Spirit Visage, hell, the Flickerblade build. Well, it takes too long, it takes too much gold, and you just don't get that in the jungle relative to what you're supposed to do as a champion.
Pandora in chat saying, why are we seeing the Mosquito build Jin again?
Yeah.
Now the thing is, the problem is, you have 4 ranged champions on the other side. You have to push out lanes because no one else is... Well, I think that the Shiv is too much. I think the Fire Cannon you need versus this team, you cannot walk up close enough into regular auto attack range. No one's going to sit and let you do that. The Shiv is meant to be there to allow you to push, roam, and get some value. The problem is now,
no damage.
You have no damage, and you're also not pushing and roaming or anything. So this just feels like you've doubled down on a build which does very little in this game, sadly.
But that's kind of the price that was paid. I understand what the thought process is. You say it's a little cheaper. It allows you to try and get some wave control. The problem, as noted, is that hasn't really happened, especially when the plays are happening outside of mid lane. A lot faster timer than you'd be happy with. Maybe at 10 stacks. Shanks goes looking for an ult play here, but Cream just goes, cool, I'm going to slide away, put up the Sun Disc. Flandre now here. Still an ult charge. Needlework is popped, and they just turn the play off. That's a Sun Disc in trade for a couple ultimates, and now mid lane's in danger as top esports get the shove on forwards.
Well, they don't have the 5 grubs. This won't fall that quickly. That's a big flash forwards, trying to kill the squishy support.
It will do so, and Crisp, too far forwards on the Karma, goes down. The flash from Tarzan is lethal.
Now, this is what should happen to a Karma when she plays aggressively, and luckily Anyone's Legend find an option to do that. It costs them a volley back flash. That's quite valuable at this point. 369. We're going to see if you can force Thunder to make a mistake. No, not at this point. Top esports lose themselves the mid lane push.
For what?
For what? I mean...
Flash burn. Remember, there's soul point in a minute. I'm sure you can play that without a flash on Tarzan could be tricky, and Chris goes, cool, you killed me. To what end, I suppose, becomes more of a question. They don't even keep the shove in bot side because of how far up 369 was, and he had a Sun Disc behind him.
So, top esports, full court press. Some vision in topside jungle for Anyone's Legend. That's the enemy side of things. Not that helpful for Dragon setup. We do have one in Tribrush. Push up into that mid lane again, just trying to get some extra value. Shanks trying to go for the flank, trying to punish the mid lane push again.
First, that was Jackie Love, and Shanks and Tarzan on one side were a bit scary. So top esports had to back away to the other side of the map. True Shot Bros will not claim the Scuttle Crab, though I appreciate the attempt there, blind from Jackie Love.
Cream pushing up top side. No easy way to force onto the edge on the Karma. There's a lucky Jin W. Well, Jin W is great follow-up. The flash Tarzan is basically the only thing you have, and you know that's now a problem. You don't have that to force again. Lose the mid lane turret, lose a huge chunk just before Dragon 2, so Hope can't really contest with this. And just Legend can't contest for this now. That'll be a free soul point over to top esports.
At least it's only soul point. It was a relatively late start. Of course, that second Dragon was taken by Anyone's Legend. Sorry, the first Dragon was taken by Anyone's Legend when they got that double set of objectives early. Stolen away by Flandre, if you remember.
Oh, now the overplay comes from Anyone's Legend instead. Now he just want to pull the ultimate. No, he doesn't. Play fizzles.
To clear the wave though, as Tarzan drops the Herald in mid lane. They really want to play for this Cream though, debating putting up a turret here and saying no, you just don't get to come on through here, and the Herald going to be tricky to escort into this tier 1, I think. TP in.
Into the top side. Did you know there's a wall there and we'll see this come through? Shanks is known. We don't know if Anyone's Legend know that. He's sticking in the brushes though, he hasn't been seen. Great chunk through from Jackie Love. You can see Tarzan is not that tanky on the volley back.
Gets jumped on by the Vault Breaker into the Relentless Blows. The Relentless Force is what it is. Denting Flows is the other part of Via. Conflated her two other abilities not named Vault Breaker. Which sometimes happens.
Jackie Love's been playing really well here to use the Calm Shields to get the extra movement speed to shrug off a skill shot or two. Progress brought up in mid lane. It's not going to last that long, is it? It's going to immediately fall down. Not the most valuable Sun Disc. Dragon has been started. Lens forced by Shanks onto Jackie Love. I think the Dragon will go before this contest though.
Probably will. 369 looking at a potential flank angle. Has one last code and a flash. Dragon is taken. How aggressive does 369 want to play? He's got a slice him over on a flash. Gets on in. Onto 2 members. The W is good from Flutter. The Hallowed Mist allows him to stay sanctified and safe. But only for a moment or two. But wait. Look at the curtain call. Anyone's Legend. Turn it all around. The Stormbringer comes on through. Jackie and Cream get that one. Ends up being a 2 for 3. There's a little bit of an overdive at the end from Tarzan.
It's a bit of an overdive in different points in the fight from both teams. 369 doesn't get a clean kill, and Shanks ends up living to do more damage. And you're absolutely right, pointing out the damage which Hope did midway through that fight too. Cream still has the wave clear available to make some play here. Can slow down on the dash though, and he has no mobility left.
God,
gets one kill under the turret, and Anyone's Legend will make it a 1-for-1, but they will take the turret.
Get that one. Big kills, but I think that might have been a shutdown. Look at how many Cream had as well. So nice moment for them. It's another kill onto this Jin. Hope is the hope right now for Anyone's Legend.
And now things get a bit interesting, don't they? The Jin is maybe strong enough to make it an open-ended question about who's winning this game. Cream doesn't really want to be flanking here. Does get some decent damage down, but no, Hope realizes there's actually no threat onto him, and the fact that there's no tanks in position means it's very easy for him to ping 3 shots into Kanavi, 4th one to Crisp as well. The amount of damage that this Jhin does with just the ultimate is kind of insane there. Tarzan does go too far forward though, didn't have the extra Jhin ult. If you had a second Jhin ult, sure, great play there, but you know, it's a reason really one of them.
Call it out as well, the rower Ari, that extra HP definitely kept her alive there, big time.
Yeah, yep, and no, what I think I've stayed pretty consistent with is saying, look, I'm not convinced with the build yet. Show me why this build is good. You are currently 1,000 gold behind. I can see some of the value there, but a lot of the time when I'm seeing this, you're not getting this off the individual power. You need to use that bulk to achieve something in these team fights, which I haven't seen on Pro yet.
That's the first good moment. It feels like we've seen it in a little while from Ari, but it's possibly a little too late. It's a feel-good moment, but it doesn't earn you soul point. It doesn't really hold you a gold lead or any other structures. You get the tier 1 mid. That's kind of it.
And funnily enough, we actually saw a Blackfire Torch Ari earlier in the day. I think it was first game of the day from Vitality versus Growth. I think there was one there.
I saw that the other day as well from Peng over in Ruddy as
well.
Right,
yeah. There was some analytical data saying that the Blackfire can get you some value. Of course, you do lose some ult cooldown reduction because you're not running the business, but there is some limited value for it. It reminds me more of the slower burn builds. 2022 or 23 rather.
Again, I think that was into Silas. Interestingly, ended up with like a 50 CS lead from lane. Again, that's ERL level. Particularly somewhere like NLC at the minute as well. There's a big discrepancy in terms of who's a good mid laner, who's not, and those kind of conversations.
I know we've had this conversation before about, well, you know, it's at like, it's in near masses and NLC. Sometimes the matchups are so tilted because one team's really good and the other one's a little bit struggling. So doesn't necessarily give you the best view of that. Teams like this have actually been very closely matched. Anyone's Legend in the top esports. The finals went towards top esports, but Anyone's Legend have got a good track record against this team. They're behind gold right now. Adcom started, killed off. Really is on this Jhin to do a lot of carrying though. This Jhin has done an awful lot in that last fight. See how much Hope can do.
If Hope dies though, things get interesting. Worth noting as well, we didn't call it out. Kyle also has exhaust. There's double exhaust here, which means this cannon will never truly get a big ult, it feels like, this game. A little bit in that last fight as well, as Kanavi, very sneaky here. Andre has to be a bit wary of overplaying his hand, stepping up to this wave.
Goes cleared out. Heads back again. Shadowing his team. Neon's Legend doing the same up in River, using those control walls to make sure that top esports don't see them when they're moving about the map. It's hard to really tell how these teams are viewing the situation unless we have their vision. You know, seeing Hope walking up towards here, controlling the lane, that's good information for them. Anyone's Legend got good ward control on the bot river to make sure that top esports can't jump them when they're moving about the place and trying to ping something off with a Jhin W. Of course, he has the Infinity Edge now, so his damage is starting to pick up again, despite his first 2 items not necessarily being the best raw DPS items. Dragon in a minute. We saw for top esports. Ocean Soul was very, very powerful. Kanavi hops out of that charm. No real follow-up. Didn't want to use his ultimate there. Cream has himself Seekers, which could be so important in this next fight. However, on the other side, Ari also has a Seekers. Both those mid laners able to avoid a little bit of that burst. 2 items for almost everyone. 3 items for the Jhin.
Turret comes up. Buying space in the mid lane, and again, that is hurting a little bit for Anyone's Legend. The fact their wave control sucks at the minute.
Oh, Jackie!
One for Jackie went looking. That's a very Jackie love moment. He's not done so many of those in recent moments, but oh my days.
I think as soon as that charm misses, he's like, okay, I've got the Karma Shield. We can make something work with this. This is important. If you get poked down, it does actually make a big difference. So, does another one that, again, half HP on Shanks. Great skill shot accuracy. That is actually game-changing. Here comes Tarzan, but there's no follow-up. He's going very dangerously deep.
Shanks has at least got more HP to land as he does land that charm onto Queen, who gets the shuffle out. Dragon secured that soul. Cease and desist in the backline alongside the slicing maelstrom that is only exhausted at the very damn end. Flash over the wall for Jackie Love, who cleanses away the charm, and Hope desperately trying to outplay as Jackie has shields, has Ocean Soul, has them all. It's Hope springs eternal, but unfortunately, he's not going to spring into anything resembling a one-team fight. That's Dragon, that's Soul. That will also likely be Baron by the looks of the ping.
Jackie Love goes man mode, has the shields, has the damage, and top esports will walk away with a soul and up towards the Baron as well. They screw the Atacon, they don't really care about going towards that. Get the big objective, the Azir will help with the DPS, and I think Anyone's Legend might have just lost this game off of that. Off of a game 2, which they really should have won walking into the late game. They get run down there, and in game 3, Top Esports have really played around this mid-game spike so well. Tarzan not comboing up well with his team. Walks forward well too early. There's no combo through here. Shanks goes on to Cream, but there's no real follow-up damage. And the Jin ult, it's okay, but remember, most of it's execute damage. If everyone's full HP, not actually that good, and that's why he does very little compared to the previous fight.
That exhaust comes on through the last tick of the slice of mushroom. That's when it comes down. It's just not enough. Shanks goes golden, but to what end is Hope lucky to get out of here with the barrier and the flash.
Completely agree with Mecha and Mecha Fanboy in chat, saying, you know, the tanky Ahri build means Jackie doesn't kill Shanks immediately, but it also means Shanks is useless. That did feel to be, just didn't have that ability to do that much to Cream that. He didn't even need to blow his own Sonic, did he? No, still keep that secret. Top Esports get themselves a Baron, get themselves Atacon afterwards. They'll have GA and they'll have the ability to force with it. Split map comes through. 5 grubs for anyone's legend does mean that they kill towns very quickly. They will get an objective bounty from that top lane out of turret, but they will need to return to mid and bot lane in short order to make sure their base stays intact.
One turret, trade for the Atacon and trade for the Baron and trade for the Dragon feels pretty rough, all things said and done. Alan, don't get me wrong, I've built it up. Last Dragon fight. The rest of his team was delayed by Jackie and the Dragon was going down then, so you have to go and try and play for the smite, but this can cost him. Flandre, 2 levels down on 369. He's got no mana. Takes a turret shot and will dance away at the very least. But it means there is no volley bear and no Gwen here defending this turret on the bot. So you land a charm, but there's a massive shield. It means the Ahri does negative damage right now.
Nope, doesn't really do much, and the Bloodthirst will mean that they'll be shrugged off next time he hits a minion. Navi goes in to help the mid lane break. They have 2 minutes left of the Atacon with the Baron buff. It means they get to be Baroned up with the GAs for the entirety of the duration of it. Top Esports, this is a very easy to combo to end with.
369 still chasing Flandre. It's yakety sax between the top lanes, but it means your Gwen's not here, who's finally going to get towards the base, but she's at 20% HP with no mana. This base is under siege. The Nexus turrets are about to fall. Flandre is all but dead, does actually burn out, and now you're playing a 5v4 for the next 50 seconds. Nexus turret number 1's going to fall, and Top Esports are looking to make sure they slit the throats of anyone's legends, who unfortunately have met the villains of the LPL. It looked like we might be having a contest. It looks like we might even be having an upset, but it's not. Top Esports proved too much for anyone's legend.